and just runs into the cogs, ends up dead. Yamich gets the kill. They'll look for Red Panda, but now he goes into the Supernova. We've got all these heroes to right-click the egg, and they'll finally pop it. They'll make an omelet. 2 heroes gone as they'll look for Boom, but the Rod of H lets the stun on 3, mid one! Oh dear, even Doom though, he'll die. Spear again, connect.
Damn.
And he was there, and then he wasn't. Walrus Punch now hits, and ooh, is just dead. Never stood a chance. Triple kill here for Ghost. Oh boy. Snowball. And GG is called. Can he get a Rampage? He's got an Ultra kill.
Yeah, just
step by step away. Or this.
Oh, the fight. Primal Beast initiation right off the bat. The Helmet of Undying is already used. Black Hole is available still if they want to try to use it at the last moments of his life. Nullifier applied. That's going to be a lot of damage when Natsumi destroys Satanic. That's 3 cores dead for PARIVISION. Just like that, it's a full team wipe. 9 class to be fully healed, but still getting right-clicked by Nico. Pops the ult to be able to survive, and that's a dead Nyx Assassin. Crimson Guard applied, okay. Black Hole only onto the 1, and that's the refresher for DM. Can he pull this around onto Natsumi? They do get him in the end. And that is the Divine Rapier on the deck. Satanic picks up a second one. Now he's destroying the Primal Beast. Yopaj is dead. Natsumi is dead again. That's a dieback for me. Instantly gets destroyed. And now Snowball going to save 2 for the time being for OG. Is they're in a lot of trouble now. The right clicks from Satanic are truly stacking up, but there's the Primal ult right on top of that chicken head. He's dead. 120 seconds of no Kez. Now they're going to apply some more onto Ducalis. Trample will be enough to take him out. Inside of the pit, goes for the hoof stomp into the crush. That's a lot of damage, but the Ravage comes in on the 4 heroes, but the damage is done. Michael, first to die, instantly buys back, but nothing to say. Drops really hard to Parker. As the Centaur stun locked in place, goes for the D-ward at the last moment. Ame is hitting so hard though. El Micho's dead. FY follows suit to Parker's right click, and now double buyback from the Cobra side. Onto the high ground, Ame trying to take out the TA. Parker's dead. Ultra kill for Ame.
Uh-oh, hello.
There it goes. Actually got the core down onto both of them. He's just going to get grabbed.
and they'll try and jump away, but he's going to get caught out by the charge. Might hurt him big time. He's going to get Y turning up as well, but they're sort of holding their ground at 2 versus 3, BetBoom. They'll take out Y's courier. Y's heal soon to be coming to an end, and he just dies through it. Katsuomi, he's falling low. They'll get him, but throughout it all, Kirin is surviving, gets the double kill. Might just get the triple kill. Disruption on towards, got the juice. Nice 3-man who stomp from PMA. Jump forward as well here with the Quap. They've got enough to take out the 2 supports. And at the sides, Riddy's, he's playing around with Divine Whisper, making sure that those 2 can't get a jump back in. Also, they have the song for the setup, bringing in PMA in position, ready for this stop. But there's the jump from Whisper. He's in with the black hole onto the 3 of them. They kill Riddy's off. The crush follow-ups there. I mean, they might still have to clean up here with the physical damage. You've got the juice, who turns towards Yuma. They've killed off both Whisper and Yuma. Gonna make the jump outside of the base, but Schofield gets caught in response by the Huso. There's the black hole. That is gonna be the first life. Let's see if we can set up for the second one. Here we go. Ready with the second black hole. Needs a bit more damage for them to get got the juice. Here comes Divide in on towards him. We've got the juice able to get the refraction. Oh, he lived. Back up to pretty much full HP. Yuma and Divide trying to stay on top of the TA, but it looks like he's gonna be fine. They couldn't quite kill him off. Now he can look to turn towards Yuma. Triple kill for PMA. I mean, that was the double black holes. They needed to kill this TA. Maybe now, no. Refraction into the blink away. Got the juice. It's going to be fine. They brought back on both Divine and Yuma for this, and they're still not killing him off. And this Centaur's just slowly killing them all.
Yatoro has not spotted them yet, but Counterspell will allow him to walk away into the Manta. Now the Warriors punch in through and a big sonic wave. Lulled in there in time. They're not all dead yet though, but here comes Clutch with the 2-man stun. Fly in big danger. He'll drop the Eclipse, but can he survive long enough? I think he might. He just might. Claps will drop. Fly still surviving. Gets a double kill. Yatoro's in the chase though. Pato is as well. Fly is all by himself, and the Warriors punch out from Rue. Will hold him down long enough. Double kill for Yatoro. Make it a triple, but Boca also caught out as Emo now, trying to clean up. Will jump in on Rue, but is completely out of mana. And that's not good news for Emo, Jonathan. That is not very good news.
Oh, Emo.
Yeah. Oh, they're taunting him. That's not nice, Jonathan. This could be scary. They'll try, but Boca in with the disruption. They're going to find the stun out onto the AM, but can they burst Yatoro down in time? The Sonic Wave, the Snowball. He's bought time. Yatoro's fine. Rue saves the day again. Fly's the one to go down. Tianming is gone. It might be time to call it. There it is. GG.
Oh, man.
Team Spirit. GX still trying to find a way to defend this. 33, he's moved in with the wolf form, looking for Toby, and just, oh my god. 33, have some shame. My goodness, have some mercy. Samal, he'll jump in on BZM, but the clockwork hook shots there. Samal trying his best to salvage it. Omar and Samal are gone. Buybacks are available, but it just feels like it's all for naught as they call the GG. It was a tough game. It was a very, very hard game.
You just throw all your gold in and nothing happens.
It's so amazing.
Oh, Sumail.
Sumail's gone. Pure, uncontested Ravage out. 33. 4-hero Ravage right by the fountain. And that should be all she wrote. Or is it? They'll continue trying to fight this one out. BZM will buy back, but so will Toby.
An exciting day of games, Lizard. It was a kind of a very exciting day with some upsets, some pretty expected results. But overall, I mean, it's day one of the Swiss stage, which usually is a day that I feel like doesn't have many surprises. But when it does, like yesterday, I'm happy to see it. You know, OG getting their 2-0 win over PARIVISION. I would say Na'Vi with an upset over Heroic. You know, Navi's looked very good recently. And then you've got Xtreme, who won, but they won 2-1. And Spirit also struggled a little bit with Yakult. But overall, I mean, a good first day to really start with overall.
Yeah, I feel like the games that we covered were the only more or less straightforward games, quick 2-0s, quick series. The other ones, like you said, perhaps some of them were 2-0, but definitely not going the way you'd expect them. Probably the biggest upset is the PARIVISION losing 0-2 to OG. OG picking up a new SEA squad, and honestly, it looked, at the moment at least, from one series alone, it looks like a good move. I've been always a huge fan of Scam in that region. I feel like he has always been able to captain a team, and that's what SEA has missed through the years. But yeah, let's see. Like the other series on that on the day one, like you mentioned, the Navi one versus Heroic. Yeah, it is maybe a bit surprising. At the same time, like Navi, I think they can win versus teams like Heroic. I don't think Heroic is to be considered like much better than them. I know that Navi haven't had too much LAN experience in comparison to Heroic, who have been qualifying, who have been playing tournaments. And I feel like Heroic have gotten to a stage in which they don't bomb out, but they don't go into the last 2 days of a tournament as well, right? And Navi, I feel like they're a very similar team. They are maybe not currently out of that spot in which they don't bomb out every LAN, but they're getting there. They're very close.
Yeah, I think they're both teams still on the growth path. And we take a look at the schedule for today. We're starting with PARIVISION against Team Cobra. Then we've got the Chinese Derby between Yakult and Tidebound, something I'm kind of excited for. Then you've got Heroic against Roar, and then Nigma Galaxy against GamerLegion, which is crazy to me. You know, you look at this, and there's 3 teams. Yes, they're 0-1 for China, but there's 4 teams from China in a tournament right now, which is, I think, like the first time in a while we've seen, other than like Clavision, which I won't really count. But on Stream A, Liquid Xtreme, that's happening right now on the main channel. Spirit, MOUZ, BetBoom against Na'Vi, Tundra against OG. So 4 very fun series there as well. Honestly, this Liquid Xtreme series is going to be close. Spirit, MOUZ, I mean, the way MOUZ played, I think is going to be close. They're all, those 1-0s seem like they're going to be tight.
Yeah, they definitely will. Usually these matches are the most fun as well in the second day. But of course, we've got the 0-1s, and because of the way some of these teams played, we got some very interesting 0-1s. Of course, PARIVISION going into day number 2. Like, this is a team that was considered maybe even the favorite to take TI this season, right? Like, they looked pretty damn strong leading into Hamburg, but didn't really match the expectations over there. And their opponents, of course, Team Cobra, I really don't know where to put them. Like, you did call out the game victory that they had versus XG, I believe, yesterday. But they've been playing other tournaments as well, and they've been using stand-ins constantly. Like, they use stand-ins, they switch around the roster, they move mid lane, they move the off lane, they have some weird picks, they pick some Huskar on the off lane that tends to not work out as well from all the games that I have watched. So let's see what they can do versus PARIVISION. PARIVISION are an incredibly tricky team to draft against, right? Like, they have all the cheese. Their pockets are filled with cheese, basically. Whatever kind you want.
When we get into this draft, we see Timber, which is a hero we're seeing pretty often overall. Already through this tournament, he's been picked a few times. I mean, that's no surprise. I think he's the most contested hero, or one of the most contested heroes coming into today. Yeah, he is 18 matches, only picked once. banned 17 times. And I think that was the game we saw him in, and it lost. So it's got a 0% win rate, obviously anecdotal when it's only one pick. But when you look at other events like Fisher Playground, where he had 29 picks, we've spoken about this, about 50-50 is what we've seen his win rate kind of settle at, which is always weird. I feel like win rates in general are very, like, misleading. I don't get me wrong, I love the websites that give me all this information because I wouldn't know it without it. It'd be doing a lot of math. I do wish there was a little bit of I wish there was a filter post group stage picks. Like, give me everything post group stage. Is there?
I mean, you can enter some dates, you know, like you don't have to. And with that, that's how I do it, at least. Like filter from
smarter than I am.
Especially on Dota buff, like you can get in like a couple of days. I think like 1 day a week or something like that, which isn't always helpful. But going off of your point, like if the hero is this banned, like he's banned a lot, right?
Yes.
Like, he's banned every single time almost. 94%. Look at it from this perspective, like from a drafter perspective. If you're letting it go through, you're making a statement. You're saying we've got what it takes to defeat this beast that everyone else bans, right? And even with that, Timber still has 50% win rate. So the hero is strong. Like he's got 50%, but the hero is really damn strong. Like the stats sometimes do lie. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Nahaz.
His ears are burning somewhere. Who said that?
Yeah. But you know what? Like speaking of cheese, PARIVISION, like they have played, if you remember, I think even at TI, they played the Storm Position 1. Or maybe post TI, I'm not sure. I think maybe post TI, they played Storm Position 1. They got crushed super hard in the laning stage. But it was like one of the worst games. It was 28-0. Oh no, I think I was casting that game with T Panda. Like the game was 28-0 for the other side, and then they almost made a comeback. So even though it looked absolutely horrible, they made it kinda almost look legit. So just keep that as an option. But they are like it's a really good Storm game into the Timber, not too bad into the Disruptor. Shadow Shaman, however, is one of those picks that you always want to see versus Storm, but no one picks it.
Right. And it's a hero that doesn't get picked too much. It's the first time it's getting picked or banned in this tournament, of course. It had no picks at Blast. It had 2 picks at Fissure Playground where it lost both games. But now Ancient Apparition, 100% win rate, 3 picks. This is a hero that kind of got ignored at Fissure Playground, to be honest. At least from my perspective. You know, I could only cast as many games, but it only got picked 4 times. And it's already seeing a little bit more favor here. A hero that is maybe even replacing Jakiro a little bit in the tournament so far. Obviously, Jakiro getting a lot more bans, getting a little bit more focus. But I've been, you know, we just saw yesterday it got picked 3 times. What is it that teams are seeing with Ancient Apparition that is giving them a little bit more hope with this hero? Because I've heard at times that this hero can be weak.
It can be weak at times, and that time is usually the laning stage, right? In the lane, it can be overwhelmed by Chens, Enchantresses, heroes like Lycans. So if you see what you're playing into, like if you pick it late like they did, I think it's playable. I think heroes that bring most value from the support role at the moment are heroes with damage amp. And he brings you that. Like I would even say that in most games now you have enough catch, but you lack damage. Heroes are just way too tanky. So on this AA, you've got your Ice Vortex to work with. You've got your ult. Like even a tanky hero like Timbersaw does not feel that tanky. They banned out the Ursa and Monkey to protect him. But honestly, this could be like some cheese last pick for no one mid lane, and you put Storm on safe lane as well. You don't have to even play into the Ember. But we'll see, we'll see. Considering Satanic played it, that's all. I'm not the biggest fan of a Storm save, but it could be done.
I will say Storm against this lineup that Cobra's got with the Disruptor, Shadow Shaman, and now the Ember doesn't feel like the hero is going to be the one carrying the game. Just because I think there's a lot of options to lock this hero down. Start with an instant Hex, you throw a Static Storm, and you've got the Shackles. You go, Searing Chains. You've got a lot to lock down this Storm, so it definitely doesn't feel as though it's going to be that hero to at least from just the draft looking in. Doesn't feel like it's going to be the hero that's going to be carrying the game.
It doesn't if you look at it from the perspective of him getting gone on.
Yes.
But if you look at it from perspective of him going on you, then it's a very different story because he's got Nyx as well with him. A hero that can scout, set things up, and this is like a very deadly duo. You've actually a trio as well. Well, two duos. You have Nyx plus Storm or Nyx plus AA. These two combinations can kill almost anything on the map at any given point. So, yeah, I would agree. Absolutely, it's not the easiest Storm game for sure, but we'll see what they can do with him. Maybe a BKB down the line as well. This game is pretty damn good.
Could this be an Orchid Storm game?
Defensively. I think that build is kind of dead on him.
Is it? Damn. All right. You know what? I don't play many mid heroes. I just, I was hoping, I was praying that maybe I could say something smart about a mid hero.
Maybe you're right. I don't know. Like,
what makes it dead?
I think the other builds are just way more potent. Like Orchid is one item, one Manta, one Lotus.
Yeah,
it becomes a bit difficult. I mean, you could go for it. Usually, it's like some Kaya, Sange Witchblade. Like these kind of builds. That's what people tend to go for. Then down the line, you can get yourself some Hex if you need that extra cash. But they get the Jug. Natural
Manta builder. Speaking of Orchid,
5 seconds remaining.
Somebody
hard.
Yeah. Somebody's going to be very hard to kill if you're initiating on them with Orchid. Obviously, there are options of what you've been saying with the Nyx Assassin.
It's hard for Nyx as well. Like this is the kind of hero that you have to stun from invis. You can't you can't stun him with Vendetta and then stun.
Yeah, because he'll just Blade Fury, right?
Exactly. Most Chugs will just spin, and then even Storm jumping him. Let's say he does buy an Orchid. By the time you get on top of him, he's probably spinning as well. So I don't know. Like versus Ember, if I'm playing mid, I do like silences. So I wouldn't mind seeing that item picked up by someone. Their catch is definitely not as great as Cobra's. Cobra have like a very well-rounded draft right now, and you gotta find a way of last picking something that works well into the Jug and into the Timber. And we are looking at the man right here that will probably get his hero as last. Be careful, be careful. You should put the straw out. That's what my parents taught me.
You poke your eye out.
You can poke your eye out.
Yeah. My parents said the same thing. Had I poked my eye once or twice. This is now looking like Safe Lane Storm, right?
Safe Lane Storm.
Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. I like this. Now I'm interested to see what facet he goes. And it's going to be Agent of Galaron, which seems to be the main facet of... all right, Google on my phone, taking all my notes down. It seems to be the facet that Invoker mids go for. But I was thinking maybe there'd be a chance that it would be the... not Agent of Galaron. The names of the other two escape me at the moment.
It's fine. Like they've got so many agents running behind enemy lines. Looking at this PVision draft, it's like it's the way they are. Like it's their essence. Like this is the essence of this team. Like they pick some Storm first phase, they switch it up to Safe Lane. Massive global advantage for them, right? Like you've got every single hero here does something, some sort of thing in the global sense. You've got Stampede, Nyx that's always behind enemy lines anyway. You've got A with the ult, Invoker with the Sunstrike, Storm that can just zip in and out everywhere. So it's a very cool draft for them. Like if I didn't see the team names and if I was given these two drafts, I'd definitely rather play Team Cobra's draft. I think that it's way more stable, but that's what you usually hear about teams playing into PARIVISION, right? Like they have this cute normal draft and you're playing into PARIVISION. They have some Slark TB4 and you still lose. So I don't think this is going to be a easy one for Cobra.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes in the lanes. I mean, again, you're catching PARIVISION at an interesting moment, right? Where things could be odd for them, where things could be maybe honestly, you know, confidence-wise, a little bit down in the dumps. So maybe Cobra come out ahead.
Yeah, it's good. That could happen. Like you said, they did have a good W yesterday, Team Cobra. This is a team as well that has some hidden strats in their pocket as well. It's not only PARIVISION, so maybe they could even take the series if they manage to take this one and then pick something like the Huskar or whatever. So we'll see. A very interesting game ahead of us for sure, because this Storm Spirit last time I watched got absolutely obliterated. Maybe they can make it work this time around. And I'm speaking of the safe lane Storm, of course.
Yeah. I know I play Ancient Apparition differently than the trend of just going Bone Chill. Because I know the strength reduction's pretty decent. But I really do love exposure. It allows you to play greedier, in my opinion. But that's obviously, I'm not playing pro-style games, and I need to play a little bit greedier.
I don't think you're very wrong about that. I think like both are fine. Like you can go one or the other. This one is maybe a bit more, how to put it, like you're gonna have impact with this one no matter what, right? Like eventually, at least you're taking down those strength
They want to
points.
get vision on him and glimpse him real quick. For a second, it looked like they were gonna try and go on this Ancient Apparition and throw the glimpse on DM instead. They've got three heroes up here, but no glimpse.
Yeah, they messed up a bit. Like no, that glimpse, they weren't in position when they used it. They started, like you said, with the tri lane, and this is not an easy lane for Timber to be in, so he cannot approach the creeps. It's not the lane in which Timber can 1v2, I think. Another glimpse though.
They're gonna try and get a kill here on DM.
Can they? I think
he's quite tanky, but with three heroes here, a couple of blood grenades, fuel Blade Fury, they get that first blood.
Yep. The blood grenades did it for sure. It didn't look like they had the kill, but with the blood grenades for sure. They messed up the equilibrium down bottom. That's something I've gotta say. They didn't manage to keep it under the tower, which is why Timber should get maybe a last hit or two. Maybe. So far 0-0 for him.
Gonna be kind of annoying. Ooh. Little Sunstrike action for him. I don't know what it is about Sunstrike. It's one of the most satisfying hit spells. Obviously, it's a skill shot. Maybe it's also the build-up with the sound. But as an observer outside the game, it's pretty cool. I like it.
Everyone likes the Sunstrike until you get hit by it like 4 times in a row, like I did last night.
You done casting, you're just like, oh god, dude, I can't get away from this goddamn Sunstrike.
I played versus Windrunner and Invoker. I was just getting power shotted and sounds yeah.
With kill shot? Oh god.
Yeah. They're truly just tri-laning top, by the way.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. You don't see true tri-lanes that much anymore, if at all, honestly.
Is the idea like Timber? I mean, look, like, at least go bot and creep skip for this man. I'd rather have a weak Centaur than a weak Timber. He might die again. Blood grenade. Any tails? Sunstrike.
No Sunstrike, but still so much damage coming at Pike, and Sunstrike is available.
They're gonna kill the Khalis at least.
Yeah, Blade Fury on top of him. He'll cold feed El Micho. And Amisha will walk out of the range of that. They get that kill over in the top lane. Again, you are just kind of forcing Timber to sit with one last hit. And Timber is one of those heroes that just takes over games. So are you more confident in having Jug getting a little bit more farm, but splitting the experience 3 ways? Or are you,
I don't think this is value for Cobra, honestly.
It's almost, it feels like it's fake, right? Oh, you're Cobra, you're getting these kills, you're happy with what you're seeing in front of you, but the reality of the situation is maybe it's not that great.
Well, maybe if they get Centaur a couple of more times, because he's got 4 lasted.
Searing Chains and Cold Snap. Dark Mago, he doesn't have level 6. They're going to place down this ice wall as Dark Mago is going to go down to both these heroes. They'll give it over to no one just under the tower. That Fairy Fire won't matter, and that's a good rotation for the Ancient Apparition. Now it feels even worse top. Like, yeah, again, you aren't dominating that lane. He is 4-0 on that Centaur. You now lost your mid, and you've lost that Timber once, and you might lose him again. Sunstrike is queued up and ready, and that will land. Pyke will end up dying, and no one's got himself another kill as he's going into that early Midas.
Yeah, he got baited by the premium creep. You know, the premium creep was the last hit there, the flag bearer. So he got baited, he went for it, he dies for it. Well, Jug is doing really well. 26 lasted, 14 denies. He's chilling, of course. He's been tri-lane, so, or he has the tri-lane in his favor. I really like the Nyx Storm combo, by the way, because Nyx is a weak laner and Storm is pretty damn good if he has just someone in front. So he gets activated quite a bit by 9 class.
Amisha came over mid, placed down a sentry, and that's pretty much all he's done. Centaur's gonna continue to farm. He's gonna solo farm while Ducalis is going to stack this outer rim.
They're moving the Shadow Shaman bottom now, so Michael is here, but maybe they can go on Storm.
They could go on Storm. He's alone. Nyx Assassin's not going to be here. Sunstrike, though, to put some damage on a Pyke, and now they're going to try and turn this 9 class coming over. Thinking about who to go for. Stun lands onto the Shadow Shaman. If he can body block him, he might not get back home, but Satanic doesn't want to commit to that completely. Ducalis is going to be around. They don't have another stun, and Satanic hasn't gotten into the Vortex, so any cold feet action that they think that they're going to land isn't really going to do much for them. And he'll go and Timber Chain away.
You could see how tanky that Storm was. Like, he's got a range drop, double nully, 10 magic wand charges. He was a difficult kill to make. Meanwhile, Centaur top chilling, creep skipping. You know, all he has to do is combine a bunch of these waves, and then even if he gets glimpsed away from them, he will be able to farm. But you gotta be careful not to lose too much HP.
DM. I don't know how much he cares about these, right? Because he could have got that courier.
Yeah, eventually you start caring because he might be dead here. Like, he's actually dead.
If he had this helmet of the Iron Will, this would have been better for him. But yeah, eventually he will die.
He cares about the right clicks. There's not a lot of armor on him without the helm, of course.
Satanic in the area. By the way, this Timber's gone 1-2-1, and we've been seeing a lot of Timbers just go 4-0-2.
It completely depends on the lane. I feel like even the 1 point in armor, this lane is kind of whatever. It's okay-ish, but like you're playing into Storm, his damage is going to be very magical, let's put it that way. So the armor won't help you too much, but it's fine.
No stealing of the shrines. Looked like they were going to set up to try and steal that shrine eventually. Meanwhile, Centaur, he does have stacks to go for eventually.
Yeah, not a lot. He's got some like double camp, hard camp on the left side and double camp in the so-called triangle or whatever it is now area.
Yeah, he's got 2 double stacks on that outer rim and then 1 stack in the triangle. Or the line, whatever you want to call it these days. Not a triangle.
It's a hexagon, right? Like with all the stair entrances. Almost.
It's like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sides, 7 sides almost. Septagon. I don't even know if that's right.
That's right. I think so.
They're invading? No, they're not going to commit to that. It looked like they might invade on that one.
There is nothing to invade, honestly. This is worth it.
Yeah, they were going to try and get a kill or something, but... Meanwhile, Timber, he's making his own stacks, trying to get himself some decent farm, as he sits close to where the Disruptor is in net worth. But so does the Centaur. Like, there's almost no difference between 3 and 4s currently.
They're taking it, by the way. They did invade. The massive Blade Fury for the double stack.
Ooh, yeah.
The Timber stack is kind of bigger. It's like a quad stack, I think, or a triple. Triple at least.
Well, they might steal it, though.
He's got 6 now. He's going to go for it, for sure.
Tornado, Meteor, and a ball lightning in. That's a dead Timber. Good kill there for the side of PARIVISION. Shackles aren't really going to do much. They will have the Ember, but Sunstrike's coming in. Michael's going to be in trouble, and he's just alive. Ball lightning looking to get this kill and secure it. Glimpse back to where he once was, right by Parker. Blade Fury on him. Steering Chains locks him up. That's going to be a dead Satanic.
Okay, this is giving Parker a lot. He's going to have a damn good game. Maybe
Quick Battle Fury.
As well.
Ooh, now 9 class caught, and if Parker gets this too, which he will, he's got Battle Fury. 9-minute Battle Fury is insane.
This is the kind of a game that you want if you're Jug, for sure. And this is what I feel like most pub Jugs expect. They expect to be babysat with 2 heroes. He did a good use out of it. Let's put it that way. For sure. Getting the Battle Fury.
Not even naked Battle Fury too. It's Battle Fury with treads and wands. So it's not like it's this like fake record. What was the Gleipnir? It was what, a 12-minute Gleipnir on Parker?
Something like that.
I have the sticker on my water bottle. But comes back now on 9 class, and he is dead to the Omni Slash.
That's
another kill.
Back to back. They gotta stop entering this octagon next to the Juggernaut, because they're feeding him. Like, he kills the creeps, then he kills the hero, then he goes back to farming. Like, he just got like 3k net worth in like 2 minutes.
He really
Guys,
did.
Relax.
Entering the octagon, by the way. JDM losing to Ankalaev. Ankalaev?
I can't believe it. I can't believe that happened. I also
he got ragdolled.
No idea.
Too.
I also have no idea who they are, as I don't watch it. But man, I can't believe that happened. I'm honestly shocked.
Sounds like our mic testing. Double Chakram thrown in, and they've got Almisho thrown in a Thunderstrike for your troubles. Satanic. He's fine. 9 class, not level 6 at this point. A little bit unfortunate for him. He's not able to really be that eyes for the side of PARIVISION. The one having a good game right now, though, is No One. Or, well, he's having an okay game. Storm's actually pretty farmed, but not as farmed as Parker with a Battle Fury at 9 minutes.
I mean, Parker has a ridiculously good game, right, so far. So Storm is doing well. And I think you'll be surprised by the amount of farm that this guy gets on Storm. Just keep an eye out. He has no real accelerant, right, on Storm. I mean, Kaya is your accelerant. And he just farms around, at least in the previous games that I have watched, he just farms the river area around bottom and the safe lane waves, and that's it.
So 9 class hits that 6, immediately goes into this outer ring for Cobra's side, looking for something. But again, we talked about it. Jug is not the kind of hero that you can go and start off with the Vendetta hit. You might need to stun him, and they've got the vision. We'll see. He goes for it, gets it, and that's the kill. Ooh, meanwhile, Michael killing Ducalis. I'll happily eat those words. As 9 class able to get the stun off in time. No Blade Fury. A little surprised.
You know what? Like, mid lane, No One. probably is fine here, right? Like they Vestal him, but there's
He's got Rod of
no
Atos
follow-up.
now.
That's a cool build, by the way. You don't see it way too often, but when you need some extra catch, it's not too bad.
It'll certainly let you hit the
Stun strikes.
stun strikes, or just have follow up to like Vendetta stun, or even allow him to get the Vendetta hit out, right? Like you, Rod of Atos, start Vendetta stun. That extra layer is always nice. So let me just reiterate what you said. Extra layer of stun is good in a little bit more wording.
It's fine. I appreciate
You're right, Lizard.
the color you added.
The flare. I zhuzhed it up a little bit.
You just did for sure.
Smoke used here by Cobra. And we'll see what they can get out of this. They haven't stopped no one. He's 4-0. Meanwhile, you know, now Parker's 5-1. But I'm not really concerned about his game at all. He's still having a really good game. He's not been stopped dramatically. And if they can really slow down Invoker, that's going to feel pretty good. He does have this Midas, so it's not going to be too hurtful to him. He bought out on this point booster. He wants to get this Ags. They've got the Vision. They go to the Glimpse. They've got the Static Storm. The Tornado thrown in, but it's not going to land on anybody. So no one's going to be dead here, even with the Stampede coming in. Ice Blast just a little bit late on that.
Oh,
X-Jackal, Dust, and they have caught themselves 9 class. 2-man stun stops the Timber Chain. And he's starting to run away, but he's got no help from anybody, so he is eventually dead to Pyke, who finishes him off.
nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He had to kill to stay alive, so it couldn't.
Damn.
It couldn't work there.
Some nasty rhymes right there.
That's Iron Maiden, by the way. When I was a kid, I was a fan.
Could have just said it was an original. A Lizard original, you know?
For sure, for sure. I'm surprised I managed to recall that. I was 14.
Tried for the TP, now the Glimpse. Cobra's starting to move around the map, and we have talked about this positioning where you're a team that's kind of behind and you're losing yourself out, but Ice Blast not going to land. Sunstrike and the damage there, not enough to kill off Parker, and you're starting to lose out on where you're able to farm on the map. Eventually, Satanic's going to have this BKB, and that's when he's going to be able to rumble.
Yeah, let's see, let's see. I feel like it is helpful to get the BKB, but you tend to wait on it a little bit, you know, not insta-use it, and there's still some chance for a Hex to happen, especially because he's almost got a blink on Michael. I know these items are beautiful that we're watching, but 200 gold away from the blink. Not too bad, 15 minutes in.
Jug doesn't go to the Manta, by the way. Had the Yasha queued up with the Manta, now goes Sanjin Yasha instead.
Okay, not too
He
bad.
continues to accelerate on his form. It's insane.
Stats resistance as well. It's always spooky when you go for the no Manta build. Because then some of those silences can wreck you, but they don't have silences on the other side.
How rare status resistance is these days. Remember when it was all the rage?
It was also 25%. So
Well, it was on a lot more things.
yeah.
Or it existed a lot more throughout the universe, right? So this is going to be Ag's Cataclysm. And it's good damage, don't get me wrong, but do they have the lockdown and do they have the ability to hold these heroes for Cataclysm to make much of a difference?
I mean, you're gonna have, like, let's say a double Sunstrike or Cataclysm into a spinning Jug if he tries to spin TP or something like that. So it's a lot of damage still, right? Like, you can use it on any target that Nyx goes on, but you're absolutely right. They don't have your classic combo for it. Like, you don't have your Faceless Void or Mars Arena into it. It's not going to be very reliable of a spell. He's got the Atos. I wonder if he even commits into full Gleipnir eventually. But I love how people are just trying to find ways to activate this Invoker from the mid lane. Because like, he bought an Atos. Did it help him a lot this game?
No.
Not really, right, so far. And this was supposed to be that item that makes you playable in the mid game. makes your hero playable.
Haven't really felt the big combos here. Haven't felt 9 class really put out with that Vendetta and get kills. He had a couple, but overall, I thought this was going to be more, hey, I'm picking off the supports, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's supposed to be that way, but so far they've been unsuccessful. And honestly, Shadow Shaman's big ward, like Serpent Ward, is doing a lot.
Stampede used, and he's going to run away. Nyx Assassin with the Vendetta. Does get out. Spirit Vessel charge wasted on him. Not that makes much of a difference.
They're losing a tier 2 though. Like,
Yeah.
This ward is uncontested.
This Jug is uncontested. He's got almost 13,000 net worth. Like, he is so far ahead. He's got the gold for a Blink Dagger if he wants it, but there's definitely a conversation to be had in which you just go for the axe. You're that close to it.
He might just complete the axe. He might go for the blink depending on how the game goes. Top lane, they'll have a glimpse. Ooh, and he does. So I think he got zoned by the meatball, basically. Like, even if he wanted to, he couldn't go in.
Unfortunate.
Radiant are scanning.
Have this Helm the Dominator creep, this Croaker. And
Yeah, what's
Tundra
crazy?
looking for a Blink Dagger too.
With all the map control that they've taken, like a tier 2 as well, and the fact that Jug is having such a crazy game, there's still a slight lead for PARIVISION in net worth. Like the Midas on Invoker working overtime, the Storm as well has a BKB now, but the Storm is the surprising factor. Like, he's got just so much out of the map.
Storm's got a lot, and he's now going into the Parasma straight up. By the way, Jug did elect to go for the Ags. He's going to be sending the courier over to the secret shop after he picks up his 3 components. And so he'll show on that, showing that he's going to be going for that Ags.
Is under attack.
He elected the Axe Scepter.
Yes.
You made it sound so formal. I like it.
The votes are tallied, and they
No
they
votes-
have all
no votes were
elected.
stolen?
Yeah.
No stolen votes?
No. Not on this.
Hey,
He's also
ult
going to
top,
go
by
and
the
get the
way.
Torm. So Shard now for
Hey,
this.
ult. Shadow
Shadow
Shaman.
Shaman. Oh. All right. Goodbye. And even committing Cataclysm. I think if you wanted that to be effective, you might have wanted that to go maybe a little bit earlier.
Yeah, they knew the
Gotta be
timing
toast?
more or less.
Cold Feet and the Remnant away.
It's just not enough. Like,
It's close. It's damn close. Oh, Satanic was looking. Knew where the Remnant was, or assumed where the Remnant was. Obviously, didn't
Nice
know
play.
exactly where it was. Static Storm, Shackles connected, looking for the hoof stomp, but steps into the Static Storm and gets silenced before he's able to get it off. They go to the Stampede, they've got the Tornado and the Cold
Hey,
Feet.
no
That
way.
freezes over Pike, and this Invoker survives.
very good Stampede. Oh, Nyx. Hey, ult.
These AA ults have not been landing, minus the one that just killed the Shadow Shaman.
Okay, this A ult would have landed if Nyx initiated on Timber, but he didn't want to. This one was not on him. Yeah. They have.
But now you don't have it. You know it's been thrown. You know they don't have AA ult. So how do you contest this Roshan? And that Sunstrike Cataclysm's on cooldown for another 10 seconds.
It's a very short cooldown on A ult, right? Like it's 60 seconds at this point, so you have to be quick.
Oh, Jesus. Michael is in. Michael is out. They killed him like a smooth criminal. Ripped his life away.
It's not really an easy rush for them.
Ooh, lands that stun. Cataclysm! Gonna drop down now. They got the Vortex on a Parker. Dark Mago just obliterated, and now they're looking for the Ice Blast. They'll lead him. Omni? No, that was just the Swift Slash, and that might mean he dies. Now he goes into the Omni. He's trying to avoid taking the damage from Ice Blast and shattering, but DM is there. They'll use that double edge and get the kill.
definitely a good trade for them, right? Like they could have maybe gotten even both of those if Lotus was just a little bit quicker. Lotus was used post Omni Slash, so it didn't really do a lot by DM. A lot of damage dished out by Jug. But the trade is, of course, very good for PARIVISION. You kill the Shadow Shaman at the beginning, then you get the Jug, then you get the Ember, you lose the Nyx. Pure damage always comes in handy, of course, by that Cataclysm. And you know what? Like, maxed out Carapace is maybe all the control that they need. Impale, maxed out Carapace, it lasts. You have some talents as well that you can use to get even more control, so not too shabby.
Ice Blast leading, and if it was Omni Slash, he would have kept bouncing and he doesn't get hit, but instead Swift Slash to start, gets hit by Ice Blast, almost guaranteeing his death there, but DM's right on him and they get that kill anyway.
I think
so all of a sudden, Satanic almost has Parasma. Sorry about that.
No. Like he's been farming really well. Like considering how early the Jug's Battle Fury, like too many Butterflies, Blade Furies, Battle Furies this game. But how fast it was, like Storm has been keeping up. And this is a hero, of course, that does farm fast. The only question is, does he scale as hard? And maybe he does.
Ice Blast again. They've got the Host Stomp. Don't even need the Ice Blast. That Cataclysm runs through. Tornado EMP. Pike's not going to have much mana, and the Cold Feet, he's going to freeze over. Ducalis is going to get that one. They also killed Michael.
I think Collapse on you so damn quickly.
And now they're in the rush.
If you're out of position, you're as good as that. They have 30 seconds to take it, though. They probably can with the Foot Spirit. Yeah, they definitely
for sure. Satanic already thinking towards that Hex. Double Mystic Staff. Tiara of Salamene. Blink Dagger now for Jug. Makes me wonder, was Sanjin Yasha the right call?
It doesn't look that great at the moment, but I'm not sure that the Manta would have done a huge difference to him. The only different thing that you get from Manta, of course, is the fact that you can just pop it and go back, push out the lanes with it. So that would be helpful.
PARIVISION starting to pull away. They've got a 7,000 net worth lead. They'll go towards top. Maybe trying to find some of these heroes, as Nyx Assassin was the one trying to get some vision here and get some information. They dust. It does not hit 9 class. They thought they had him, but now they do.
Maybe.
Now he was under a sentry. They caught him. Cataclysm flying in, though. And all of a sudden, they look to turn this around onto Michael, but don't get that kill. The Ice Blast going to be off the mark, not landing on anybody. That sentry, unfortunately, for 9 class, is going to run out now, but was alive long enough where he got the vision on him.
Yeah, is that really fortunately? Like, probably unfortunately. It didn't run out just a little bit earlier, but yeah, that's the life of Nyx. Sometimes
live
you
by
just
the
get
invis,
caught.
die by the invis.
Pretty much. That's the life he chose. BKB, by the way, queued up on the Invoker as well. So we're gonna have that Hex that we mentioned on Storm Spirit as their next item, the one catch item from the Storm as well that he can get. And Nyx goes in again.
Storm, by the way, hasn't used this BKB. He's had it for a while. Hasn't needed to use it yet.
What he has used is the gem, though. Like, he's been clearing the map off of the sentries, which is
good for Nyx.
Pretty damn good. Yeah, very good for 9 class. Like, if you look at the map,
appreciative.
How many sentries do we have? We have an Obs sentry down bottom by Michael. We have one Obs in the river, and that's it. Actually, another one next to the Rush Pit. Okay, that one.
But for the most part, in the major areas that you're going to be farming, there isn't, you know, the coverage that they would like.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's kind of free to roam.
Huh. I'm looking at Ducalis' items, or what he's got queued up. He's got the bottle queued up.
By the way, Bcop, not one troll, creature of the depths, nor spirit bound in drowning skeep, nor Maelron the tentacular shall rest till seas gem comes to sleep. Just so you know.
A lot of gunpowder gauntlets. Sorry, I didn't know how to react to that. I was just lost.
What do you mean lost? That's the description of gem, by the way.
All right.
Some items have like the best, like longest poems and stuff, and some items have this is the axe. That's it. Active chop tree, destroy a tree. Very nice.
They need to get some more flair with some of these items. Like, what does Parasma even said? Warning, there is no antidote if picked up by the wrong end.
I mean, it's kind of good.
I mean, that's kind of all right. You know what? I'll give that to Parasma.
It's not bad. The charlatan wizard Murden, only true contribution to the arcane arts.
Damn.
Damn, throwing some shade.
Yeah, catching strays over here. Holy hell.
He didn't deserve this. Smoke is pretty useful. Charlatan wizard.
Some of them have like short descriptions, some of them really long, like when you get Skywrath Mage to do the full prediction when you say predict game with him. Dude, it goes on for hours. That Skywrath, you know, from the Ghastly Eerie.
Mm-hmm.
It like almost tilted me to start the game. I was playing Skywrath, I pressed predict. He was talking for like 10 minutes. I was like, all right, dude. We're good. Please. I'm ready to play. Like, let me just play this.
These smoke
Meanwhile,
things. These smoke things, by the way. The charlatan wizard.
ooh. Anybody gonna get caught here? DM, he just lost his courier that had shard on it. Like, not gonna be touched at the moment. Ice blast. This is with shard, so that means that'll put him up with cold feet there too. So they get both supports. A well-placed ice blast. And 9 class trying to find somebody. He's getting all the information they need to go in for this. But there is that Obs Sentry combo, and they probably saw him kind of scuttle nearby.
They did get Orchid, by the way, on Storm. So like he was queuing up a Hex, but he goes Orchid because there's like not a single item on Jug that stops it. When you see a Jug not buying a Manta or anything defensive, like of course you're gonna buy Orchid. Why the hell not? You're gonna buy a Bloodthorn as well. Yeah, no Lotus. They have a pipe, but Timbersaw is going for a BKB next. These two supports, probably not the best Lotus bearers as well. Look at that. Might go on him still.
Ice blast. Freezes him, and he just Blade Furies away.
9 class did not believe. He went
He
back.
did buy that bottle. Ancient Apparition did buy that bottle.
I mean, your mid laner doesn't have it, right? Like, why the hell not? Just get the bottle, make sure that you have runes as well. He gave it to Storm.
Man, what a good support. That better not become the expectation in my pubs. I'd be kind of mad.
It was for a while, if you remember, like supports were buying a bottle mid, like for a short while. It happened. We've been there.
I swear I remember that.
It didn't last for long, thank God. Another Charlatan Wizard smoke.
Right into the Vendetta, blink forward, dusting. A lot of dusting. They're trying to find this Nyx Assassin. Swift Slash, Ice Blast lands on 2. Cold Feet comes over them, and now they get the kill into Michael. They'll look over as 9 class is going to die trying to TP out there. Satanic dominating, blink in with the hoof stop. Cataclysm dropping down. Omni Slash, and goes over to the Ancients. Drops them off. What a move by DM. Left him at the daycare. They get that kill on El Micho, and down goes Dark Mago.
That was the coolest drop-off that I have seen of the Omni Slash. Usually people kind of, you know, like, you can see some erratic moves. He literally just, here you go. Play with them. Play with the Ancients. Play with the kids of your own size.
I want to play with you guys yet. Well, go over there.
Go over there. You can play with us later. It looked so smooth, by the way, that's all. But, yeah, the Lotus was good. The stun from Nyx was kind of good. He does die in the end. Didn't manage to, of course, stun before the spin. And then this drop-off. Beautiful. Oh, there you go. Bye-bye.
It just looks so smooth. Like, thanks for hanging out. Let me just, you know, push you off on somebody else.
It's like when you have to take care of someone's kid and they finally get back home. Here you go.
Just take him. Me as an uncle these days, I'm like, all right, I brought him to the park. He's tired. Just here. He'll go to bed.
El Micho. Yes, it's playing here. So
Ooh, Ice Blast Cataclysm flying in. Static Storm. And now Nyx Assassin helps to get that kill on a pike as El Micho threw the Static Storm on, but can't really do much about it initially. We do have that glimpse. They have a Hex. And they get the kill in a 9 class, but he didn't get a kill into the Timber Saw, so that's worth it.
he's got Blink. He had Static Storm, but it's so hard to react in time. Like, it's very difficult to just insta jump in, Static Storm prevent the initiation. And there you go, your
in
kid.
Trouble. Yeah.
Honestly, I think they're also surprised. Like, just seeing this build, I don't think he planned on initially on buying Orchid, but why the hell not? If the enemy carry is gonna get killed by it. Now he queues up Manta, by the way. Minute 35.
Technically, you can just disassemble, right?
Yep.
So you have that, but I almost feel like you've given up the lead that you had on Jug, and it's too little too late.
Yeah, 20k lead is... I would agree. I would agree that maybe it is a bit too late. The idea isn't bad, right? Like tanking yourself up, you're playing into A and X. Of course, Manta isn't going to do as much. Storm.
Oh, El Micho, by the way, losing his, I don't know if it's going to matter. Losing his courier. Not going to be the full Ags anyway, but it was his point booster. They do end up getting pulse supports, and I really like the targeting coming through from PARIVISION, understanding that, hey, you know what? Shadow Shaman's going to die anyway. He's got Ice Blast on him. It doesn't matter if he goes and foul plays. He's dead anyway. Let's go for the other support and make sure we get everything out of this.
No one is still in, by the way. He's got the BKB to work with. He's
Not a lot of mana to play with, but he's fine. Dark Mago's dead. No one gets that kill. He's going to be forced to buy back. He'll Remnant forward, and they do get the kill into no one. Parker gets it with the Swift Slash. Remnant again, and they will find Satanic. So the buyback ends up being worth some value here.
Absolutely. They saved the game by doing that. Look, I gotta say, PARIVISION, this play, it wasn't very careful. Let's put it that way, to say the least. Like, Invoker had almost no mana. He didn't even have mana to use Hex. He still stays on high ground hits. It was a nice debate, but one that punishes them in the end, and they might lose Rosh for it too. They probably will, unless they maybe A ult and mix Vendetta in from the side.
Yeah, they've got the scans, so they know what's going on. They're sending in an Ice Blast now, and that's going to land the Parker and Michael. That might even deter them a little bit. It's going to send Michael out of the pit. They've got the Healing Ward that's not doing much of anything, but Nyx Assassin's going to come over, and they've got a sentry right on the pit in both spots now, so he can't walk in.
He can't.
This will be ages for Parker.
They lost the gem as well, by the way. Keep that in mind, which is pretty bad for Nyx.
Yeah, it's on Ember.
2 gems, right? 1 on Timber, 1 on Ember. They really want to double down on catching the Nyx. Or not being caught by Nyx, at least.
That fight wasn't 95 seconds ago, was it? It was longer than that. Maybe it was. I'm looking at Centaur, and his BKB was on cooldown, or coming off cooldown now. So I was wondering if he had used it outside of the fight by accident. Trying to get the timing right in my head. But I assume it was probably back end of the fight he ends up using it.
Mm-hmm. The last seconds, probably.
Yeah. Now Parker's got the extra Omni Slash. He'll put some gems down on the ground. And I believe, yeah, Shadow Shaman's Courier's got it. Hands on, so they only need 1 gem out and about. But you have that 20k lead, you give it the gem, you give it the Aegis, and now you've got Parker at level 25 back towards the top of the net worth. And all of a sudden, there's, you know, that little bit of blood in the water, and our Cobra is going to be...
I'm not really sure.
Or are they going to be sharks?
I'm. There's still going to be snakes, I think. There's still going to be Cobras. I'm not sure how well Cobras do in water, by the way, but...
Some snakes can swim.
Some can, yeah. Every time I see Cobra, I see it like dancing to a flute or something.
I mean, if you're a snake charmer, that's pretty sweet. That's pretty cool. Get a Cobra to come out of the basket. And you know, I've seen the movie Anaconda as well.
Did you see
Big
the
snakes
snakes
that can
on the
hide
plane?
in the water. I have seen those snakes on a plane. Thank God that doesn't happen in real life. Although, if there were snakes on the plane, I'd have to drop the I've had it with these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane. Before we end up, you know, getting bitten.
I think it's by the law that you have to say that
Yeah,
line.
if there's ever a snake on your plane, that's what you have to say, yes.
Yeah.
Or you could do the cable version, censored version. I've had it with these Monday to Friday snakes on this monkey flying plane. There's a very censored version of that line, though it was on regular cable TV. Smoke used. These charlatans looking for a play-in. Not exactly going to find it. Meanwhile, Elmisho, I like what he's doing. He's trying to farm up this Ags, but they have found themselves Pike. Nix's accident has actually been found himself. Get the kill in a 9 class. They'll look for Michael. Stampede, Tornado, landing on 2, and they're going to bail from this fight.
Yeah, they didn't manage
BKB
to...
Lotus, and they're out of here. But they're going to try and leave, and Dark Mago might just find somebody. He had a remnant to try and move forward and throw some searing chains out there.
They didn't manage to combo them down. If you can't combo them down with Nyx, like, you're not winning a fight. So, disengage was decent. They do lose the Nyx Assassin, of course, at the end. The BKB prop...
Ooh, heck. They've caught themselves Parker. He's got an Aegis, though. How do you react to him losing his first life? That's really the question. Dark Mago, BKB, trying to get a kill into Ducalis, or anybody, really. Remnant back end. He'll try to get out of this. He's thinking a decent amount of damage, and he'll end up using that Spirit Vessel. The Ice Blast going to be off the mark.
He caught Parasma by the wrong end, so he took a lot of damage, but...
Yeah. Blink in, Hex. Serpent Ward, and just jumping on a DM, throwing down that Omni Slash. They go to the Static Storm. They call themselves a Storm Spirit. They've got the Swift Slash. They get the kill. All of a sudden, showing off this Aghanim Scepter that Disruptor just picked up. Stampede. Can they stop his TP? No, they can't. Ice Wall's down. Cold Snap on a Pike. They get the kill on El Misho. Stun from 9 class. That's going to be a dead Timbersaw. 9 class getting the triple kill, and the buyback's not available on 3 of these heroes.
It still feels just so much easier to play Few Radiant, even with all the throws that have happened in the last, like, 5 minutes. I think that their draft just, at this point in the game, has so much firepower that, like, yeah, you use your Static Storm, it's cute, you get a kill or 2, but the pick-off potential on the other side is just absolutely ridiculous. Nyx Assassin 9 class, you just saw, he just sets a lot of things up very easily. And he's got his jump back.
They have that secondary gem, right?
X?
X. And back. They tried. Michael's still there. Thought maybe they would Take a bit of a more aggressive move. Ooh, Cataclysm, I say that. Now Blade Fury, 9 class on the run. Stampede, MOUZ picks him up in the cart. Now they've got the glimpse back, pulls him right out of the cart. Gets pulled out of his car GTA style. But they've got that Hex, the cold snap on a Parker. And he's still able to back up. They're not going to go any further on this.
I wasn't sure what the interaction actually was, so I'm happy to see this. I'm glad I witnessed the glimpse from the cart.
As you say, with a mouthful of silver spray paint.
Witness me.
Did they lose both gems?
Yeah. The other one is on AA.
Oh,
he's got
damn!
it.
I was like, oh yeah, you've got backup gem, and you know now you don't.
He's buying refresher on AA, by the way. Have you ever done that? I know that you play a lot of AA. You know the interaction is, yeah, it's kind of dumb though because you have to use the first one completely. Like you have to. It's kind of hard to. If you're far from the fight, it's hard to utilize. Let's put it that way.
Right. Get that ice blast with the shard, and then a double ice blast with shard feels pretty good though.
If
I
you're
like
close,
it as, yeah, if you're close, it's great. Especially when I'm usually playing. Of course, I've got exposure because I'm not good at the game. But double level 3 ice blast cold feet exposure is like a big AoE that can be really disruptive to fights the second time around. Just instantly a bunch of stacks on Death Rhyme, you know?
No, absolutely. Like once you get to this refresher, the game feels like it's on you to win it. If you have your double ult properly on AA, you're almost taking the game by yourself. And he's got the refresher, by the way. The courier is flying out of him.
So there's that refresher, and there's that stun onto El Micho. They get the kill, the Vortex pulling him back, and the Meteors are down. The BKB is going to be popped. They go to the Cataclysm. They're trying to get the Ice Blast to land. It hits Parker, so he's out of the fight for the moment. They're still trying to get their hands on a Dark Mago. Did he refresh? He did not yet. Lincoln's Bloodthorn, and now just bouncing around with the Omni Slash and the Swift Slash. Ice Blast flying in a second time, but this one's going to be off the mark, so now refresher, a little bit of a waste.
X
Shackles, but Bloodthorn killed off Gone after he ends up coming back to form from foul play. BKB's with that cart pulling out the Storm Spirit, but a Remnant forward into the stun of 9 class. They already got the kill on Michael. No one's in by himself. He needs a little bit of help. The Remnant back from Dark Mago. They get the kill on no one. They'll take out this Invoker. Might be time to pull the ripcord here for the side of PARIVISION. As they will back away.
I had to laugh because AAU, like, if you look at his ulti, right? Like, his ulti is on a 40-second cooldown. The refresher is on a 180-second cooldown. His Ice Blast was 10 seconds away.
Yeah,
and he refreshed it.
I saw that too. Ice Blast flies across the bow of Parker. Abyssal Blade reflected with the Lotus. You need to be careful about where you're stepping, but they go to the Static Storm. They will get this kill on a 9 class. And now 2 heroes are dead. And yeah, you said it. You said gem?
They forgot it. Courier is flying out. Like, it's gonna be picked up. Like, they saved the gem.
Bought a gem on Shadow Shaman. Did he sell that immediately? Surely he did, right? Yeah, okay.
Well, they didn't pick up the one from Nyx. That's what I meant. Like, he actually rescued it with the courier, so it's back in his base.
Maybe he will want to buy that gem. I'm a little shocked that went that way. Ice Blast flying in, hits on 3. Still without 2 of these heroes, though. They'll get disarmed. And now they'll buy back on the Nyx Assassin. They're not going to buy back on the Invoker, and the side of Cobra are going to bail from the pit. Ball Lightning in, not finding anybody. Lotus Orb just in case. They smoke up. Charlatans searching with their smoke. Who can they find? Who can they step up on? Blink's going to be forward there. From Parker, Bloodthorn hit him. Now they've got the hoofs off the damage coming in with a meteor. He's already dead. 100 seconds though. Buyback Parker winning with the rest of his team far away. They take out the Jug. Everybody in the grave behind him. Nowhere for them to go. as Dark Mago has to rend it away, but they lose both supports in a heartbeat. Parker went in, trying to get it done, but Bloodthorn Hoof Stomp was more than enough to make sure that he ends up dead very quickly.
And you know why it was so good? Because Nyx Assassin broke their back. Like, he just completely stopped anyone else from going together with the jump. Like, he catches the Shadow Shaman, the Carapace was good. He literally entertained 4 heroes while Jock was dying in the Octagon. So, unfortunate for Parker.
Calling it this Octagon. Standing in at 185 pounds in the red corner. Go for the bottom set of racks, look to get these mega creeps. Nice blast flying in. He's got Refresher.
Don't you
missed
like,
once, you could miss twice.
Mega creeps.
He did
AC,
refresh. He is throwing it in.
Flying.
Ice Blast flying in, Bloodthorn's there. Cataclysm, and the Ice Blast will go all the way to the fountain and only actually hits El Micho. They're going to buy back on Dark Mago. Tornado flies in, lands on 3. Dark Mago is going to be into the Static Storm that they place on Satanic. And there's the Meteor with the Gleipnir, the Deafening Blast, the damage coming in. They get the kill on El Micho. They'll look over for Michael as he's going to be foul playing inside the fountain. They'll go for the throne. Still trying to hold out for Parker to come back into this one. He'll go to the Swift Slash now. The Omni Slash is going to be bouncing around into no one. They get the kill on the Invoker. He's got buyback. They take out the Aegis. They're going to have Satanic coming back. They get the kill on Michael. He's going to be dead. He has buyback. He'll come back into the fight. But the Hex lands. Deafening Blast. It's there. 9 Class with the stun. They get the kill on Dark Mago. Their look over as Michael's going to be foul playing and still alive for the moment. But he ends up falling to Satanic. Ult's going to be off the mark. Doesn't land. Oh, does land. That clipped. It didn't look like it was going to clip. Not going to matter anyway. The throne explodes. PARIVISION finally take game number 1.
Yeah, what a crazy game. Like, is it really crazy? It's like a PARIVISION game, right? Like, what a PARIVISION game. Let's put it that way. Just another one of their drafts where, like, we have seen the Storm on safe lane from them. It's not the first time, but this is the first time, at least for me, that I have watched it succeed. All the other times that I have seen their Storm safe lane, it didn't really work. And all the other times amount to a total of 1 game, by the way. So, unfortunate for Team Cobra. I think they put up a pretty good fight. Like, they had some nice plays. The Disruptor Ags did come online eventually, and it almost turned the game for them. But it's so difficult to play against this kind of a trap. Like, even when you get an advantage, like, you can't split on the map. Like, you can't feel free to do whatever you want to with any of your heroes, because a single Nyx Assassin, if he scouts you, you're dead. Like, every single hero combos with him. Like, just literally everything. And the itemization as well by PARIVISION. Like, the Gleipnir AC in Walker, not something you see every single game, but working out pretty damn well for no one and the boys. And I was surprised for one thing only, that there was no Agnins in Storm, like, considering you have got this Cataclysm by the Invoker, but I guess you didn't really need it. And of course, the item of the match, the Mighty Refresher on the AA.
Yeah, it did a lot of work there.
So much work.
I think the gems were pretty important. You know, it felt like they kind of switched hands a couple times. It makes it so 9 Class can kind of get out there and do a little bit more and be active, especially in that last fight there where they didn't have any gems and they weren't able to be the MOUZ for Josh Staffy and Uncut Gems. But, you know, they end up having 9 Class doing a lot. Ice Blast flying through. So this last Ice Blast that flies in, I don't know if we're going to see it in the highlights. I didn't think hit them, but it felt really kind of weird. But at the end of the day, I mean, they're just farming them in Fountain, right? So it doesn't really matter.
It truly didn't matter. If you look at where AA is, like, this whole game, he's just chilling in the fountain. His own fountain, by the way.
I mean,
Like,
that's what you do at a certain point, right?
Yeah, he's just firing Ice Blast. The further you are from the fight, the wider it's gonna be, so why the hell not? No need to be anywhere around. I mean, Ice Path is, you know, like... Not Ice Path, sorry. Ice Vortex is a nice spell to have in fights, and I wouldn't mind if he was nearby at times, but it worked out.
An Ice Blast was clearly a hit. My eyes not working. But anyway, yeah. So 39-22. I will say, not to pull negatives, but after watching yesterday and kind of this game one, I am still a little bit worried about PARIVISION.
It wasn't clean.
No. And that's what kind of makes me a little bit nervous for them. But overall, I still think that they held on to the game really well. I think, honestly, if Parker goes for Manta a little bit earlier, and I understand, you know, he wants this Sanjin Yasha for what's coming at him. But at the same time, you know, it just... If he has Manta, I almost want to say this game's a little bit different for Team Cobra. There are a couple times where he gets caught, where if he had Manta, he might have survived. But overall, I still think PARIVISION, there are a lot of things that they did right.
Yeah, I don't think it was that bad, like the item build. Like he went for the SNY until he saw the Orchid. Once he sees the Orchid, he switches up, goes for the Manta. I think the build is okay-ish because you also, like, Manta doesn't help you against Nyx stun into the Sunstrike. Meanwhile, if you're playing with the SNY, maybe you'll have time to spin even after the stuns. So I can see the idea behind it. Unfortunately, of course, it wasn't enough. This is just one hell of a game to play. If you're Team Cobra, I sincerely hope they at least ban out the Nyx, because I think that's the foil, that's the connecting part of all of these heroes. If you eliminate Nyx, you're not playing the same game at least. Like they can't replace Nyx, they can replace anything else and still make it work.
So we'll have to see what they do in game number 2. Are PARIVISION going to take this 2-0, or can Cobra force a game 3? We'll be back after a short break with game number 2, so we'll see you in a bit. Stay tuned.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello everyone, what a treat we have here for you today. From PARIVISION, we have 9class, the madman of Dota, you know? One of the craziest dudes out there with the craziest builds. How you doing, sir?
Very good.
Let's solve a mystery here, okay? I don't know if you'll reveal this to me, but I did see a Reddit thread the other day that said that you have some hero in pubs that you're on a 20-game win streak in. There's a big secret.
21 already.
21? Okay, I have not been kept up. Will you reveal what hero that is?
I can say it's Nyx.
Nyx Assassin.
Back to Mod Bangkok.
God damn. All right. Well, many people guessed that it probably was Nyx.
Yeah.
So, very, very good. All right, cool to hear. Kind of a pseudo-popular hero. You think we're going to see a lot of Nyx at this tournament?
I think yes. I see already people spamming it after my post. They have some energies, something. I don't know. Where I check my Dota buff, like most long game, and so that it's Nyx. Yeah. So yeah, I think we'll, like 2-3 teams will also pick.
Okay. Well, all right, good to hear. Do you like the change where it's kind of secretive what pros have now? I mean, this is big for you, who's a guy who picks weird stuff with weird builds. Are you happy that they made that change where people can't just research you? Do you think it?
I think I'm happy. So now you have a bit more time until people will know you play with hero. You can at least, because I remember I practiced Vienna Jungle and I didn't even play a single official game, but it was already permabanned.
Right.
Yeah, and now I can at least try to pick Nyx.
Okay, well there you go. All right, so it does have its benefits. So I want to talk to you a little bit about since the last time that I saw you. I saw you guys at TI, which I had to say was one of the best series I've ever seen. It was super hype. I'm sorry that it didn't go the way that I'm sure you were looking for, but how do you guys feel coming out of TI? Were you happy with how you did? Did you wish it went a different way? Obviously, yeah, but I mean, how did you feel about it?
I feel upset a bit because of Vova. He really wanted to win, no one. And Alan get really upset, and I'm a really empathetic guy, so I can feel it also. For me, I was fine. I knew I did my best. I tried to create something new, some Monkey King with Domi, some Slark with Domi, and I tried my best, so I don't feel bad.
Okay. What'd you guys do after TI to get ready?
Now we have some psychologists.
A psychologist?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a big thing. A lot of big orgs are getting this. How's that been going?
It's very good.
Really?
We're spending every day 1 hour with her. So he cheering us a lot. We become a bit more friendly. So I think she's helping a lot.
How important do you think mental is in Dota versus gameplay? Like, as a guy who has such unique, cool gameplay, do you think the mental aspect really makes that big of a difference?
I think mental to gameplay, like 70 to 30, I would
70,
say. Because I think if you have a really good mental state in team, every play can work. You play really better, your team play better, everyone trusts you. Everyone trusts each call. So yeah, if you're in bad mood playing, it's kind of rough, even if you're a good player.
Let's talk a little bit about Dota as a game. Do you want a new patch, or are you happy with the patch?
Actually, I have now this hero Nix, so I wanna try it before new patch.
Okay.
So yeah, if I will try and we'll get to permaban like Monkey and Slark, and then we can have a new patch.
Well, we're all super excited to have you guys back. It's going to be great to see you guys playing again. Any words out there for the fans that have been waiting for the great return after that fantastic showing at TI?
Thank you guys for your support. I really appreciate. Online and offline, I'm meeting a lot of people who saying like, bro, your Slark is crazy, your Monkey King is super good. Well done, good job. Let's keep it. Yeah, thank you for this.
All right, you got fellow crazy people out there that support your crazy play styles, copying you. How many games do you think you've ruined with Slark? How many pubbers have been, they can't live up to you, but they're trying it? Now,
nobody can play Slark, I think, except me. Every time I see a game ruin, even I will not say on camera, but I want it.
All right, well, we hope to see some incredible 9-class plays again at this tournament, and I'm sure we will as we join PARIVISION coming up at PGL Wallachia Season 6. We'll see you soon.
What is up, everybody? We're back here at another game here for PGL Wallachia Season 6. This is a series between PARIVISION and Team Cobra. If you want to get French with it, I don't know what the word for Cobra is in French, but all I know is PARIVISION is PARIVISION. You gotta hit that hard.
Vision.
Yeah.
Vipere, le serpent.
Le serpent?
Le vipere.
I mean, I'll believe it. Oh. We got to be smoking. If we're going to be speaking French like this, we got to be smoking and having like some espresso.
Yeah. Not maybe espresso, maybe like a glass, you know, like just of unidentified liquid wine. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely the way you could do it. And we'll see how either of these teams can get it done, how they'll do it, because you know, this one's going to be, I would say, a tight matchup still. I think game number one, despite the fact that, like, yeah, at the end we see PARIVISION get this 20,000 net worth lead, it's like, yeah, when you win the game, you get that big of a lead. It's not going to be a close game towards the end. But overall, I felt like the game was close. There were a couple things that I'm interested to see if Cobra do again, one of which being that tri-lane. You know, they were committed to that tri-lane for a while, and I think it kind of hurt them. I think we didn't really see what Timber could do in a game like that. It felt like he was always kind of fighting from behind and never really had his opportunity to be kind of that game carrier that he normally is.
Maybe it was a good idea, though. You know, they banned the Nyx, by the way. I think this is the best thing that they could have done for themselves. They banned the Nyx. Of course, there's a lot of other picks that 9 class can get himself to make this game more difficult to play, but Nyx Assassin, the way they played, you don't want to lose to that twice in a row.
Yeah.
I think that tri-lane was fine. In hindsight, it was fine because instead of losing or slightly losing two lanes, as Timber would still lose the lane to the Storm. So instead of slightly losing 2 lanes, they won one and definitely lost the other one. So
5 seconds remaining.
It was kind of, yeah, you win one, you lose the other. It's fine. But yeah, let's see what they can do here. Centaur first phase now for PARIVISION.
PARIVISION going to the Centaur.
PARIVISION. Centaur.
I don't know why this has started, but it's definitely very... I love it. I'm always down to just say PARIVISION that way. So they end up going
like
to
switch it up a little bit.
Yeah, oh yeah. Boy, do I. They end up going to the Ursa. But there's always a little bit of concern when I see Ursa so early is, you know, how much he can kind of be countered, right? Like, Definitely a hero that can be kited pretty hard. Curious to see how they're gonna go and protect him. Banning the Bat Rider.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you think that there is ever a chance where we'll see PARIVISION switch up the Centaur from like the offlane? Probably not, right? Like it's always gonna be DM. Don't say like 100%, but
I don't know. Like, where would you put it if you're not putting it in?
it's a very cinematic view, by the way.
Is that tea?
Yeah,
I think was that a honey stick that he's got, or is he just mixing the tea bag in there?
I think he's just mixing the tea bag, making the flavor stronger.
Don't drop it. Or what? Oh, I don't. All right. Anyway, I don't understand. Like, some people sleep during draft. Other people, they play with their tea bag. You know, like
Dude, he was locked in.
He was
locked into that tea bag. He was tea bagging right there. Interesting. I don't know.
It was up. It was down. It was up. It was down, and then it just that was it. All right. Well, now Nature's Prophet's out. Nyx Assassin, like we had talked about, he's out. Marcy out, and now they go to the Disruptor. This is something, you know, you want to catch him with the Static Storm to start, or glimpse him back, force him to kind of be in a bit of a bad position if Ursa tries to run, right? Mm-hmm. And it lines up with Hoofstomp as well. It's a good combination with Centaur.
Yep. It is, but this is a good combo on the other side. Disruptor and your good old Ursa, right? Like you want to get away from the bear. You cannot get away from the bear. The Thunderstrike is annoying. The Glimpse is annoying. Kinetic Field as well. Versus the Stampede, always nice. So they get it again. He did have a decent time last game. I think in general it wasn't like an easy game for a Disruptor to play. And okay, they get themselves a chant. This is a hero that usually is banned in the first stage. We'll see. We'll see how much PARIVISION can do with it. Of course, they have a good champ player. They can mix it up a little bit, send that creep to mid lane. They're one of those teams that won't shy away from...
5 seconds
they won't shy away from doing those kind of shenanigans, sending a Mind Stealer to mid lane or anywhere really that it's needed. The Monkey King gets taken away. Or actually... they took it, right? Yeah, they took it, of course. My bad.
Is this Monkey King... I mean, it could be Monkey King 4, it could be Monkey King potentially mid. We've seen that a couple times. Steenie looks happy. He looks very happy with that pick overall.
5 seconds remaining.
As he should be, because he's a great drafter, by the way. Like, he is making PARIVISION tick on a different level. Absolutely, but having players that can do this makes drafting so much more enjoyable, you know, like when you have someone that can play the Monkey on 4 that does well with it, like you can pick Monkey earlier and then you decide by the end of the draft where you want to put it. If you want it on a 4, if you want it on mid, carry, whatever.
Vision's turn to pick Queen of
Okay. Bara Quap.
Very aggressive, by the way, from Cobra. Like, they have so much potential to run over these lanes. Like Spirit Breaker, Quap, like you can charge into Queen of Pain, Jumping Wind, Shadow Strike mid lane at any given point. Like, you can dive the tower. It's not easy to pick a hero that can play against these two. Puck is left in the pool, though. Maybe it is easy to pick something against these two. Don't you just know on Puck here?
Would be good.
I mean, yeah, I guess they don't value the hero as much because he's untouched. Like in first game and now in the second one as well. But no one has a pretty good Puck. Like I won't mind it here. Like, versus Spirit Breaker, you have multiple ways of getting away. The lane versus Quap is not bad, but okay, they go with the Invoker. Which is the opposite of what, you know, like how I feel. Because Invoker on the other side can get charged into the abuse of Spirit Breaker plus Queen of Pain. Spirit Breaker, of course, here is not only about the mid lane, like you can search for Monkey King as well. You can keep him in check with the charges. You can, if he shows in the lane, you can continue chasing him through the trees, which is nice. But in general, I think this hero is underutilized. I think that there are some merits to Spirit Breaker being picked a bit more often. He's not in a bad spot at all.
Oscar ends up getting banned out, realizing in retrospect I had talked about the Disruptor being against the Ursa. But now, what? Disruptor? I think I did. I don't know. It's still only 4:30. But it's such a good go-to excuse. But now, you know, I'm looking at Spirit Breaker Disruptor, solid duo for a support combo. I mean, maybe lacking the lockdown that you'd exactly like. Yeah, you've got Glimpse, you've got Kinetic Field, but I'd like to see them get one more stun. That being said, PARIVISION, you know, is this Monkey King a flex? Could you theoretically just throw it on Satanic?
You can absolutely. Like, he plays a very good monkey as well. If you think that the game is ripe for a different position 4, something that can completely change the state of the game, then you can. But they ban out the Darkseer now first, so that won't be a possibility to activate the Spirit Breaker, right? Like the main idea behind the Darkseer is Spirit Breaker in the lane, he's fine, he's tanky, but he doesn't bully you all too often. And by banning out Darkseer, it makes the Terrorblades lane a little bit easier as well. And what do they get on the other side now? Like, what do they get that deals with the TB in the offlane? Like, do you go for your standard thing, like your comfort zone, or do you go a little bit out of the box? Maybe some Underlord as well.
Yeah, Underlord always feels strong. I try to think about offlaners. Maybe
you know what?
You lockdown Tidehunter.
You know what? I'm sorry, but if you go for an Underlord, then Monkey King is 1 and Terrorblade is 4. Because you have 9 class, like he has played TV4.
That is true. Oh, wow.
So you actually gotta be careful. You don't even know who's the carry here. You probably think it's Monkey position 4, but if you pick something that's melee and that can get crushed by Monkey, they might just switch it up. Like, they could. What's left in the pool, by the way? That's kind of good right now.
Thinking of offlaners, Underlord, Tide. You've got Sven, so that...
So it's a offlane Spirit Breaker?
Offlane Ursa?
Offlane Ursa? Offlane Ursa, okay, yeah.
So they're going to go to the Falcons route. Okay. Not like the worst decision in the world. Ursa feeling a little bit uncomfortable, I would say. But how does Ursa do in a one-on-one matchup against Terrorblade in the lane?
I mean, as long as the meta is not up, you should be able to bully him a bit, right? Like, you've got Spirit Breaker with you, like, he's got high armor, so he can tank things up a little bit. You're playing into Champ plus TB. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting one. I feel like it can go both ways, but perhaps there is a bit more aggressive potential by the Ursa. I actually wouldn't mind even seeing, like, Ursa plus Disruptor lane, maybe instead of the Spirit Breaker, but the Spirit Breaker into Chen feels a bit nicer, perhaps. I'm just thinking, like, with the Ursa, I'd like to have the control that Disruptor brings, but if you're a professional Spirit Breaker player, of course, you're gonna get those bashes, so that can work as well.
Want to see how these lanes end up going. Where 9 class is going to go as well. He's got Simeon Stride. You know, is he going to be mobile? Is he going to be trying to just be roaming around? Are they going to leave the lane open for Centaur after maybe like level 2 or 3 or something like that? Or maybe after he gets that Helm of the Iron Will? You know, 9 class is one of those guys who plays Monkey King, and all of a sudden all 5 couriers are dead on the other team. I'm very curious to see the kind of game that he wants to play. And honestly, how they're going to do here with Sven and Ursa, I can kind of potentially see them get a little kited in a game like this. And it makes me a little bit nervous for what will end up going on for them. So We take a look in game, and we see that this Invoker is not glitched. I was taking a look at this earlier in the last game. He's actually got a Frost Bloom Unusual when it was possible to get those unusual items. I think what 2 or 3 years ago from an event.
He looks glitched though.
Yeah, it is. It does kind of look glitched from that, but it is just the unusual Northern Blight style, which is pretty cool. He's got that with a broken up Dark Artistry set, which that Dark Artistry set on the market right now is about $700. So if we want to talk money on sets, it's pretty expensive these days.
You know what? Like if you do have that item, you can sell it soon and buy a Gabe Cube, perhaps. You know.
Ooh, Gabe Cube. You come up with that, or is that a Lizard original over there?
No, of course.
Damn it.
I'm not
Oh,
that.
come on.
I'm not that original, man. Come on.
I was hoping maybe.
It was the first thing everyone like. If you look at the video, I think it's like the first comment immediately. People are so damn original when it comes to like finding ways to ridicule things or make fun of things online. In the comment section, there's always like a better one every single time I open something. It's like we've got a million Lacostes out there working overtime.
Whoa. Calling Lacoste not special?
He's unique. He's unique. He's unique. He's the,
I don't know.
just a million out of just a million out of 8 billion. You know.
You know what?
Like,
that's fair. That's fair. Observers were showing that this Chen went to the Hellbear convert, not the Satyr convert.
you get 120 attack speed, right? As he dies, so it's quite a lot. It's kind of an idea if once he dies, just go all in. And they're putting Ursa, by the way, safe lane into the Centaur.
So Parker now off lane? Okay,
He's off lane and he's without creeps right now. 0-0, sitting next to the tower.
One of these creeps come over. There it is, and it's the range creep that he's going to be able to deny. Oh boy. Mid lane watching as the Sun Strikes land for the range creeps, and now this creep wave's pulled over. This isn't the most fun, I would say, as it's actually going to be Satanic pulling over another set of creeps. They blood grenaded for 9 class. They'll get a bash. They'll get another bash.
Another
70%? That could have been dangerous.
And that's what I told you. These professional Spirit Breaker players, man, they know how to bash. You gotta be careful. You gotta stay though.
What is going on down here?
Imagine having the game like last one on Parker, where you have a tri lane, you're chilling, you're farming, into this. Like, what the hell is going on?
I'm concerned. Meanwhile, 9 class getting a couple of last hits while Satanic was out of lane. Just an odd lane overall.
He's got 0 CS still on Sven, by the way.
Yeah. Parker's
I'm not
getting
sure you're happy.
No, he's definitely not, dude. He's got a bunch of these creeps pushing in, but they're still trying to make it so it doesn't go out of the tower. And now, if 9 class gets this deny...
Yeah, well, he doesn't have to.
Oh, he doesn't even get the CS anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh!
There it is. Everybody claps in the chat. He got his first CS almost 3 minutes in.
This is my gameplay right here.
Damn.
CS-wise. Yeah, it's not looking great, for sure. It's not looking great for the Sven. This is a hero that you don't have to dominate the lane with, but you want something normal at least, and this is anything but. He's got 2 CS, by the way, now, so maybe even 3.
Doubled up. Ooh.
Yeah, tripled.
Man. Compared to 15 and 10, though. So, you know.
Yes.
Compared
to that,
you gotta figure it out.
They tried, like, the way they set things up is they, it was like a cute idea. Sven runs behind the tower, blocks the ult. Sven.
If Sven ends up dead, that would feel pretty bad, but he ends up just getting pushed out of the lane a little bit.
I mean, this feels bad as well.
Yeah.
Just the fact that you have no resources to work with. At least he gets these 2 creeps under the tower, so...
Oh.
I know we're talking too much about the bot lane, but that's the only thing that really matters, as these denies do rack up on the TP.
Oh, gosh. It's breaking my heart. It's complete contrast to the last game. Between the two of them, they have 16 denies in this lane. Charge over, and I mean, that got him a CS. Parker even gonna pull the creep wave. Like, this lane's just not taking place in the lane.
No one took Lotus, by the way. Minute 4:30, Lotus is uncontested.
Rare
Like, how many times do you see
form.
that?
Yeah. They might go for this. They've got this Hellbear really low. They'll have the Monkey King coming in, and then all of a sudden they'll just jump Pike, force him to kill this Hellbear, and now here we go. They're in. They'll jump. They'll Primal Spring. Sunstrike with the Boundless Strike. First blood there for no one. They timed that perfectly. Now it's time for Sven to get CSs. Everybody's out of the lane, surely, right? Yeah. Michael, I'm making sure, hey, you know, if you try to go through that, I've got glimpse, but it's actually not up at the moment.
Maybe he can get 1 or 2 CS, but he is... Yeah, he's so far behind the TB at this point that I think TB is fine. Just zoning him perhaps out of zone as well. You don't have to lane here any longer if you're the Monkey King. Like, you could, but...
You just got to keep the creep equilibrium in a decent spot, and Parker might not be able to get anything out of this. Top lane, they'll go again, try to find Michael, and Primal Spring, as the charge comes in, all the way through, it's on a DM who's in trouble. He's dead under the tower.
It's a good kill.
Giving a kill over to Pike, and Dark Mago even blinks in. He's level 6. He's got Sonic Wave. Ducalis gonna just run all the way, and won't even commit anything to that. Dark Mago now the one who needs to run a little bit.
Yeah, he might get that minute 6 rune if he's... never mind, not gonna get it.
Sonic Wave. And now Dark Mago has to be careful. He's gonna blink. Boundless Strike comes in. I thought maybe they'd look for potentially a Sunstrike, but didn't quite go for it on the Queen of Pain. They're almost baiting Dark Mago to come back in. Again, Strike! Oh, the Cold Snap! 9 class still alive, finally dies to Michael, but they baited in Dark Mago.
Beautiful play, beautiful bait right there. And a bit of a mess from Quap. He did really well in the laning stage, but now this rotation just basically does nothing and gives the Invoker the Midas. Like, he has already got it. An amplified damage rune as well on top. Do you think we're ever gonna get to a stage where kids are gonna be like, why do you call it double damage? It's amplified damage. What's wrong with you?
These heroes' voice lines aren't updated. Why do they not say double amplified damage? Uh-oh. Charge? Shrine? Trying to stay alive. Ducalis, he's trying to buy some time to get these heroes over here so he doesn't give up the shrine, but it ends up getting not taken yet. Oh, actually, Pike, he's gonna lose this. So now, that was both shrines going the way of the side of PARIVISION. Meanwhile, uh-oh, Parker. Chase, Boundless Strike. They need 2 more. Sunstrike might steal it. Satanic gets the kill.
I guess there was like a stray right click flying that I didn't see, but he does, like you said, he does get the right click, so he gets the kill. These Sunstrikes have been working overtime DM.
Ooh, Satanic's actually TPing for this double stun, kinetic field, glimpse. Satanic sent back bottom, but El Micho is going to be hit by this Sunstrike. He's dead. No one's on a killing spree. It's 5-3 and a 2,000 net worth lead early on for the side of PARIVISION.
I feel like all of these Sunstrikes couldn't even be evaded, you know, like he uses them in such situations that most them. Okay.
Michael, he is dead. Dark Mago again TPing over. They've got the charge coming through into Ducalis. They do have a Sonic Wave. Blink forward, look at Sonic. No, not yet. Finally throws it. Sunstrike though with the stun, the Boundless Strike. Dark Mago now needs to try and get out, but the double edge end up being what helps Pike to trade. But they still kill Dark Mago.
They killed the big centaur and the small one for an extra 100 gold, but like you said, Sonic Wave was used, and you still die on the pop. This is
Oh, Michael.
mid lane. It's kind of illegal, yeah. He did get the kill, of course, but it's no one is having too much of a good game. He's 4-0-1 right now. He's on top of the network charts. The tier 1 falls as well. Atos this game, I feel like, is maybe even better than in the last one. Like, you might see some real usage out of it. Like, last game, it was a bit whatever early on.
And I thought all 3 cores on the side of PARIVISION were having a good game, but you're telling me no one's having a good game right now?
No one at all. Yeah.
I couldn't resist. All 3 of them really just have so much gold. Surprisingly though, Dark Mago, even with the 2 deaths, he's keeping up pretty well overall as well.
He won the lane. Like, when it comes to the CS battle, he was doing a little bit better, which is why his net worth is a bit higher, even though he did die twice. Sven is probably the one suffering the most.
They have Stampede if they want to just completely turn on this. But Elmisho kind of waiting for that, hoping to get a charge. And that's going to be through on a Ducalis. Meanwhile, there's a Sunstrike. They have Sonic Wave. Ducalis might die again. Tornado, the Stampede. He's alive. Oh, Elmisho's dead. They don't get the kill. The look over at Michael, and he's on the run. The glimpse going to be through on a DM. Doesn't matter. No one with a double kill continue to perform. Meanwhile, Parker out of the tier 2 tower. He is chased all the way down. And it is a 5,000 net worth lead for the side of PARIVISION. They are not leaving any crumbs for anybody on the side of Cobra.
That was 4 against 3, by the way, mid lane. With Sonic Wave used, then you don't even get the Chen. Like, he manages to get away. He's going for Solar Crest, actually, next. This hero is very tanky. Like, you have to respect Divine Favor as well. It's... Like, I have seen a lot of games in which Quab jumps the Chen and doesn't kill him with Sonic Wave. Like, in the last month, it happens very often.
Oh, Michael.
Michael.
Tornado, Sunstrike with the Boundless. And they end up getting the kill. I don't believe that Sunstrike connected.
It didn't, but like you said, more than enough damage anyway to take down the Disruptor and to take control of this map. Like, they are farming pretty much everywhere.
This is already a 6,000 net worth lead. Pretty brutal. 9 class gets spotted for a second kinetic field. No level 6 for Michael. Wukong's though comes through from 9 class. Hand of God, here comes no one, and that is a monster kill streak here for the Invoker.
And the D ward as well, right? Because you went on the monkey, you did reveal your ward.
Based on
now you
down this ward as well.
Sven?
Michael's is dead again, and they've also got the Rod of Atos onto the Sven. The glimpse back. Michael's going to be chased. They should be able to get that. Sven, he's under the tier 2 tower, but it doesn't mean he's safe. Sunstrike thrown in a spot that's not going to catch Parker, but they'll be able to jump through the trees and maybe even see him. They're going to bring the Spirit Breaker through, but again, if he goes up on this high ground, Invoker's TPing out, so he actually ends up surviving.
Charge.
They've got the ward, which is on the cliff, so 9 class getting chased. That charge connects. Satanic is here. Parker coming over. Dagon from Dark Mago gets the kill in a 9 class, and now the attention is on Elmisho. Satanic, he's got the Sunder. How much are you really even willing to commit on this? Sunstrike, Parker, oh, caught, but still, Satanic Thunders! Oh, they can't even kill him that way. Parker's still alive, the TP out.
He gets Sven.
Oh, Parker falls! Oh, no.
That's just a disaster for Cobra. The fact that he gets going on, like, he gets the Sven as he's TPing out. He uses the Thunder. He realizes that they have no more stuns, so he can TP immediately. Just beautiful plays. At least they, I mean, I don't know how many more times I can say at least they did this or at least they got that, because it's really not a lot. But they did kill 9 class. They got the kill.
Top. Charge, and they won't be able to get that kill. What? By the way, what's worse, getting voice lined or getting poogied in the chat?
Poogied. That's the new meta.
New meta is poogie. Top lane,
It's cute,
Wukong's, and that won't turn into anything just yet. But Dark Mago for Dekalis, glimpse, and a kill onto Dekalis. Another strike from El Micho. Dark Mago doesn't have Sonic Wave. DM's pretty tanky. He's gonna run away, trying to get out of the hands of these heroes, and eventually chased down as Pike has that diffuser blade and hits him and gets the centaur.
Yeah, they got 2 kills. This is looking a bit better now. A 6k lead 14 minutes in is still quite a lot. Aghanim's will be the next item for Invoker, so no one doing the same thing as before when it comes to TB. Manta almost already done. I believe it's flying out to him. Butterfly next.
Charge. Repeating what we saw at minute 7. Anybody
There's
coming
no
over
way.
to...
He needs to run.
Yeah, there it
Misho
is.
cannot fight him.
They've got Stampede, and they're also going to have Sunstrike, which means El Micho's dead.
They're smoking bottom, by the way. They're going through the twin gates, so if they have an idea where Turblade is, this could possibly be a kill. Quap is rotating as well.
Class in the area. He's going to get some information. Might even just take their attention away to get this Terrorblade out. He's going around on the trees. It's more than just attention. Thought he was going to give his life away. He's just going in with the Simian stride. He's able to jump all over the place. And now Satanic turns his attention onto Parker. And Parker, the Stormhammer, the charge, the Sonic Wave, the Static Storm, everything committed to get the kill to the Terrorblade. They're all there ready and willing to go. Nothing from no one to go and get this kill on the Parker. And
I think
they'll
they got-
pause on Centaur.
I think they got baited a little bit by the Monkey King's vision. Like, he was giving a lot of info. He finds Quap, he finds Sven as well, and because of that, possibly they thought that they were fine, but that was still a very nice smoke play by Disruptor. Like, smoking with Ursa through the twin gate. Wrapping from an angle they didn't expect.
Parker still very behind in farm. Chen's got a lot of farm right now.
He's got as much as Parker, almost 1,000
Wow.
behind the Sven.
That's without having a built-in cleave.
Luckily for Sven, of course, like you said, he does have the built-in cleave, so this is a hero that doesn't need like accelerating item. Everything for him is linear, like every item that he gets just speeds him up a little bit. But levels are important, and as long as you have level 4 Great Cleave, you should be able to find farm.
Trying to farm as much as he can. Still 6,000 net worth deficit for Cobra. See if they can find their way back into this game. It's going to require a lot of fights going their way. Same build for DM, by the way. Lotus Orb after the Helm and going into the Blink Dagger.
A Lotus is just a very good item on Scent. Like, you can go Blade Mail sometimes, you can go Lotus the other times. This game, I think Lotus perhaps isn't as much value as the last one, where you were playing versus Zombie Slash and Swift Slash, but still pretty good.
In a Roche, they go. Invoker's gonna have Ags after they take this Roche on. They bring all the heroes over here for the side of Cobra, or most of them. Not gonna matter. I mean, the Roche isn't quick, but they're not getting into this in any way. And there's the Aegis. They're shipping out this Invoker Ags. And of course, he's still on Agent of Galron. Nothing different. So Cataclysm will be available when he gets this picked up. No one kind of having the game that Parker did in the first one in terms of net worth.
Yeah, for sure. But Terrorblade is also really
Right
not
there.
too far away. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
right there behind him.
And he's got an Aegis, so now you're pretty much safe to kind of do whatever you want. Push this lane. You've got 2 lives. Knowing that Cataclysm is going to be available, you lock anybody down, and they're probably dead.
I feel like
Yeah.
if you're Radiant right now, you just utilize this network advantage and you go for one tower after the other. You maybe take down all the tier 2s in the map.
Definitely viable and possible. Yeah, sure. Who can answer the call and hope to really turn this at all? Take these towers pretty quickly.
The call is to take all the towers. He's got a Solar Crest, Hand of God, like if anyone goes on them. Like on this monkey.
Class, and he takes a lot of damage quickly, but they've already used the Static Storm. Duels into the air. Sonic Wave, Hand of God, just enough damage, but the Tornado lands, and this Queen of Pain hit with the Rod of Atos is dead in exchange for the life of the Monkey King. The one hero having a good game for the side of Cobra gets killed.
Yeah, the trick is not only to kill, it's to kill fast enough to not get punished after, right? And that's something that they cannot do against the Yules, against the Solar Crest, against the Hand of God. Like, you're just not taking down even a position 4 Monkey, who's generally a squishy hero, does not die that fast.
This will be Cobra in trouble. This is all happening while they're pushing now the tier 3. This is a kill on El Misho. Beyond Godlike, no one is 10-0-3 at the moment.
They're already pressuring high ground even, but he did manage to take down the creep wave, at least some of it, so they bail, they go back top, and the trade did happen, so Ursa, is he gonna twin gate? There is no way, so the Tormentor probably is the play for Radiant. PARIVISION straight into the Tormentor area.
Yeah. Who's gonna get this shard? Also, I always love this from 9 class, by the way. When he just goes, gets that first item of the Yules, and knows, hey, you know what? Early nullifier as Monkey King.
He wants, you know what it is? It's like, I want damage, but I want to disguise it as I'm being useful. It's utility, guys. It's utility.
I mean, it kind of is, right? Like, hey, now you've bought these items that aren't gonna really matter if you're these supports.
I mean, absolutely.
You don't even have those items. You've got Arcane Boots on Disruptor looking for Blink Dagger, and your Spirit Breaker has drums.
There are some other things, right? Like you're playing versus Warcry, you're playing versus eventual Bulldoze as well. So you already have Yules versus him and Ursa, of course, which is already a very valuable item. They're setting things up on bottom, but their high ground is gonna get assaulted on top lane instead. They're gonna be a bit late for this.
Oh, this
no
is
blip.
fast.
They have
This
no
is
blip.
fast. Whoa. And now he's got meta. This is a set of racks. How do you respond? You're going to try and wrap around the back, but you cannot respond. And you've lost your top set of racks at 21 minutes into the game. And they're going to go from top to mid. All of a sudden, you have to answer to this. You're going to blink in Dark Mago. 9 class and the rest of the team are smoked up. They're going to find themselves a blink as well as the hoof stomp that comes through, and they get the kill on Michael. That was the Cataclysm used immediately. They're going to charge over. Sonic Wave's a little bit of a miss. And now Barra's caught. He's gonna run away, just getting a dust off, trying to survive, but they get the kill on Pike, and he's gone. El Misho falls, Rod of Atos, that's onto the spin. BKB forced out of his hand, double stun, gets the kill on a 9 class. That's the Dagon, but Parker's gonna pay with it, with his life, and it's not worth it. It's a 16,000 net worth lead here for the side of PARIVISION, and they are really leading the way. They look for the blink as well as the hoof stomp, but Dark Mago, where is the answer for these guys? Tornado doesn't connect. Goes across where he once was, and they're up on the high ground taking this mid set of racks.
He's still hunting him. No one is still hunting the quad, but I don't even know if he needs to. The mid lane racks will fall. You still have the tier 2 down bottom.
Oh, they got him. Rod of Atos, EMP with the deafening blast.
Yeah, he moved back, like he didn't really have to. But, okay. They catch the Quap as well, just a bonus skill. On top of everything else, this game looks very over. And you know what's crazy? It looked very difficult to... Not very difficult, but the way they took the fight, it seemed not optimal, let's put it that way, because Terrorblade is kinda far away from his teammates. The wraparound is happening, you're expecting it, but because of the Monkey King, they're able to sit on the trees, just let them come. You have perfect vision on the cliff as well. The setup on the Disruptor first made sure that they also didn't have detection for Invoker. So Ursa with this inhibit diffusal, BKB couldn't even take down Walker, which is usually like a very easy kill. If you have BKB, of course, but not if you cannot see him. Invisibility, invincibility in pro games as well. Now he has a dust on Ursa at least. He instantly bought it, put it in his inventory.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I mean, it's not the full ags, it's just a point booster, but overall, I mean, the sentiment is felt, right? Not fun currently for him.
They're not in the worst position to strike from the back, but again, Monkey King will do the same thing. Perfect scout.
Balance strike, Cataclysm, and Parker left with a sliver of health. GG is called. PARIVISION lock in on the 2-0.
Yeah, basically the same thing happens twice in a row. Two team fights where they're trying to wrap from behind or from the side, but it doesn't matter because of the Monkey King. Like, this hero is giving them so much value, so much info. Like last game they had the Nyx to kind of do the similar thing. Now they have the Monkey King just scouting everything. 9 class, a very good performance by him, but also a very good performance by everyone else. I'm not sure what prompted this complete switch up to put the Ursa on the safe lane. Like, could they have just picked like a normal offlaner? Because Parker didn't have a game. Like, this Sven was out of it, like absolutely out of the game. He had 0 CS until minute 3.5. Like, he gets his first CS minute 3:20 or something. So, like, a really difficult place to be in as a position 1 Sven. And it's not like Ursa dominated top. He did all right, but he didn't really crush the lane.
Right. You look at all these fights, and it's PARIVISION. This is the first game, I think, this tournament, PARIVISION have looked like themselves. Everything clicking on all cylinders, never really giving a breath of fresh air, and overall just kind of dominated. And what is, of course, an expected win for them, but I guess so is OG, right? And PARIVISION now, I could say, look more confident. They look kind of back a little bit.
Yeah, maybe they needed a little bit of time to adjust to the sleeping schedule as well, like we are starting games quite early in the morning. So some of these teams, you know how Dota players are, they're fiends. They like to play until the... not necessarily until the dawn, but, like, we play deep into the night.
We tried to. But you can see this felt really bad, the illusion getting that kill. This is the fight where Cobra think they're going to bring it back, and it goes horribly for them. And it got pretty early. Wukong's is out there. They stop the charge. BKB trying to get no one. He gets invincibility. And then after that BKB is done, Pike is dead. And they get around everybody and just clean up house. They were pushing your high ground at 21 minutes into the game. You were losing 2 sets of racks at that point. There's just nothing you can accomplish. And right here, final fight, Wukong's Boundless, Cataclysm, it's over the second Parker dies.
Yeah, they had the high ground stance maybe could have been a bit better if they were in the base, and but then again, you kind of had to, at this point, you had to wrap from behind and get the fight going in a different way. You couldn't run straight into an Aegis carrying Terrorblade anyway, so it was a hard fight to take. Were they late? They definitely were. It was a bit hectic from them. I think they expected a different move from PARIVISION, and that's why they weren't in their base. In the end, from Team Cobra, I don't know. Like, do you have some silver linings? Because both games, like the first game looked even better than this one, I would say.
Right. Yeah, this one is a rough one to look back to for Cobra, while, everything went well for PARIVISION. Now Cobra are down 0-2. PARIVISION moved to the 1-1 bracket. Obviously, your MVP here is no one. He had a great game, 11-0-8, with that Agent of Galaron on this Invoker. And I mean, any silver linings you can get for Cobra, I'm not really sure. I mean, maybe they held into it in game number 1, but game number 2 is a little bit rough for them. Coming up next, though, we do have a China Derby coming your way. It's going to be Team Tidebound against the Yakult Brothers. We're going to be back with that in a moment, so we'll see you guys then. Stay tuned.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
încoace, tățioile încoace. Negruță voi, că e alba de noi. Și umbra de voi. Stăpâni, stăpâniți, cheamă și un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să mi o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean. Astea să le spui, iar la cap să-mi pui lui raș de fac. Lui raș de os. Lui raș de soc, mă zicei cu foc. Când abate pe ele, răzbate șuile, să strânge pe mine, mă plânge cu lacrimi de sânge. Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni măicuță bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe când mă alergând, de toți întrebând și la toți încânt. Cine a cunoscut, cine mi-a văzut, mândru ciobănel, tras printr-un inel, fițișoara lui, musticioara lui, perișorul lui. Ura câmpului. Dumioara mea să te
How are you, everybody? Welcome back here to some more PGL Wallachia action as we get into the second series of the day. Like I said, it's a Chinese derby coming through you, and we got ourselves Team Tidebound up against Yakult Brothers, as this is going to be a very interesting matchup. We don't see a lot of China v China, usually, unless it's an elimination series, it seems to always match up then. But this early in the group stage, it feels like it's never China v China, but it will be this time. And it's two rosters that have continued to shuffle, that have continued to just kind of bounce around, where for Team Tidebound, they're basically just LGD. This is LGD with Echo, who did play for LGD for a little bit. So yeah, it's basically just the old LGD. This is kind of interesting. I mean, that, and they've also got themselves one of the coolest things that I feel like hasn't been mentioned too much recently. They've got Yao coaching them, former former LGD LFY legend. Like this is crazy.
I was just waiting for you to notice. Like I'm sure that you have seen it for quite some time. Like because I covered a couple of their games before. They looked all right. They didn't look like some powerhouse coming from China. Maybe they will be. Maybe they needed a bit of time to grow. But speaking like in general about this matchup, by the way, of Fly Emo and the boys on one side and Team Tidebound on the other, do you have a favorite? Because for me, it feels like a pretty close matchup.
Do I have a favorite? Not entirely. It's such a tight matchup to me where it just is gonna feel like who is on, right? I think it's just a battle of who's better. Because when you go 1-1, I would say Shiro's been in recent history, Shiro's been a little bit more reliable than Fly. Mid lane, Emo's been better than Echo. Niu, to me, is better than Zeal at times. Planet has played better than Bobica recently, but overall in the career, I think Bobica's the better player.
He's had more success for sure, yeah.
Yes. And then Innocence, or Y, compared to TMing, is, at least in my eyes, Y's the better player. So it does feel like both teams have their better lanes, have their better positions, but I don't know. Like, this is usually what happens in China is we're getting 3 games guaranteed.
No matter what, yeah. This should be our first 3-game series for the two of us, at least. Like we have, 3 out of 3 series 2-0 so far. Like looking at Team Tidebound and Yakult, like this should, on paper at least, be the first one that goes the full stretch. We'll see if that happens or not. First, we got a couple of drafts that we need to complete. But is Bobica for Yakult? Is he the captain and the drafter? Because right now I do see that he's the one carrying the crown, at least in the lobby.
I mean, I would assume is probably drafting. He is, I believe, the captain for this team. By the way, Yakult, I had the number. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 straight series losses for Yakult.
You know what they say? You can beat them 14 times, but 15th time they're not gonna allow it to happen. Like 15th time is when they strike back.
Yeah. To be fair to them, a lot of those are BO1s from Blast Slam. But overall, it has not been good for them. But when you look at Tidebound, they just went through Dream League Division 2 and pretty much wiped the floor.
Yeah, of course, Dream League Division 2 was not really the hardest. I was covering some of those games and watching them as well. Like for Tidebound, it was like there weren't too many big teams. Like besides, they were probably the strongest name in the tournament. So this one will definitely be, of course, a much harder tournament to play. They have some good combos, some nice synergy already with the Mars and Jakiro. The other side, of course, answered with the Pango, so you have a hero that doesn't care about the arena immediately. You combo that up with the Skyrat and DK, like you have some stun into the Sky ult. Snap, by the way, maybe another option for Tidebound if Planet wants to play it. I feel like Planet has a bit too much flair for Snap, but why not? Like you pick up the Snap with the Mars, like you have so much magic damage between you and Jakiro. You have the Cookie versus Skyrat, Cookie versus Pango sometimes can work as well. A little Shredder also versus Skyrat, pretty good if you're playing it as a 4. Not that amazing versus DK, but versus Skyrat it's always nice. So yeah, we'll see what they pick up. There's a lot of options, of course. Phoenix being banned out because they did play Phoenix recently as well. They get themselves the SK, all right.
Damn, they went SK Hoodwink in like quick succession. They knew exactly what they wanted here for Tidebound. I am very curious to see what Yao has up his sleeve, because as a coach, Yao, I mean, overall, just Yao has been pretty inactive. He was a coach for the ACL ESL Challenger China, which is kind of to be expected. I feel like a lot of these teams needed coaches. When it's all Chinese teams, you expect some of these teams to have coaches. I mean, at the time, Yakult, for that one tournament alone, had Fenrir as their coach. But, you know, I look at this now, and it's just like,
10 seconds
you know, I kind of wish Yakult had Fenrir still coaching them, but I don't know.
Just like Fenrir, that's why.
Yeah, I mean, Fenrir's a legend, but also, like, you know, Yao, other than coaching for tournaments, then was coaching for eHome back in 2021. So it leaves a lot to be desired. And
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of losing the plot of what I want to say.
Let's leave the drafts. Let's let the drafts talk for the coaches. I think maybe
that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, let's see how well the drafts turn out, because right now I feel like Yakult Bros maybe have answered everything that Team Tidebound have got, and they've answered it in a decent way. Like, you've got this DK safe lane now confirmed. Emo plays on Storm Spirit, Fly plays on something tanky that's not a Morphling, so I already like this draft. Like, you have a Pango offlane. The only problem maybe from Yakult is that they have revealed their hand completely. Like, you know the safe lane, you know the offlane, so the carries from Tidebound, they shouldn't be too difficult to pick, let's put it that way. Like, seeing that you see everything. The only last pick from Yakult will be a position 4, and you will see that as well. It will be a bit easier for Shiro to get his hero in the draft, but overall, I have to say, Yakult, like, looking at the 4 heroes, they have the damage, they have the control, they have the scaling. It's not a bad draft at all so far. Like, I see nothing missing from these 4 heroes on Yakult. That's what I'm saying, basically. From Team Tidebound, it's also good. Like, Yule's Mars catching the Storm Spirit. A lot of damage, of course, into the arena. The lane is not bad between the Hoodwink and Mars. And just let me... maybe it was a mistake saying that they need a 4 on Yakult, because it could be a 5 as well, with Skyrat being 4 more often than not, in this meta at least.
Anti-Mage banned out.
It's just protecting the storm, right?
Yeah.
Like, I was thinking Medusa, but you have the Pango with Diffusal eventually, so perhaps it's not that scary. They go with the Eng. Insta-pick. TA. Okay.
Tidebound kind of really knew what they wanted. And now, my question to you is, was Tidebound even drafting against Yakult, or were they just drafting with how quick they went?
I feel like they were just drafting, because TA, in my opinion, at least in this game, is strong, but like, she's really good into Sky, don't get me wrong. Like, she has some pluses in this game, but Dragonite tends to, in some games, not care, especially if you can play the game faster than the TA. Like, both of these carries are very tempo-oriented, tempo-based carries, right? And if DK plays the game a bit faster, TA can at times fall off a little bit, especially because you have so much armor on DK that you don't even care about those early game damage spikes that TA gets. So overall, I think Yakult Brothers have a pretty damn decent draft. I don't mind it at all, but I won't say that this is like a 60-40 or anything like that. This is, like, on both sides, pretty much a 50-50, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah, it does feel like it could be a 50-50, but that feels like China for you, with the way that the region is kind of built at the moment. You know, I'm looking at it, and I'm curious to see what is kind of going to happen here, because Fly DK, I feel like that's one of those heroes that it's hard to mess up. I feel like it gives Fly one of the best opportunities overall to just kind of be successful. Meanwhile, though, when you compare him over to Shiro, I feel like Shiro is one of those guys who's really strong at the moment. So I do kind of believe that the benefit is there for Tidebound if I'm going 1-for-1. Jakiro is a lane abuser. Planet, we'll see if he can be the playmaker that we know him to be. The one thing that I'm a little worried about is this Sand King. Echoes is always one of those guys who's very hit or miss, and when you're going up against Emo, you really can't falter.
Yeah, you can't allow yourself to miss too much, for sure. You are playing, like you said, into Emo Storm. Sand King perhaps is both heroes are kind of the same greed amount, I guess. Maybe Sand King a little bit more. The combos on both sides are pretty good. This is why I was calling it like a 50-50. On one side, you have the DK Storm to jump in to play around Sky, but on the other side, of course, you have the Hoodwink to play around as well. Like some Burrow Strike into Bushwhack into Sharpshooter. Like, you have so much burst damage potential. BKB is, of course, necessary on both sides eventually. Like, just way too much magic damage and control coming through, so...
Mambo.
White flag. That's it.
Mambo.
Enjoy, Dota. Enjoy. I do like these new... I don't know why they use the spray sound effect, though.
Because they're spraying.
Well, okay, so there is a spray on the ground, but it sounds like it sprays whenever you use it in the chat, but I guess... Oh my god, they all changed. They all... Okay, I didn't know how... I thought this was just an in-chat thing, not a both chat and on the ground thing. I haven't used them yet.
Yeah, I don't have any, I think. Do you have to buy the thing to have them? Or
I bought the Expedition pack. It's kind of worth it. It's
how much is it?
15.
15? Yeah.
Yeah, you get a lot of stuff from it.
I'm not going to say anything. I mean, I want to get hired for next events as well.
well, I mean, with how much Dota you're playing, I think the value's there. Truthfully.
I played the same Dota with or without planting stickers on the ground, though, right?
But there's the sets are really cool, and you can unlock them easier with the Expedition pack. I am not getting paid sponsor for this advertisement of the Expedition pack, but I do think it is.
I like the big boars on Beasts. Like, that's
yeah,
one
they're
thing
cool. I like those. I actually really like those.
Not
that I'm a Beastmaster player, but they're cool.
The Beast set makes him look like a Huskar or a troll or something, though.
Yeah, it does a little bit. I agree with that. So we'll take a look at this mid lane, how Echoes is going to do, and how Emo is going to do. As I'm looking over now at Jakiro, he did go Twin Terror, which is good. If you want to be lane abusing, goes into that first level of the Liquid Fire and Frost.
Yeah, you get the double hit versus a zero armor hero as well, so
yeah.
That's not too bad versus Skyrat.
Ooh, TA's a courier. He's gonna die.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
He already got the item, right? Like, he completed the wand.
Yeah, you've got already this wand, or the stick for Y and the wand for Shiro. That double jump is going to give you 2 charges, and all the spells that Bobica's spamming are going to give you more. What's the game plan here for Sand King as he continues to just get denied by Emo?
Yeah, just a classic Malrine Sandking mid lane gameplay, I think. Farm mid, get some stacks in the jungle, farm the jungle, the octagon that is, farm the ancients, and hard camp, get yourself like a blink axe, I'd assume, like as every single game. I'm expecting nothing different really. Sandblast is the fastest as well, so more or less what you expect from him, and then you play around the arena. Like, you don't have to play only around the arena, but that's probably the easiest way to play the game.
All these sprays just immediately come out. Because they don't get sprayed when you're doing into the pause. Once the unpause finally goes, they finally get sprayed out there. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I love how much they spam. Like,
the lane gets littered.
Yeah.
I wonder where First Blood's gonna come from. I'm assuming it's gotta be like top, right?
There's some kill potential on top, but like Ench and DK are very defensive. Very difficult to take down as well, even when you get like level 2. Maybe on Ench, but she's got overprotective wisps. I would maybe save on bottom. I'm not sure. It can happen top, but bottom maybe has a bit more of firepower between the three heroes, like Jakiro, Sky, and Pango. They're all in damage, right? Meanwhile, TA a bit more refraction based, like she can tank a bit more. I expected bottom, but it could happen top as well, for sure. Kind of difficult to predict.
Decent damage on Azil, but not going to get that kill. Mid lane is all emo at the moment. He is dominating the matchup.
22 last hit Storm into a melee hero, even though it's Sand King with Sandstorm. Just buy a sentry and yourself feel very comfortable against them.
Just take some damage there. And currently step into the Sandstorm, but bottom lane is another attempt here on Azil for a moment. He's got Shield Crash and Swashbuckle with 16 charges on this wand, almost kind of baiting them in. And Jakiro's, sometimes you get that dual breath and you hit the liquid fire, and you see them start to get low, and you're like, all right, this is my moment, I can go in.
Sky? He could be that huge.
However, doesn't have a wand, and he does have that fairy fire. Jakiro, if he could just get a liquid frost off or a liquid fire, he might have been able to get that kill. Zio again just gonna get hit up as he's got 18 charges.
Dude, the spam is real. But I love it. I love the voice line spam.
I don't know if it's Membo or Mango, but it sounds like Mango.
Mambo, I'm willing to go with one or the other.
Yeah,
21 charges on Zio.
Nice. Yeah, there's no way you're gonna kill him when he's got the wand charges, but he's just used them, so now he's very vulnerable.
5 minutes in, nothing happening. Release the Chinese
China?
Dota, strike again, yeah, meme.
There's a DK in the game. I mean, there hasn't been First Blood yet. This is old school China right now.
Throwback right here. Sand King did steal. I didn't see it was stacked a lot, but he did steal some creeps from the dire side.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Gets that courier to come over, so now Jakiro's picked up the infused raindrop. Still doesn't have that wand though. Yeah, this is quite the long endeavor waiting for First Blood.
Radiant's bottom
See what goes down. Maybe it's time for them to get the kill here on a TMing, but he's got the overprotective wisp. The chase was on, and he is way too tanky to end up dead.
Yeah, he invaded this Decagon, but he doesn't.
It's bigger and bigger.
Every game.
And now they've got the enchant that was on Aggo's Ball Lightning Vortex. Aggo's has Epicenter here ready, but the concussive shot, the blood grenade, and the arcane bolt. Bobica gets First Blood, baiting out the Epicenter.
The Arcane Rune as well kind of baited him in, right? Like he gets that, he thinks maybe I can use the epicenter, maybe have some mana after, but not enough. Good rotation by the Skyrat. Like maybe a little bit. Of course, they didn't detect it. Of course, it caught them off guard, so that's what makes it good. Basically, is what I'm saying. Unexpected.
Finally, a first blood. But what kind of comes next? Like these teams
Bot lane?
very content.
Yeah, minute 7 comes next, I believe, after minute 6, and that's the Wisdom Shrine.
Shiro losing his courier, but stealing the shrine. Stealing it for himself too. Kinda gets the other one.
Zeal, and a kill.
Ooh, all right. Echoes comes in and gets something on the board for them. That's kind of big.
It's big
Movements there, get the experience. The supports get a lot of experience. Innocence is level 5. And the Hoodwink of Planet, he's only level 4, but he's getting mid right now, and so is TMA. So there's
taking the 2 Wisdom Shrines is probably bigger than everything that has happened in the game so far. Like the Sand King kill was big, but getting the double Wisdom, very important, of course, for Radiant, snatching that early exp, especially when you're playing versus like a Skyrat, who really, once you get 6 on this hero, if you get it fast enough, you can take down anyone on the map. So delaying that is not bad at all.
TMing gonna die to Echoes as they go for Zeal. He does not have level 6 yet. Swashbuckle to get some distance. Another trap down, but they'll get the tier 1 tower.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Take this tower away, and all of a sudden, Zeal doesn't really have a place to farm. He's not too far away from level 6. But it's an open lane for Shiro, and he's starting to take over on the net worth.
He's taking over, but if you look at the Dragon Knight, he's literally doing the same thing. And Pango has even more net worth than the Mars, who we didn't really talk about all too much, because top lane was kind of, you know, resident sleeper lane, boring lane. It's Dragon Knight into Mars, like, what's gonna happen? Both of them have like 50,000 HP. There are no kills.
Wow, he got that CS. Oh my god, this top lane's out of control.
He landed the spear. Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, basically what we were seeing a lot of. Blink Dagger, by the way, is going to be first for Sand King. Meanwhile, we take a look. Planet's still going for that level 6. I haven't even looked yet, but it's Bloodsport here for Mars, not Victory Feast.
Interesting. Like, nothing to... There are no, like, oracles, shadow demons, or anything like that. To make the Bloodsport super value, but it's always good. Like, it's always nice to restrict that vision in the arena.
Good to restrict it. Maybe stops you from being able to support somewhere. Shiro going for the Desolator, and that's what he really would have loved to get his hands on. He's almost got that first Mithril Hammer for that. He'll look for these runes, and ball lightning in. Vortex and the silences. Obica with that level 1 of the Ancient Steel, but the Burrow Strike comes through. They're looking for the Sharpshooter, zigzagging away, and it lands. So he's broken, and he should be dead.
He didn't have ult anyway, by the way, so the break, he was zigzagging super hard. It didn't really matter too much. Like, he had the wisp. It's of course the damage is what matters.
There's the arena down, and they will try to control Fly here. As they've slowed him up, they spear him back towards their tower, but away from the team, a little bit dangerous. Another Ancient Steel, and the damage now onto Niu, but he's still alive. He's trying to stay completely alive, but Bobica gets that kill, and they take away the life of the Mars.
The idea was to push in while they smoke and rotate top. Unfortunately, he pushed in a little bit too quickly, so he gets caught, and by the time Storm and Sky are there, it doesn't really work. Because that's the 101 play when you have with Dragon Knight, right? Like every single game around the 10-minute mark.
Good caught. That should be an easy one. Planet's starting to kind of come online here. He's feeling himself with the sharpshooter.
I'm going for a Vessel. Gonna be nice versus Yench, versus the DK as well. Hoodwink is one of those supports with mid lane. Storm. Oh, misses the Bushwhack. Oh, he didn't have mana. What's the mana?
Now he's got it, actually, and he's got 15 charges on this wand.
He could have used it. He could have used it and then Bushwhack didn't. Bot lane.
Got another kill on Mars, slowing his game down. He's bottom of the cores by a lot. Planet caught, concussive shot, pops that wand. Oh, they didn't get the Burrow Strike because he got the Ancient Steel off, but now Sharpshooter thrown over on a Bobica. They'll get the kill there. They don't get the Storm, though.
He gets the region as well on Sand King. Like he maybe died early, but he's having a really good game now. Top of the network together with the TA. Getting all the runes as well. This kind of a matchup, by the way, like Sand King Storm, Ember Storm, like, it can be decided by who gets more runes, like literally.
Yeah.
If you get more runes, like you can rotate more, you can stay on the map.
Definitely agree with that. And they're putting the pressure on with Jakiro. Jakiro, one of those heroes that, like, kind of falls off, right? Right now he's 2-0-4. He's not taking anything in the ice path. Something that I'd get pinged on 1,000 times if I was in my pubs. But they've got enough lockdown, truthfully, without the ice path. They don't need it to be picked up by this Jakiro. They've got Bushwhack, they've got Spear, they have Burrow Strike. they have everything necessary.
I'm sorry, he managed to... I mean, he did stack it, but he used dual breath on creeps, and he somehow managed to miss 2 out of 3 creeps with dual breath, connecting only on 1. Speaking of Jakiro. But yeah, like you said, he brings a lot of damage. The control is nice with Ice Path. It's gonna come eventually, like he will have those levels. But this hero
currently is just 4 staff. He's 0-3, hasn't died yet. There's the Desolator too for the TA.
It's like, if you have a hero that can be really strong early with damage, why ruin that by getting Ice Path?
Bushwhack and the Sharpshooter. Planet now on a killing spree. My question is, what's Planet gonna build? Is he gonna go something greedy?
It's a shard.
After this Vessel, you know, yeah, obviously you get Shard, you get 100 Boomerang. He's got Glimmer queued up, hoping that he can maybe get the Shard from Tormentor in a little while, but now ends up dead. Emo gets that kill and takes him out. Haste bottled up. Burrow Strike did miss, though.
He gets the haste, that's what matters. Yeah, it's probably going to be Boomerang, and I can answer that question because I see what he's queuing up. He's queuing up a Glimmer. Of course, in this game, Glimmer pretty good. You are playing into a Sky, into a Storm, forcing the dust perhaps on a Storm as well.
Minutes, and that is another shrine for Shiro. So he himself has taken 2 shrines. He's almost level 12.
Yeah, not too far away from the DK, of course. Like, he's like half of a level ahead.
They want this Yules on Mars. He is just super underfarmed. Although catching up to the Storm now. Not having the worst game, considering he was about 2k behind these cores.
Sky, if he's in vision, he's dead. He's in vision.
Yep, Burrow Strike and Bushwhack connects. You getting that kill, which is big for them.
Yeah, because he has this Yules now. And this hero, honestly, just by having the Yules, is completely activated. Sure, you'd like a Blink, sure, you'd like a BKB eventually, but just getting the Yules early on is enough. It sets up for the Storm pickoffs, it sets up for anything, like you've got Yules as well defensively for yourself. It's enough, is all I'm saying.
Got Mars coming through the Twin Gate. MOUZ will potentially spot this movement. Not quite showing the lane, and Jakiro, all this is going on, he's just taking over, looking for some farm. Ooh, Ball Lightning into the Ice Path, but they've got the Ancient Steel. With the Rolling Thunder, Echo's gonna die. What else can you catch in this? Not looking like anybody, and it ends up being a trade of support for the mid. very beneficial here for the side of Yakult.
Enchantress, right? Like, she's the one hero that always baits you into bad engagements. Like, whenever you are jumping an Enchantress, you feel bad. Skyrat? Oh, the push to the low ground.
Oh, Silence, Ancient Steel again, Mystic Flare with the Vortex, that's the combo. And looking even further for Planet, potentially. They're bringing all these heroes over. Bushwhack comes out, that lands on a Zeal, and they'll just let him leave. But here comes Ming. Bottom lane, they've got this Silence, it's onto the Templar Assassin. There's a fight happening over mid, but you lost Shiro. That's not worth it for the Enchantress again.
Whenever you go on an Ench, it feels bad. I gotta say it again. They get the Ench, but they lose the TA. It takes way too much effort and way too much time to kill this position 5 this early on in the game, especially with the build that he's got with like 0 points in impetus, which is more or less almost always the case right now, which makes me kind of sad. I like my right-click Ench, but what can you do?
What's your right-click Ench build?
I mean, just I'm talking about the skill build, going for
oh, impetus, yeah.
Going for impetus, yeah, not just maxing out attendance with this facet instead of getting the soulbound, I believe, facet is the name.
Yeah.
Having some extra range. Like, she works both ways. It's just that this way is way more valuable in competitive at the moment. In pods, I think you can still get away with not maxing out the heal.
They have this smoke. Try and wrap all the way out and around to look for something. Might be the Hoodwink Planet. Into the trees. He's going to break this smoke and die. Never stood a chance.
Quite a few ways.
Pretty even.
Yeah, pretty much like kills happening on both sides. Supports dying on both sides. Very simple for both teams to get these pick-offs.
Echoes is closing in on this Ags, and TA wants this Lance BKB. I maybe feel like they're a little bit surprisingly not grouping up and going for something, but as I say that, they've got the TPs over mid. They want this Ags, but TA, you'd like to put some Deso charges on there?
Maybe they can force a rush fight after they get these few items. Like the lens on TA, like you mentioned, will coincide with the timing of Academy's on Sand King, and I believe Mars is very close to the Blink as well, like 400 gold away. So you get the Blink on him. Like, these 3 items and you're ready. On the other side, what are they buying? They're buying a BKB on DK. It is 1,000 gold away, so a bit further down the line. They will be able to contest the rush, of course, if it happens, but the big items are a bit further away for Dire, at least. At least for now.
Macropire and Ming dead to Shiro, so he gets himself his first 2 charges on that Desolator. Ags flying out for Echoes. They smoke up as a 5-stack, and they're going to find themselves Zeal if he's not careful. He blinks back, he TPs out. Can they get an errant Bushwhack or a Spear? No, they can't. They have escaped the smoke attempt here from the side of Tidebound.
Which means free shard, right? Like, especially when you have Jakiro and when you have, of course, Hoodwink. This is the most value that you can get out of the map. Unfortunately, it is the Jakiro that gets it, but it's not the worst shard as well for him.
No, now you just keep everything on, right? Fire, Liquid Frost, your initial hits are really strong. Can you go for Roach? Can you try to make another play? Do you look to smoke and go in again? Or now do you sit back a little bit and farm? Do you just go for BKB on Templar Assassin?
I think now going for Rush is maybe a bit more difficult. Like, they have a general idea where everyone is, and they have a BKB on DK, so maybe it's actually time for Dire to make a move.
Yeah, kind of expecting that.
Oh, that's not the Blink.
All over the place, and that is a quick kill on Echoes. Just can't survive right now and taking a lot of magic damage, obviously, with this Mystic Flare. But we're not, you know, we're seeing a Glimmer Beam built. We're not seeing like a pipe or anything.
Yep. You have a Mars on your team, like he needs some other items, like usually doesn't go too much into utility. That blink, by the way, from Sentinel, if he goes right, he dodges the supports, he blinks towards his Hoodwink and his Mars. Of course, he did play with a lot of info, but he had support on the right side. On the left, he had no one, literally. So, yeah, they lose the Sand King, they lose the Aegis, now Storm Aegis, of course. Like a pretty big deal for the state of the game, which is very even still, but perhaps this gives Emo the chance to just completely ball out. He's gonna have Witchblade next in a couple of minutes, maybe a minute max.
This feels like we're on the edge of either team kind of blowing up, getting that one fight they need. You see Hoodwink getting caught, easy kill there. And you can kind of sense that Yakult are starting to make the pressure really felt.
Do you see the quick buy for Fly? By the way, he's cooking. Butterfly next.
Interesting.
I mean, is he gonna complete this? I wonder. Like, not something that you see very often on a DK.
Down here bottom, they'll look for Zeal. Epicenter, the damage, the spear, no! Oh, Sky gets killed, but Zeal gets out.
Was that the sharpshooter that didn't connect? Or what happened?
There was a spear that didn't connect.
Ah, the spear from Mars. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Storm is bot. He's got Arcane Rune as well. They gotta bail. I think they need to leave this bot lane.
They've got no Epicenter. They do have Arena, which we really haven't felt much of.
Was it used?
Yeah, it's been used a couple times. Like once top, maybe once elsewhere. They've got the BKB on TA, so they might feel confident, but this may be a little bit of overconfidence that comes in if they don't have everybody here. And Echo's not going to be around. He's still trying to get his BKB. Ice Path, Bushwhack. They've got some decent damage. Sharpshooter, BKB. It's late. Flashlight really can't go into that. Mystic Flare with the Vortex. The kill is successful on Innocence. Burrow Strike and the Spear. They get the Aegis out of the hands of the Storm. But there's the Arena. Meteor Hammer down. Echoes is dead. These heroes are stuck in the Arena. Zeal ends up going down to the Meld Strike. BKB popped by Shiro. Flyfly doesn't have his own BKB, but this BKB is going to run out on this TA in a moment. They're going to be able to jump back in. Blinks, successful. Emo still chasing. Sentry's going to be placed out, and they're going to just not catch Planet. But Flyfly not able to do much in that fight. That being said, the side of Team Tidebound maybe not getting everything that they want. Blink, Dragon Tail. They've got the stun of the TA, but there's the Spear. It connects. They've got the Silence. Going to be on the Templar's house, and they get Shiro. Meteor Hammer dropped in. They still don't kill Flyfly. Oh, not a successful kill. He ends up surviving. Now they'll go for Mars, but the Spear hits out of the sky. Bobica ends up dead. And DK survives.
Kinda indecisive, I would say, fight from Tidebound, right? Like the initial jump on DK, that was supposed to be a kill, and look at that, that's completely even. A bit more exp, of course, gained by Yakult, but overall very even fight when it comes to gold, and still a very even networked game. I feel like they had the sufficient control to take down the DK, but some damage was missing. I believe TA was not really hitting him, right? Like Shiro was not dealing any damage into the DK early, like at the beginning of the fight. 50k versus 43k damage, quite a lot. So that basically set things up for Yakult to realistically win the fight, right? Like in general, all things said and done. They lost the Aegis, but they got a lot of core kills. Butterfly will be completed on DK, like he's committing. He's got a talisman already, so maybe an earlier MKB will be necessary from the TA.
Question is, will they see this Butterfly where it will matter, or give them time to even do that? in. And I'm a little, I will say, a little surprised the net worth's as close as it is. But obviously the support's leading for the Radiant side, and TA having a good farming game. But the other two cores on the side of Tidebound just not up there just yet.
Yeah, they've died quite a few times. Like 3 times on Mars, 4 times on Sand King. A lot of these engagements have not been that amazing for them. Like Mars, of course, had a pretty bad laning stage as well. But when you look at the other cores on the other side, like the Storm and the Pango, they're kind of close, right? Like it's not a huge... That's the 1k difference between these two teams. Like the 1k difference is basically between the DK and the TA. The other cores are more or less the same.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Emo's going for his BKB. BKB soon for Niu.
Radiant are scanning.
He's close to it, and so is the Sand King, I believe.
They're
Fly,
TP
fly.
bottom. They want to go.
Oh,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
good blink out by Fly.
He had the lane ward, right? Like the lane ward is really good for him. Right outside of the vision of the tier 2 tower. So scouts out any moves as they happen. Like you can TP behind the trees, sure, but he had enough time to react to it. And the butterfly is complete, by the way. He's running towards his courier, so yeah, not something, like we said, that you see way too often on the DK.
Immediately TA went to the MKB, by the way.
Yeah, of course, the moment he saw the talisman, right? Like, you switch things up.
Yeah, it was, I mean, Daedalus was next on the list, so was getting this Demon Edge anyway.
Yeah, he's gonna have the MKB, basically. Maybe even for the next fight, but the smoke is good, timing-wise.
Ooh, breaks. Trio blinked forward, but they don't see anybody. They're still smoked up. They're trying to catch something. They've got these traps down.
If you're rated,
this Enchantress.
you probably dodge, right? Like you wait for the MKB. He's what, 200 gold away from it. Should have it. So if you don't take this fight, it's a huge advantage. Let's say not advantage, just it's a good decision that they don't commit into a fight.
Top tower is under attack.
Gives them this MKB, and now all of a sudden this butterfly doesn't feel as strong. Gives you a possibility to maybe take a fight on your own terms and sharpshooter, blink, spear. Doesn't throw him on a retreat. He was just in a bad spot. Builds himself up, has the BKB. He's gonna have to run for Fly. Fly throws down the arena. He's still alive with the bulwark, but the ball lightning and the Zeal rolling thunder is in. They lose this Mars. Thinking about going in on the edge. Hunter's Boomerang, Epicenter, being fainted. They have the opportunity to go into Fly. They've got this MKB. They'll go to the Burrow Strike. They get the Epicenter. Now they're going to go on a Fly. They've got the Ice Path to land. But Shiro, he's not bothered. They ball lightning into the Ice Path. They've got themselves Zeal. That's going to be 3 down on the side of Yakult. Tidebound don't need the Mars. They actually get a very victorious fight on their own terms as Emo balls lightnings into the Ice Path. And then they also had Zeal stuck there too.
If your ice bats are going to be this good, 30 minutes in, you don't have to skill them early on. Like you can go for the dual breath and liquid fire, liquid frost, straight into another tormentor, I believe, right? So Shard is there on Jakiro and Hoodwink. Next one, if they get it on the Mars, it's going to be really good. If they get it on TA as well, it wouldn't be that bad. I guess it's between the Mars and the Sand King. Fly, he needed to bail. Like he used his full BKB for the Mars kill. And that's... I mean, it's good, you get the core kill, but you cannot fight after.
You again caught. And this Ancient Steel Yule's alive for now, but the Meteor Hammer and the Remnant is down. They get the kill on an EU. They're going to look for Echo. They need help. They need somebody here. But Trap, BKB, Echo going to Burrow strike away, but still, oh, dead to the arcane bolt. I'm telling you, one of these guys needs a pipe. Could you get it on Mars? He's going for a Hex. Could you get it on Sand King? He's got Veil. Like, who would potentially even get this pipe?
If anyone gets it, it's going to be like a Jakiro or Hood. These two cores would get it, of course, as well, but I feel like they have more pressing items to buy right now.
Sharpshooter flies in, sees that they're doing Roche, but there's no way to stop this with no Mars, no Sand King. So they will concede yet another Aegis.
Two very cheap kills, by the way. Very cheap kill on the Mars and on the Sand King. Allows them to take another Aegis. I'm surprised they're giving it to the DK. It's just like so good on Storm at every single point in the game, and kind of whatever on DK because he dies with the form and that's it. But he does hit buildings with it.
I'm wondering if TA can take over this game. If that's even possible.
No, it definitely is. The way I see it, though, his massive power spike is right now. When he had the MKB into the Butterfly of Dragonite, I think these last couple of fights should have been theirs, but they lost the two cores way too quickly, so he couldn't really make use of his itemization. Smoke probably coming from Dire. Do they have it on someone? They don't. They're sticking together, though. It looked like they were about to make a move. 50-50.
With two E's.
The best 50-50.
Just kind of hoping to grab their moment, but don't want to really fight into this Aegis. Give them time to get the Swift Blink. Echo looking for the Shivas. Yu wants this Hex, but not sure he'll get it for a long time.
There's
and another Hex being built by Hoodwink.
Yeah, they just want extra control. They have some of it, of course, it's not that bad. You are playing into a storm, I guess, so the Hex is...
That's good.
Yeah, of course it's good. Like, whenever you're playing into that hero. The smoke is good as well, though. They might find the supports down bottom.
Will they find both of them? That's the question. They look for one, they glimmer the other, and now Ghost Scepters. Hoodwink trying to get out. They caught Emo. Oh, they get this kill into the storm.
They didn't get
and now this falls apart. They finally get Hoodwink, but Bobik is dead. There's a gem on the deck. The BKB, the TP attempt out. And the Burrow Strike looking for a +1. They've got the Yules out of the Pangolier. Zeal is going to be killed off here as he will try to roll up and roll away. And TPs, maybe he doesn't die. Oh, nice God, I thought he was dead, but gets into the Rolling Thunder and the roll-up and actually ends up surviving.
Yeah, the double shield crash with the roll-up into the Rolling Thunder. Like, very nicely done for him to survive, but that should have been 2 clean support kills and them getting away, but instead they don't get the one or the other. I mean, they get the Hoodwink in the end, but the price was massive. Losing the Storm Spirit and the Skywrath.
Losing their gem.
And the gem, yeah. Pretty bad.
What's that gem? Might have actually been the Hoodwink.
It was on Storm.
Was it on Storm?
Okay. Yeah, it was on Storm. It could have been. I think
originally it could have been Wise. Yeah. He used to say the name on the bottom. I don't know why I didn't say it anymore.
Yeah, same. I think it's Storms because he purchased it. I mean, I'm not sure if he bought it, but they were hunting Sand King with the gem. Now he has a Dust. To all my dear mid laners out there, you can buy a Dust when you're playing mid as well.
Yeah, let's pin that message.
Clip it and ship it.
Please. Doesn't have to just be your supports, especially when you're playing with supports that don't really get into the center of the fights.
speaking as a true AA enthusiast.
Oh,
Lane.
for sure. Oh, God. Ice Path, Fly already burning out. He's going to lose that Aegis. They get the kill into the Mars. Epicenter, not enough damage to get the kill into Boba. Can just get the Aegis heal. Is going to be through out of the Sand King. The BKB is going to be used by Emo. The damage coming out from TA, though. He's used the BKB pretty early. Burrow strike on the way back with the BKB Popeye Echoes. They go to the buybacks from both the Jakiro as well as the Mars. They only got the kill into the Skyraz. Shiro is in. Vortex and everybody on him. Shiro went in for what? Did for 100. Where was the follow-up for that?
The worst, I mean, the worst part is probably the dying, but the buybacks as well, like from Y, like they used 2 buybacks for TA just to jump in and die. Keep in mind that this DK, besides the butterfly, he's going for all the big items, right? Like he's got the Satanic as well, so he wasn't really going to die there, like too much heal. And when you see the fight, you understand why they gave the Aegis to DK. Like they just allow him to die once, and then too many spells are used for him. That's the trick, right? Like too many spells get used, too many items as well, and then you don't have a lot to play with.
You lose Shiro for 100 seconds.
Level 25, TA.
They found Zeal, Hunter's Boomerang Sharpshooter. That's a kill there for Tidebound.
How is this game still so close? Like, what the hell is going on? 38 minutes in, we are still sub 1k advantage for Tidebound.
Neither team really pulling away in more than 4,000 lead, I think, max here for Tidebound.
Every time I look, it's like dead even.
I guess they had a 7,000 net worth lead, but now it's even. Didn't feel like that much. TA finally back up. Wants this Swift Blink, wants a Daedalus afterwards. That'll be some time. Fly. He also wants that Swift Blink. How do you feel about this Meteor Hammer for Sky?
It's pretty good. Like it's done. He's done a lot of work with the Meteor Hammer already, like in a couple of these fights. But it's the build-up as well, like getting the 10% spell amp, the mana regen amp. Like you're playing with Kaya anyway, like you want to get it, and your options are Kaya Sanj, Kaya Yasha, or Meteor Hammer, right? Like you have 3 paths. If you need to really tank up, like you can go for Kaya Sanj, but Meteor Hammer perhaps feels the best out of the 3. It looks weird for sure, right? Like Skyrat with the Meteor Hammer, what the hell is happening? But it's more or less the standard build right now. Like you see it a lot. Crit popularized it. I think I haven't seen it way too much before he started buying it. Axon Storm, okay. Didn't see it from no one last game, but
The Arena.
French.
Always the edge. Sharpshooter misses. They should still get this kill, but now it's a ball lightning into the ice path again. BKB's popped. As they will use that Pyrrhic Cloak onto the Storm Spirit, and then BKB from Fly. So the turnaround, the silences, they're there. BKB's going to wear out on Echo in a second. Shiro also used his. So now, Shiro, you got to be careful about coming back into the fight or even going too deep. They won't cross the river.
They used basically everything on both sides. No arena, no BKBs, no mana or Ascending at all. Jumping and killing off the Dragonite is kind of hard right now. Like, you're probably, I don't know, you have to commit a lot. Yeah, Hunter's Boomerang, very cool spell. Thank you, Ops. And the Aetherlance. And Go Nuts.
Yeah.
And Scurry, by the way, go over Scurry as well. It gives a lot of range.
Because we just saw that Hunter's Boomerang thrown from like a mile away.
So basically, the moment this got added, I started playing Hoodwink with Go Nuts, but around the bushwhack. Aetherlance, and you throw the bushwhack from a mile away. Like you're not even in the screen and it's flying. It can be really ridiculous. But sometimes it hurts you as well because it flies too too long, you know, so they can dodge it. However, Boomerang doesn't care about that. It's really good.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
TA starting to rip through these towers. That's 3,200 gold. And then I'll eventually go towards a Daedalus. But Hoodwink finishes that Hex. And instead of the Hex from the Mars, Mew, who's dying first in a lot of these fights, is going for an Aeon Disc.
I don't mind that. I think he needs to stay alive for a bit, but Pango has a nullifier already, so gotta keep that in mind.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Drops the Hex, by the way, as he's defending bottom on Hoodwink, so it's not in vision. He drops it far away from himself as well. Like I'd be sweating right now.
Gotta make sure it's not taken.
They're gonna smoke. Like this Hex, just by not being revealed, could win them
Big
the next
upgrade,
fight.
yeah. Especially if you have another moment where Emo ball lightnings into an ice path before the BKB.
You know what's cool about Scurry and Go Nuts as well? It applies to items too. So Hex is gonna have a pretty massive range. Like you can use it from quite a long distance. I abuse this Go Nuts with observers as well and sentries because they get huge range too. So gonna be interesting this next fight. Smoke is good from Dire.
They'll go in. Oh god, TMing was there, but then he wasn't. Arena BKB starting to run away from this DK. Maybe they're going to reinitiate. Mew thinking about going in. He's got the blink in 5, but there's the Hex. It's on a 5-5. Rolling Thunder coming through. They'll try to get themselves a turnaround with the BKB and the Nullifier going out onto the Sand King, but there's the Dragon Tail. They get the kill on the planet. They'll take him out. They'll look for the Epicenter. They've got him. 5-5 in trouble. He doesn't have a BKB anymore, and Steel taking a lot of damage here from Shiro. Down goes 5-5. Shiro with a double kill. The chase is on for the Sky, but they won't quite catch him.
It looked very messy from Tidebound, I gotta say. Like the Hex on Dragonite basically accomplishes almost nothing at the beginning of the fight. The arena once again was used for the Eng, but they decide to fight without her and they get punished for it. No pipe from the Eng, no Boots of Bearing. Your Dragonite is tanky even without the BKB, but the Sand King damage finally playing a huge part. Like that's a 5k. Like, okay, Eng just disappears, right? But BKB is used, Arena is used. I'm thinking Yakult could reset this, but they decide to go back in and they get heavily punished.
Not amazing here.
It's the Sand King, truly. Like this was probably the best play from Echoes for the whole game. Just jumping in, destroying the Dragonite.
DK dead for another 35. And they are, you know, now having themselves the Aegis, might be posturing and setting up for potentially the high ground, if not more. This is finally the biggest net worth lead we have.
13k, 14k now. It's just growing by the minute. She's Aegis on the TA. We'll see what she buys next. She has like 4,000 gold, probably saving the buyback or something. We'll see. Refresher, of course, on Sand King. Just Refresher Orb on Sand King and the Shard on the Mars. Still, you gotta play this next fight very carefully.
They're grouping up. Let's smoke here from Tidebound. Do Yakult go and try and find this as I hiccup?
Dire's top tower is under
Someone
attack.
thinks about you. That's what we say here, you know, if you hiccup.
Yeah, that's true. Full lightning with the Vortex, but they go to the arena. And TA lost that Aegis pretty quickly, but this is a dead Emo. BKB Echoes now looking in, Rolling Thunder coming through. They've got some decent damage from this Sky, but it's just not enough. They're gonna lose TMing. Shiro's got that E-Blade Burrow Strike now. They're trying to maybe drop down the Meteor Hammer on these heroes, but they stop that with BKB Popeye 5-5, but Shiro is in, trying to get this kill, and will take out Fly. No buyback available. Down goes Zeal. GG is called. Tidebound take game number 1 over Yakult.
I mean, all the tips to Echoes. This man it was silent for the majority of the game, but the last couple of minutes have been absolutely phenomenal. Catching all the right heroes, also utilizing the Sandstorm versus Dragonite, preventing him from getting that lifesteal going for him with the Satanic. Just a very interesting game. I don't know how to put it. Like, it was kind of a strange game at the same time. Like, these two teams are obviously neck and neck. Like, there's no like huge skill discrepancy between them. It's just like these small decisions that decided it in the end. The itemization from Tidebound, of course, allowed them to get to this point, and no buyback on Storm finishes the game off. He was 200 gold short, by the way, this last fight. If he had 200 extra gold, he buys back, and maybe the fight is different, who knows? Like, you could be able to fight with the DKB.
It just, yeah, not having that buyback's huge. It happened a couple times in the later fights that Emo just kind of gets caught in these ice paths trying to play aggressively.
Yep. He doesn't preemptively use the BKB or anything like that. I'm thinking maybe a Lotus on Edge instead of Boots of Bearing could have been better. Like, Boots of Bearing are, they're all right this game, but this item, yeah, I'm not sure. I think they needed an additional Lotus on someone. They had some really good items, but they got controlled way too often for way too long. Like, if Storm isn't hexed, it's the Dragonite, or it's the Ice Path. Of course, that's not something that you can help with, but at least these follow-up stuns and silences could be helped. So Emo started off well, started off strong, like he had a decent laning stage, but couldn't really convert.
But you see, he just gets stuck here, Ice Path, Bushwhack, Sharpshooter, and Planet just gets a kill easily on Emo. Like you said, he's short buyback by about 200, but he's making these aggressive plays in which he gets caught. And, you know, it felt like maybe Sky was doing enough in these fights. Fly can't go in. And honestly, why? Just landing these Ice Paths that completely changed the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like the hero is strong in the laning stage. Later down, like, you have the Ice Paths that are just almost always useful. But Jakiro is weak in one sense, right? Jakiro is weak in a way that he's very immobile. It's very easy to jump him first and eliminate him, and they weren't really ever going on him. Like, they were never finding the backlines. That's one thing that I could see from Yakult. They were fighting, like, they're just going through a wall head first. They're trying to go through New, they're trying to go through Echoes, but by the time you go through the Mars, like, sure, you kill him. He ended the game 2-6-17, right? Like, it's not great of a score, but by the time you kill him, you're losing a lot of your own members as well. So he's gonna trade. It's a Mars. He's gonna trade his life every single fight if possible, if that means that his teammates are gonna have a good time.
Echo's getting MVP on this one, 5-5-19. Struggled in the laning phase, but then a lot of very clutch burrow strikes, very clutch moments for him and his team that made it so they could win these fights and give Shira the space and time necessary in these fights to put the damage out there. And overall, you know, back and forth, kind of what we expected from these two teams. And you get yourself a situation where, you know, it does kind of feel like we're going to go to 3 games, but, you know, it's evenly matched, and usually in these earlier Swiss stages, we don't feel that maybe as much, but this feels like 50-50. No matter the draft, no matter what we are looking at. Tidebound there did look a little bit cleaner. I think just a little bit more fluid together, but we'll see. I mean, things can change going into game 2. I wouldn't be surprised with how close these teams are. We're going to be seeing that game 2 after a little bit of a break, so we're going to take a quick, short commercial break and see you guys in a moment. Stay tuned.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, playing your every move.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hey everybody, we are here with Zeal from the Yakult Brothers. How you doing, boss?
I'm doing great. Happy to be here.
Happy that you're here too. Let me know if I got this right. In last TI, you're playing for MOUZ, and then you in your free time, were coaching Yakult Brothers, is this correct?
Basically, after I lost my qualifiers in MOUZ, I went back home and I helped Yakult on the coaching because we are replacement invite for the TI. I pretty much just spend my free time coaching them.
That's super fascinating, mostly because, please don't be offended by this, I thought the off lane was for the dum-dums. Like the stupidest guys carry, obviously, but then right under that, it's usually the off laner is the drooling dude. You seem to be the smart guy on the team though.
Not really, I just thought that I just teach them basic stuff like hit creeps. Basically off laner's brain. Just hit creeps.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about TI then, because you're kind of tangentially associated with this team. They get this really weird opportunity to replace Gaimin. What was that like? Can you tell me what it was like for the boys on the team? What it was like for you?
From my perspective, it was of course I just lost TI. I went back home. I was resting, ready for next season. Don't know what will happen. Yakult messaged me asking me whether I want to go to Germany. I was like, well, for what? I thought it was some trip or something. Then he said for TI. And I'm like, are you kidding? So basically that's my point of view. And he said that I could tag along as coach or something. Then I agreed on it.
So was that, you think kind of high stress or kind of oh shit, hell yeah, let's go. No pressure at all.
A little bit pressure, but it's an opportunity. Pretty much the stress was waiting for the visas because we might not make it. Okay,
so you get brought in as a coach, you get to watch the boys, help out. You must have done something right because now you're on the team. What happened there? How'd that happen?
So basically after TI, the team wanted to kind of stick together in some way, and I was coaching them and they asked if I want to try out for them, and I have other offers, but I chose Yakult basically, yeah.
So talk to me about the Seb maneuver, as I like to call it, the coach into infiltrating the team. Is this a difficult maneuver? Is this an easy one? Do they respect you for your ideas? I mean, how hard was it?
It's not really hard. Basically, I just told them, do you guys want to play me? And let's go.
Let's go! Does it feel weird though, saying I'm watching you guys play and I think to myself, I'd be better on this team. I mean, what is that conversation like?
The conversation is basically in my own brain. I don't really say it out, but I prefer to be playing, of course. I'm a player, not a coach.
I gotta talk to you about this guy, Yakult, all right? I've been hearing a lot about this dude. He's been around for a really, really long time. But you said that he just messaged you out of the blue. Everybody in this team seems to know this guy. He's so prolific, you named the damn team after him, the Yakult Bros. As my research has simply shown that this is some kind of probiotic, disgusting drink from Asia. Who is this man? How did he get this entire team formed around him in his honor?
Basically, Yakult is also a very good drink.
No, he's not good. I tried it.
Trust me.
Okay, whatever.
So, how do you know him? Is basically he was managing IG.
Yeah.
So, if you realize that all the players that came into this team is basically ex-IG players, from different eras.
Sure.
So basically he just messaged and asked if we want to play together, and we needed a team name, so we just put Yakult Brothers because all of us know him.
Okay.
So yeah, basically that.
How you guys feeling coming into this tournament? Any teams that you're looking out for? Any teams that you're excited to face off against?
I'm just excited to face off against ourselves. Just hope that we play how we we used to play and how good we play. Hope we do well in this tournament, you know.
But we're excited to see your addition onto the team again and have you out here fighting. It's going to be great to see how you guys perform. Big support for you guys and all that you guys do. Any words out there to everybody watching, the new Yakult Bros fans?
To everyone who is supporting us, please don't bash us for our losses. We are trying our best, even though the result might be mediocre, but I think hopefully we will upset some people.
Okay, genuinely one of the most depressing addresses to fans ever. Please don't make fun of us for losing. Come on, brother. You got good fans out there. How about some cheer for us? How about we're going to do great?
Okay, you guys can continue cheering for us. We're going to destroy all noobs.
That's my shit. All right. Well, out to destroy all noobs in this tournament. I'm sure you guys will do fantastic. Thank you for your time. We're going to see more from Yakult and the Bros here at Wallachia Season 6.
What's up, everybody? It's your boys, B-Cop and Lizard here with game number 2 between Tidebound and Yakult. Tidebound taking game number 1 in what was a close game for the most part, but we get right on into this draft looking at game number 2. We'll see if we're going to game 3 first. Ban of a Huskar in that first phase. Timber and Naga Siren, now Marcy, Shadow Demon, they're running through this draft all of a sudden. They know what they want to ban.
I mean, these two teams probably have a very good idea about what the drafts are going to look like even before the game starts. Like, they can predict 3 out of 5 picks, I'm sure. Like, when it, like you could see in the last game as well, they were picking instantly. They weren't even like, yeah, sure, some hero gets picked, they instantly picked the answer anyway, because you could hear in the interview as well from Yakult Brothers, at least, like, they're absolutely focused on themselves. Like, they find themselves to be their greatest foes, right? The greatest enemies. That's what they have to focus on, winning against themselves first.
10 seconds remaining.
In game number 1 of this series, it felt like Tidebound were just drafting for themselves. It wasn't like any draft within a counter of what they were up against for the most part. And we'll see if that kind of stays consistent as Chen gets picked up for Yakult.
Yeah, we had Anch last game. This time around, we have the Chen. A little bit of utility for, although it was what, like a Skyrat picked very early on, with Ench being last picked. Like, that's the difference, right? So we see a 5 picked first instead of the last this time around, making it perhaps a little bit easier to get a good matchup for Fly or Emo. I don't think their matchups were that bad through the game, though. I gotta say, like, it was definitely very playable. But, they do give away the Y Jakiro once again. I hope they find maybe a little bit of a better answer in the lane, at least.
Tidebound's turn to
Very curious about this Chen pick, and I say that only because if this does in fact mean that TMing's gonna be on this Chen, he's not a Chen player. Last time he played Chen was November of 2024, so it's been over a year. Before that, it was August, and he's just not the most Chen guy. You know, usually you pick up Chen, and it's these Chen players. They're specialists with this hero, so it'll be interesting to see how he plays it. Last time he played it, he was playing for Xtreme, and then the time before that, it was a DU Super League, which is drafted teams, but before that, it was Azure Ray. So it's been a while, and on top of which, he's lost his last 3 Chen games.
I mean, Boboka can play it as well, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that he is. I have seen him play Chen, so maybe it's an option to play a 4 Chen. But, I mean, or play it on him, but from the safe lane.
Right. I'm going to look at Boboka's Chen stats as well. Only 14 games on Chen lifetime. He did play Chen yesterday for Yakult against Spirit. But it does scare me. His win percentage with Chen is 28%.
Stop it. It's a good hero. I promise.
It is a good hero. I'm just
saying,
can play
it. Maybe Emo Chen mid. Let's go.
Primal Beast.
You're gonna just go over that. I'll tell you something. Back in the day, long time ago, back in my day,
A long time ago.
it was never a meta, but you could play Chen versus Noobs with Penitence being maxed out mid, because it didn't add attack speed, it was like bonus damage, I think spell bonus damage. So there was a build with Penitence max plus Dagon, and you just Penitence Dagon, and the Dagon deals like 1,000 damage. It was kind of silly.
5 seconds remaining.
But yeah, of course, not gonna happen. This time around, it's gonna be Chen Pango by Yakult Brothers. On the other side, a good old Planet position 4 Wind Ranger. So nothing to think about here. It's not gonna be some like. Of course, it could be a flex pick, but it's like almost 100% going to be played by Planet. They pick a Weaver into that, and a Clock into the Primal Beast. Like, these next 2 picks are pretty good from Yakult Brothers. Weaver has to be a bit careful about the burst damage, and my god, slow down.
It does feel, again, like they're just drafting for the sake of drafting. Like, and maybe that's not the right way to say it, but like, it doesn't, I don't know. They've got what they want, and they're going to go and get it. It doesn't matter what the other team is drafting.
It feels that way, because like when you look at Clock, he's really good into Primal. Let's give them that. Like, they've picked Clock into the Primal.
10 seconds remaining.
Like, you can see why they picked it. At the same time, you're playing now Clock into the Jakiro with a double hit. So your cogs in the lane are generally pretty bad, and into a TB with illusions. So it could be one of those situations where Clockwork is just feeding away cogs in the lane. Sometimes it doesn't feel that great to play it. They ban out the Darkseer, expecting the Pango to be mid, by the way.
10 seconds remaining.
Which is curious considering last game, right? But you could always throw the Primal off, right?
Yeah, you can. Depending
you
on...
probably want him mid away from Clockwork, and he just sits there solo, gets the experience. Maybe he doesn't care so much for the Clock being in the game if he gets to that point where he's getting farm and whatnot. Got about a minute of reserve time. Things really slowing down now after ripping through this draft.
Yeah, you pick the first 4 without thinking, and then the last pick, oh god, wait, we have some problems. Gotta fix them. When it comes to Tidebound, they have to decide mid or offlane what the last pick is gonna be. Is it Echo's hero? Is it new hero? Because like you said, Primal, very flexible. They could really use some backline catch, like a Storm or an Ember, like looking at Clock, Weaver, Pango, like all of these heroes, Chen as well. Like it would be nice to get some mid lane that jumps in the back, and then you would put Primal on the off, which could put him in a pretty bad position. So I do think this is most likely an offlane hero. Never mind. It is a spirit. Like, it gives you that bonus damage. It does put them in a position in which you could honestly fix your lanes on Yakult, like what I was talking about, Clockwork maybe being in a bad position versus Jakiro. You could put Clock now into the Primal lane, which is really good with Weaver, into the Wind Ranger as well. She can't wind run that easily from the Clock, and then you put Chen plus whatever is on the offlane for Yakult. I think honestly it's a better approach. Wait, isn't Seal like a brew player? Can you brew here? Like, you brew the TB?
Guess you could, right?
I mean, it's a really good brew game. Like, if you think it's... I know some teams play it, like 90% of teams do not touch that hero at all with a 10-foot stick, but versus a Terrorblade, when you see it, like in a game like this one, you'd have... Cyclone versus the Wind Ranger, the Dispel versus the Illusions versus the Ember versus the Wind Ranger. Like, not too bad. And it's not a bad hero with Shen as well. If you want to put Pango there, that is. Like, if you want to, you could also just put Pango offlane and then pick a different mid.
What is the game plan? As they get deep into their reserve time, both teams taking a lot of time for reserve. But time will tell what they want for Yakult, and they will go into the Shadow Field.
Okay, so the mid SF, the emo SF, I mean, good lane for him. Like, you get a lot of burst magic damage versus the TP, versus all of these heroes. I mean, it's a pretty damn good SF game. I gotta give you that. Like, they have some control in front of him as well, between the Clock and the Pango. It's gonna be your standard mid with, what is it, like, Kaya, Yasha, Blink, Aghanim's, right? Like, BKB, and later down the line you build a Hex. Like, every single item that Emo can buy in this game is going to be impactful, or should be impactful. In theory, at least. It all depends on how you execute, of course, but it looks like a pretty decent SF game.
Right. Remember the days of sitting in base and looking to just get the souls of cogs before you went out there to ultimately give up first blood?
I mean, yeah, of course, not doable any longer. And SF for me is always like one of those heroes that can backfire horribly, unfortunately, right? Like, he is a hero that when you enter the game, you don't have a lot of mobility. You're kind of squishy. So if they find the right maneuvers around you, like, you can get abused. You're prone to be abused. And you're playing versus a Windrunner. You're playing versus an Emperor, versus a Primal Beast as well, right? So they have a lot of ways of getting on top of him. If they manage to slow down Emo, I feel like this game could be kind of simple for Team Tidebound, but I'm honestly expecting game 3.
Damn. Sure. That's definitely a possibility. We'll see if that ends up how it goes. But I don't know. You know, we expect game 3 a lot with these China v China matchups. However, when I look at the draft, I don't know. I still feel confidence for Tidebound.
Yeah, I think they're playing a little bit cleaner for sure, and you could say that they should be the ones taking it, even if it goes game 3. But you never know. Like you said, like the Yakult Brothers, like with this XIG stack or XIG players, like you never know. One game they look like absolute gods. The next game, they look like a tier 3 team. Then they're actual gods again. It's kind of weird. I can never
feel like they had their best moments for Mimo in the last game, so that's what kind of makes me a little bit curious as to, you know, if they don't get that same kind of performance, you know, you might be a bit in trouble.
They didn't try to go for the trample play with the blood grenade, by the way, and they didn't block the bot. So and they are doing what we called for. They're putting the Chen with the Pango, the Clockwork with the Weaver. I really like the way they are activating the Clockwork. If he played as a 4, it would be absolutely abysmal of a lane.
Right. See how he ends up playing overall. As we look on 3 lanes. But where do we see first blood happening?
I think this game is so much more volatile than the last one. So we should see a bit of a quicker game, not your classic Chinese dotes where it's like minute 10, no kills happening. We've got Jakiro TB on top, bot lane as well. A lot of kills possible on both sides. Mid lane is kind of volatile as well, honestly, like this matchup. Ember SF probably not going to get the solo kill. Anything can happen.
Looking at top lane, Shiro, level 1, is into the Conjure image. Maybe level 2, they want to play aggressive, especially if they both get it at the same time. Dual Breath and the Liquid Fire, and or Frost, and they will go Frost with the Metamorphosis. The chase is on, but they've got the Swashbuckle.
Yeah, Divine Favor as well. Help the Pango heal up a little bit.
Continuing on as bottom lane, I'm looking over at Fly, see what he's able to get out of the game. He's in 12-0, so right now the CS feels really good for the Radiant. Kind of to be expected, right? Another dual breath across both these heroes, but bottom lane. Sorry, I'm baiting the observers. I'm really sorry about that. As I'm looking all over.
As I'm looking at bot lane and everyone is literally in 100% HP.
Yeah.
Nothing happening there, but yeah, still a lot of kill potential on all sides. I would say if anyone steps out of position. Top lane, Chen and Tangle, honestly, very tanky. Even for the Jakiro to go through all of this. Like you have the shield crash that you have to go through, and then on top of that, the Divine Favor. Just too much barrier and armor on the Pango to kill him, even with the meta.
Gosh, all 3 lanes CSing better for the Radiant side. Though, I mean, it's early on. We'll see what happens. If this is going to be another game where they maybe are able to swipe the shrine for Dire, I mean, this could be big again, right? Like, that was how they were able to activate Shiro a little bit earlier and slow down these supports on the side of Yakult.
Way more dangerous this time, though, I gotta say. Like, for Dire, swiping the shrine is probably easier for the Weaver, if anyone. So it could be Fly that does it, but TB running in there, especially when you're not dominating the lane, very difficult.
Echoes just can't stay in the middle lane. It's not CSing really at all. It's about grabbing this courier, Rocket Flare, and not really having a place to be able to go.
And he's late as well.
And he might die. Blood Grenade, if they get Cogs, he's probably dead. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. He can't TP with Battery Assault. Not available, actually. So maybe he can just TP, but it would set him up for dying anyway. Yeah, TPing not really an option, just a long way to go to end up dead. And he's got a salve coming out, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he couldn't TP because of the cogs anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe if he had found like the right little crevice to hide in. But all things right now pointing towards Yakult having a very easy time in this game.
Yeah, yeah, so far so definitely good. The SF pick can be punished though. That's one thing that I expect. Like, sure, he's going to crush the mid lane. That's why you picked him, but it's also a hero that at times, you know, like you get a couple of levels advantage top lane. Damn, the shield crash damage. You can get the advantage and then one rotation can ruin your game. So that could be an option for Team Tidebound.
Where does it come back here for Tidebound? You know, who is the playmaker that needs to be making things happen?
It's Planet and it's Ember. And you need level 6 Ember. Luckily for them, this hero is really strong, even without items. The moment minute 6 rune, let's see. SF is kinda big though, level 6 already.
Blood Grenade thrown, Bobica taking some damage, another Blood Grenade the other way. They're trying to go. They don't have Shackle Shot. They'll have another Power Shot, but it doesn't really matter. It was a shield rune that was picked up. Echo on the run. He's trying to get himself maybe a couple of sips ready with the bounty rune, as he's now running away from a Boglet.
Arm of the Deep. Did not connect. Unfortunately for the Chen, but fortunately for Ember, he does get the wave under the tower now. Nicely done by Planet to keep it alive. Well, these kind of plays are necessary, right? Like, you're not gonna kill him immediately. You need to get to 6th first. You're a full level behind. Almost level and a half on Ember.
And he's practically getting tripled in CS.
Yep. SF now rotating. Like we said.
7-minute rune. They're going to need to bring in some of these numbers. I don't know if they really have that available to them. They're going to start to retreat back for this shrine. And Planet's going to be here, but now Emo comes in, and they have nothing to do with this, because Planet doesn't have a level 4. He doesn't have access to Shackle Shot. They just don't have the control. They're thinking about going in and use level 5, but with Clockwork right there, he could just Battery Assault, and then you do nothing as this Primal.
Yeah, this Clockwork actually is just doing so much work. Like, you don't see it, like he's not pressing any spells right now, but just the hero itself is preventing any aggression from happening on top of the SF. You could say that all 3 lanes have been successful for Radiant. Like Yakult, they won more or less 3 out of 3 lanes. Mid lane being crushed and the other 2 lanes being in a pretty good position.
Terribly the only one who's having a game so far for the Dire.
Yeah, he's not gonna carry you through the mid game though. It needs to be the Ember, it needs to be the Primal.
If they get 6 on Primal soon, they can always just pulverize into a Power Shot. Now they've got Shackle, so at least Sleight of Fist Searing Chain sets them up to have the Shackle follow-up.
Is there, Power Shot is there, but whenever you're playing into the Wind Ranger, remember that raindrops are your best friend. They will keep you alive from that kill shot. Most of the time, at least.
The way back is going to be tough for Tidebound. Hero, one of those heroes that he doesn't do that well in lane, isn't going to feel like he's doing much in the game. He's level 4, not really offering much. Both supports actually just level 4. If they can find a kill or 2, then maybe this works out for them. But you see them go after Fly, and Niu He might just get run at and killed. He's got to run all the way back. Fly's coming over. He's got the Storm on him. And still going forward for this kill onto the Primal Beast. And turn around. Fly forces time lapse. Well, Shikuchi, but doesn't go in. Meanwhile, mid, SF uses that Requiem.
Just a Remnant out. Wind Ranger as well.
3,000 net worth lead, and it's only 1-0. It means they're getting so much more out of the map.
Yeah, they truly are. And these heroes, once they get like level 6 on supports as well, Shen and the Clockwork.
How do you kill anybody?
Yeah. Especially because of the Hand of God.
This might be a kill here. They've got the Shackle. They'll have the Power Shot kill. And now they hit the Pulverize. Warpine Raider throwing a Seed Shot over, and now thinking about the Trample. This is bad for Primal, but again, Emo. Oh, Shackle, it's always the one in the back, but Planet juking this Rolling Thunder, and he ends up surviving, but Innocence is dead. Echo's next on the list. Doesn't matter that the Windrunner survived if you're going to lose your Ember.
Is she going to survive though? Weaver is still on a hunt.
Dust. Shackle doesn't connect. Onslaught in. And we'll try to go to the Trample, but the time lapse is available. Meanwhile, Shiro losing his Courier.
Terrorblade is around, but nothing that he can do to the Weaver, even without the time lapse. Not enough damage, not enough catch. This is like a beautiful draft on Radiant to play if you're like having an advantage in the lanes. Like, look at the massive Ancient stack as well. All for SF. It's so wonderful to play around Chen, who is like high level. That last fight, SF survives because he gets Divine Favor, and on top of that he uses a really fat magic wand. He just baits Ember completely into thinking that he might have a kill, which he definitely did not.
To be quite honest, this game kind of feels in the bag. I hate to say it that early, but it would take a pretty massive misplay here from Radiant to give back this lead at the moment.
I think, like, yeah, they have a 5k lead 12 minutes in. It's massive. But there are ways of playing for Dire.
Shackle. TMing will eventually die here to Echoes. That's a way to start it off.
It's like one thing that I would say about these heroes. Like, sometimes you have heroes that are really goal dependent, and you have heroes that are XP dependent. These heroes right now on Dire are mostly about XP, and as long as they have their spells, like, they can make plays. Like, this kill shot, no matter how tank you are, can take you down. It's a lot of damage. It's like 400, right? On 470 on level 4. Then you have the Ember with the catch. Like, he doesn't need a blink. He doesn't need any activation item. Vessel is nice, but he's the same hero with or without it. So it's playable still for Dire.
It's just 5k now is definitely feeling like a 10k later.
Oh, absolutely. Maybe even more. It's like two items, basically. Two big items. 2 blink daggers on Radiant of worth.
You now have level 6 on Innocence. You've got 6 on both the boards here for Yakult too.
Yeah, 7 on Shen even. He's got that Hand of God and they smoke up. They want to utilize the haste on SF. Diffuse along Tango.
Broken. Has the inhibit, so nowhere for Innocence to go. The Shackle connects. They've got the cogs and they will lock down the Jakiro.
Base Ember.
Forced a Remnant, but he's right into the hands of Fly. Searing Chains, another Remnant, now gets onto the low ground. Flare hits, but it's not going to matter.
Maybe they could have turned that fight if not for the Diffusal. But Diffusal on Jakiro prevents him from using his ult. Like, he didn't have the mana. He only used like dual breath, that's it.
Stole another shrine. This is really rough for Dire. A lot resting on the hands of Shiro to get done.
Which, to be honest, is one of those heroes that can carry almost any sort of a game if he has a good time.
Nowhere for him to really be able to go. Hookshot actually gets blocked here by Fly, but the cogs are in. It doesn't matter. New's dead.
They're all so damn big, by the way. Like the 7k net worth on all 3 cores on Radiant. All 3 lanes went well. 6k advantage in total. So there's a smoke. This is the chance. Maybe kill the SF. He's got the blink though. Ah.
Yeah. Just unable to get there.
Yeah, they had to start with the slide, right? Like, or maybe power shot. Something that can catch him immediately.
Maybe they can still make a play, but it
So
feels
many
very
heroes.
risky. Hearing chains, power shot, rolling thunder, Zeal's over here, and now Ember forced to remnant away. Boba's still pretty low, but the raise is coming in. Planet looking for a power shot, just can't find it.
That was never going to be their fight, and this kind of a kill might open up Roche, like they're right next to it. You've got Chen, you've got SF, Weaver, of course, without any bugs, I believe, at the moment. But yeah, it doesn't matter. They can still go straight into the pit. That's the advantage that they've got right now.
It says 60-40, but the game feels way worse than that.
I feel like they already need a couple of PKBs, maybe the one on the Primal. He's so far away from anything, though. He's got the blink. It's a step in the right direction, at least. This is something.
Is under attack.
It's just about finding the moments here for Tidebound and where they could even start to pull this game back.
It's like you need to find the backlines somehow as the Primal and Ember, and it's not that hard. Like, you can jump in the backlines. The only question is, do you get out alive after? Which is probably negative. The answer is probably negative. They have a Vessel on Ember, so helps against the Chen as well.
Radiant's bottom
Terrorblade Manta is completed, it's flying out.
For the side of Tidebound can do wonders for them, but it's not going to happen here. Requiem comes in, hook shot. They'll save the Chen. Don't even get that kill. They do get the Aegis out of the hands of this Weaver.
Terrorblade, though.
Can they find more? Terrorblade's in trouble. Pops that Manta, needs a Thunder somewhere.
Oh.
Cannot find it. Zeal ends up dead. But losing the Terrorblade, the only hero having a decent game so far for you, is going to feel awful.
He was really close, by the way. He was channeling that Thunder. His hands were up. Didn't quite get it, though. And the saddest part of all of that was actually not even the Chen kill, right? Like, they used so much to take him down, but they didn't manage to kill him. Fortunately for Echoes, he did get a Vessel charge. Like, leaving that fight without a Vessel charge would feel absolutely horrible.
Yeah, definitely. Now, you know, I'm taking a closer look. They were able to blow up the Weaver, and now they've also, I will say, they've got this rock throw, which from a distance, you can get somebody, you can get that shackle, you get that extra bit of lockdown, all of a sudden you can get that kill. That's what they're lacking here, at least for the moment, is those, like, extra 1 or 2 seconds to finish off some of these heroes.
I don't know. This structural for me feels a bit
Shackle,
weird, but...
and Chen, he's gonna die. They get this kill. But Emo comes over looking for raises. He doesn't actually have a lot of mana to play with. And they remnant away. That's a pickoff that works out well, and you're starting to see it. You know, they can get some of this gold. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope. But hook shot, blocked by a creep. You actually able to escape off that.
I feel like a lot of these hook shots did not connect. That's
yeah,
one
they're
thing
just off the mark.
Yeah. Like, he's missed quite a few, and it's helping them. It's helping Dire survive some of these aggressive moves that should be very simple at this point when you're 7k ahead. And now the 6k doesn't feel as bad as it felt 10 minutes ago. It's still bad, but it's something you can play against.
Yeah, it's definitely something you can play against. And if you get this BKB at a decent timing for NIU, I think all bets are off. Like, you now have that ability to blink, BKB pulverize.
Do you think that this is like a Lincoln's game for Weaver? It wouldn't be bad, I suppose, right? Like, versus Primal?
As long as it's not first item, I feel like Lincoln is just such a good item on Weaver, right?
Of course, like, he's got Mjolnir already. I believe he's going for Dragonlance, seeing the Belt of Strength probably. Like Dragonlance and Shard are the items.
Well, they're wrapping. This could be a really good fight. They're going to try and get in with a hook shot. Shiro's going to be the one who's spotted near the tower. They need to get this before they end up making the rotation. If they could just get out, he's already away. Now, good escape, good sense of where they're at, and they get all the way out. Very well done there by Tidebound to make sure, oh, Jesus, to make sure that they got out of that one. Because if TB gets caught, again, you slow everything down. All the progression that they've made is hit right back towards Yakult. And now it's a 5k lead, and all of a sudden, things are, you know, continue to look up.
That rotation with the smoke, even though it looked cute, like the wraparound behind 50-50 once again, let's go. Even though it looked really cute, it took way too much time. And it took way too much time because TB takes the towers way too quickly. So they didn't manage to catch anyone. Maybe a TP to the tier 2 tower would have actually been better. Not bad shark, by the way. Look out of the two. It's good on Shen as well.
Nice path. This is a tanky hero. Gotta assume they're giving him up for free. Nobody rotating, nobody TPing in by a tier 2 tower. They're trying to make a move. And Shiro kind of aware of this as, of course, they're pushing the tier 2 tower, but initially backs off the lane in what could have been a tough move. It just all of a sudden turns into an 8k. Hook shot, Shakiro. Jetpack and the Swashbuckle. They're trying to get this defusal. Shiro's here. Innocent's putting the damage on a TMing. He's taking some damage from these illusions. Might get run out and survives. They had to help him with the kill shot. Hit him with the kill shot like his name's Machine Gun Kelly. Goddamn. Planet from a distance getting that kill. You now
that's
only
the
1,300
rapper
away.
That's the rapper that became like a pop singer now, right?
Yeah, he got shit on so hard by Eminem that he had to leave rap.
Yeah, that's the one. What?
A little pulverize action. This is another kill. That's the Pangolier. That's not bad.
Yeah, did you see the onslaught play there, by the way? Push him into the shackle, so the shackle latches on a tree. Like, really cool. Maybe he could have gotten the angle anyway, but it lined him up perfectly.
Just gonna put you over here, make sure that this shackle connects. Thank you.
They're finding
a lot of
shackle
accuracy. Yeah, they are, because now they've got this Kaya Sanj on Ember. This Primal is very close to the BKB, 484 gold.
I would say every shackle is a successful shackle. It cannot miss, unless it's on Lincoln's or Lotus. I'm just gonna put my nerd glasses on. Technically, every shackle.
Technically, literally, you can't miss.
Shackle. Exactly.
Like Nerdy Lizard. He probably likes anime.
Got the most annoying round glasses, Harry Potter ones, right next to me here.
With no prescription.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god. This is still now a 6,000 net worth lead. TB going Hurricane Pike. He's gonna need a little bit. I feel like he needs like this item and maybe +2. That. What else? BKB? Are we looking BKB at TB? Or are we looking for something else? What's the deal?
Yeah, Pike. After that,
After Pike. Yeah.
You can tank up as well. BKB into Pango into SF, of course, is really good still. So probably gonna be the case. But like on TB, if you can play without BKB, you'll try to.
Sitting mid, Planet. Wind running away, and they place some wards over mid. That's not in range of any sentries from the Dire, so they don't know just yet, but they still avoid this gank again. Another good move here from Tidebound to just avoid getting got on, as they sense that they're off the map.
Yeah, the BKB on SF will not be successfully revealed, at least. Yasha Kaya, of course, BKB Blink. This is the time to shine for the SF, as he can go deep into the fights.
Question is, even if he BKBs, there might just be a Primal right behind him with the Pulverize.
Primal that also has a BKB and the Blink now, right? So
And he's going Lincoln's, actually.
Lincoln's next.
Lincoln's for Primal.
I'm not sure why. What's the...
Yeah, what are we blocking here? BKB, as I said, all are healed. They've got the shackle. They don't have the damage. Now the turnaround is available for them. They'll do the damage onto Innocence, and you gotta leave. Power shot, that goes off. Shackle's not gonna matter. They're losing both supports on this one. That was a very aggressive play. It does force the BKB from the SF, but you also use BKB on New, and you just don't come away with anything. You need to kill him before he's able to get his own BKB off, and now Primal's just dead. There's nowhere for him to really go, and FlyFly's got a third for his team. This is the first fight in a while that Tidebound's kind of flubbed that has gone the way of Yakult.
Yeah, and it's a massive one because Rosh will be guaranteed to respawn in the next 30 seconds. So this should be Team Yakult's Rosh as well. They take it very quickly.
If they set up on Dire, maybe they can fight this. Because it's going to be top for a little while. Maybe.
It's the longest Rosh ever. Like, look at that. Is it max 9?
Tango. Inhibit, but
dude,
the double jump and Zeal, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, another Remnant over. And this is a dead Pangolier, all while Roche is being taken. But Terribly is trying to get in on this. Do they have anybody else? Power Shot flies through. They need somebody to go. They'll use the Metamorphosis, but the Age is picked up by FlyFly immediately. TMing's going to be able to jetpack. He's dead here, though. Planet gets that kill. Ice Path doesn't connect. But who else can they get? Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains catches the Chen, and this might just be a third dead Bobica run down by Shiro. You're going to get a tier 1 tower with this if nobody responds, and a good amount of gold accumulated from this fight for the side of the Dire, despite the fact that they didn't get the Aegis.
I mean, 3k difference, right? Like in this one fight, even though they give the Aegis away to FlyFly, so pretty damn good for Dire. They capitalized on the fact that SF didn't have his BKB because of the last fight, right? Like the fight around the bot lane. The BKB was still on cooldown as Rosh was falling, so he couldn't commit, he couldn't go in. But they're not in the worst spot, even with these 3 deaths.
No, but it does give TV more time, and he wants straight Daedalus into the BKB. If he gets those 2 items, Terrorblade has always been one of those heroes that is the end-all be-all carry. And in a game like this, I could see it happening as long as they get a little bit of control here for FlyFly, because Weaver, again, one of those elusive carries that can also kind of do the same as TB, right?
Yep, for sure. They have a very similar build as well. They're going for this Daedalus next.
Innocence, he is dead on the screen already.
Is he? Ghost?
No, he's got the Ghost Scepter. I didn't see that, so that's my mistake. It looked like he was dead on his screen already. Thought maybe there would be a hook shot coming, but TMing a little bit far away.
He had E-Blade last game as well on Jakiro.
Yeah.
And it did a lot of work. Now he's buying...
And he's going for it again, because he's going for the Aether Lens.
In Aether Lens on Jakiro, not too bad in general. Like, people tend to... Like, when they're playing this Jakiro 5, they tend to buy, like, utility items. Your drums, your Solar Crest, your Glimmers. But being a bit greedy, buying a Natural is also not too bad. Longer Ice Bat, longer Macro Pyre. No one ever complained about these spells being longer.
Just gonna try and get these creeps killed and hope that backdoor kicks in, but it won't.
Eggs, by the way, complete on Shadowfiend. I believe the 3 items are flying out. Yep.
He's got to be able to find the Requiems, though. For the most part in these fights, he hasn't.
So far.
Yeah. But he's got Blink, he's got Requiem, he's got Kaya, as well as Yasha. I think the next move, by the way, with all the Kaya, Yasha, Kaya-san, and all that,
Triforce?
should be... No. Kaya or Yasha. Hook shot, I believe, blocked by Emo.
Yep.
Shackle connects, and they go to the Pulverize with the BKB, the Hand of God. Zeal's already a little bit low. He'll roll up. Onslaught's in. They get the kill on a Zeal. They take away the life of the Pangolier. Tiaming, unfortunately, his hook shot blocked by this Shadow Fiend, and that allows them to kind of have free mobility throughout this fight.
Yeah, whose fault was that, by the way, now? Is it Testef's? Is it Clocks? Because they're smoking up. They're running out. They have the meta available. Yeah, they do. And the DD up top, which is scouted, so they see it.
Amplify
This could
damage
be
for
massive.
Shiro. Oh boy. Who can they grab?
Dire are scanning.
Chen's got this Ring of Tarask. That flies out. He picks up the pipe.
Pipe Greaves. Yeah. They're wrapping all the way behind, but the base
Very
is gonna
far,
be...
yeah. They are just going to go for pressuring the tier 3. And Innocence might show to kind of bait them to stick around. I'm wondering if that's the move. Because now Zeal TP's into the outpost, and they've just kind of broken point. So that's going to be Dire leaving this gank attempt and going the other way.
It's not that bad, because they... Look at what they did. They got the creeps. Divine Protection should kick in soon.
Shackle. Nobody's here. No TB, no Ember.
They don't have to be. They don't have creeps. They can't push. It's like the tower, sure, they can get, but that's it. So they took a lot out of the map, like when you think about it. Ember farming top, bottom story, primal top. TB was farming everywhere else with the illusions.
This allowed TB time to get the BKB. He went Chrysalis into the BKB, gonna hold off on getting the Daedalus for a little bit. Now, again, you've got the openness of this fight, and 20 seconds left in the Aegis. This is certainly a time where Dire can take advantage.
Oh, the TB, this is danger.
Ooh, TB, immediate Thunder, and then trying to get the kill into the Clockwork, finds him first. Flyfly in a really bad spot. This Gale Force doing a lot. This Aegis, though, is gonna be there for him, it will. So the timing is not exactly right. The Requiem flies in, these raises are gonna land, and Shakiro's in a bad way. Sleight of Fist, Steering Chains, Guardian Greaves comes out from Bobica, but they go in with the onslaught. They've got themselves the damage coming through with the Hand of God being used here by the Chen. Echo's in trouble, Remnant to the right. He's trying to survive, has another Remnant, but he's slowed up. Emo's gonna be ending up dead. They get the kill on Neo, they're taking the Primal, they don't have themselves the Thunder. Shiro's dead, 75 seconds though. Buyback, Flyfly able to do whatever he wants in the fight after using that Aegis. Steering Chains onto Zeal. They were trying to get a kill here onto Echoes, but he's able to survive. But with Shiro dead, that is a fight that is technically won here by the Radiant side, and they're going to push into these Cedarac's bottom.
Yeah, it absolutely is, because the creeps are coming perfectly for the Weaver to go in. It was such a greedy fight to take. Like, you're taking the outpost against an Aegis, and sure, you take down the Aegis, but...
If the timing was right, maybe. Do they have this? They need an Ice Path, though. And they just can't land it. Sleight of Fist, Steering Chains once again. The Macropyre comes in. Power shot on a Bobica. Lotus, Shield Crash, Swashbuckle. Gotta be careful about how deep they want to go for this. Jerax, Bobica with the dot Jerax just surviving for so long. And eventually, they just have to give up on it. Any power shot from a distance? Do they have any vision here? They don't see him. He'll TP out.
Jerax is back?
Dot Bobica.
There are similar players. They always have been. When you think about the position 4s, right? Like they have done.
Thunder.
Yep.
I agree. They've definitely played similar styles, but man, that was a long fight that, and not getting anything on the back end from that is a little bit underwhelming for Tidebound, I'd say. They still, you know, Shiro's going to get that extra damage. Maybe that helps out in the next fight. And you'll have BKB for Ember because, honestly, Echoes was kind of playing with fire on this.
The way I saw that fight, it should never go Tidebound's way. I know that maybe they were thinking about it as Terrorblade is baiting, because they don't really have a lot of catch, but imagine if that hookshot was followed up immediately by an SF blink into the Requiem. If Emo was closer, then the game and the fight, I mean not the game, but the fight could have been over right there on the spot, so... They need some follow-up control, like follow-up from the Pango once Clockwork initiates, and the fights are gonna look much easier for Yakult.
So what am I missing here with this Lincolns from MOUZ?
Ah, the BKB Lincolns on to Lincolns on the Lotus from Pango. Damn, it took me way too long.
Okay.
It took me way too long. I'm starting up.
So just
I woke up early as well.
Making sure he doesn't pulverize himself.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Man, and that's quite an investment for something like that.
I mean, you gotta do it. It's like, it's actually, I'm kind of embarrassed. It's a basic thing that you should do, I feel like, in this kind of a game.
Sometimes we just see teams just allow it though, right? Macro Pyre bottom, by the way, just to push in this creep wave. Try and get this double catapult wave, the 35-minute catapult wave to put some damage on, but not a lot done to that tier 3.
As we Hex on SF queued up, and he's not far away from 3,000 gold. We'll have it.
Would help there.
It would for sure, but whoever he goes on, like usually this is the stage of the game in which SF feels absolutely activated. Refresher, of course, is the next one. He's got the magnifying monocle unleashed, by the way, tier 4.
Echoes? That is insane. The Requiem flies back. He is already dead. They need to bail from this fight. He's got no buyback. Jakiro gonna Ghost Scepter himself. He's surviving. That was, I mean, risky play to move in like that. And again, now it's gonna be close to Roche time when he's respawning. Had they gotten Emo to use his BKB, I almost want to say that probably feels a little bit better because Roche is potentially doable, but it still is just a way harder fight now.
Oh, absolutely. And they've been playing like this. They've been playing in a very... They haven't been playing risk-free, let's put it that way. Like Terrorblade, Ember, they've been making some moves where they're very far up front. Up to this point, I think that was maybe viable, but once the Hex is on, it might end the game. Like, if they play like that, the game might be just over.
Gotta be careful. Tier 3 top. Fly, Lotus on him. Blink, there's the Lincoln's blocking. They've got the pulverized. Hand of God comes in. They go to the onslaught. Can they get the shackle? Can they get any control? Ooh, the rock toss. The Requiem flies in, doesn't do the damage, but they get the tier 3. They go to the dust. Now, Emo on the run with the rest of his team. No follow-up from the side of the Dire. They didn't have Ember in that fight, and that could have been the extra steps they needed to get that kill onto Fly.
You smoke up if you're Dire, though, right? Like, no Requiem?
No SF. He's out of... he TP'd to buy.
I think you for sure go for a fight here. They just have to smoke and go a bit faster, yep.
They've got the Hex. Need to be careful.
Terrorblade not with them as well.
He's gonna try to get an axe. I feel like Terror Wave would be kind of nice. Rock Toss lands. Smoke is used. They're up on the high ground. Nobody in on Roche, and Rocket Flare flies in, seeing that nothing is being done on this Roshan.
Yeah, you can't be sneaky here. There is smoke up in return. Requiem is up in a couple of seconds, so they have the big ult. And like you mentioned, the Hex is up.
Just trying to be in a good spot. Planet. He power shots north. See where they want this entry point to be. It might be new. He's got this Lincoln, so he might not be the worst target for them to have out front.
He broke it.
And there's
He
that
saw
smoke. That's going to be broken. Who can they get? Ice Path. It lands onto the Weaver. They need the control, though. They go to the onslaught. They've got the Pulverize. He's in trouble. He's all alone. The hook shot blocked by an illusion. Fly gets the BKB off, and the damage coming in from Shiro. The Hurricane Pike. They go to the Gale Force. The Force Stiff to get him back. The time lapse. Shiro, he needs a target to Thunder. They Rolling Thundered. Emo, the entire time, so patient with his BKB.
And the Weaver, right, like so damn tanky, like you cannot kill him. They caught him out of position, the Ice Pad, the Polarize, everything, but he's still just not dying. Divine Favor, the ult as well. You'd think that the Weaver should fall in that kind of a situation, but nope. Just happen. Stack up those raises.
It's very tough. Roche heading towards bottom, but no BKBs available for Dire. Means they might just have to give this up.
No meta as well, right? Like no meta, no BKBs.
Do you smoke and try? Probably not.
I think it's suicidal. I don't think that they can.
Cheese. Fresher shard, and now so tough for Dire to hold on. But one successful hold and the game is back even, it feels. Problem is getting that far.
The shard, that's the one. That's the trick now as well on SF. Double Hex. Double ult, double BKB without even having to buy an orb. This is like his next biggest power spike on SF. It's usually what you buy anyway. The fight will be incredibly difficult.
Macro now gone. Looking for an Ags and Jakiro. That's not happening for a while. Onslaught, Lincoln's popped. Rock tossed, outlands, Ice Path follows it up. Shackle doesn't connect. And they use that time lapse. Not the longest cooldown. Thinking about the Rolling Thunder. Echo right in on the Fly. Rolling Thunder comes in. BKB pulverized now. They go, Hand of God. Damage on the Echoes is a lot, but Zeal's in trouble. They get the kill to the Penguin. They're going to look over his Fly trying to do the damage onto these heroes. Shiro, he's got BKB, but he doesn't have Metamorphosis anymore as he's in the middle of it for a little while longer.
They need to find a way of getting rid of Primal Beast somehow first. I think maybe Clock needs to do some sacrificial play because he's preventing the SF from jumping in as well. Like all of these fights, SF, like you've been questioning why he's so silent, let's put it that way, because he's been having a really good game. He just can't jump in. Polarize is a big issue for him. His Blink Dagger is either broken or if it's not, if he jumps in, he just gets stunned and it doesn't really work.
Planet with the next item is looking to manufacture himself into being a core. Daedalus is the item of choice for this Wind Ranger. Has 2,600 gold. If they can get to this, and all of a sudden they start getting damage from their 4, that could be massive. Primal going for a Refresher. Ember going for that Ags. And I believe Ayaskadi for now finished on the TB. Jumping in, looking for the Requiem, but the Force Staff back means this Requiem's not that great. They've got the root. It's on a Fly. Rock Toss connect. Shackle doesn't. Planet standing his ground. Ice Path is there. Onslaught, pulverized, hook shot, a little bit late. They get the Aegis. So now they're going to look over as TME is going to be taking the damage. He's got the Spirit Vessel on him. They're going for Fly. They go to another Requiem. But again, it's really not that great. It did get Echoes, but he might be able to Sleight of Fist and Requiem out of this one. They get the Ice Path as well as the Sleight of Fist steering Chains. The damage coming in. They're in trouble on the side of Yakult. They get the kill to Emo TMing. Fly trying to stand his ground going up against Shiro. Shiro still has this Thunder, though. If he gets in too much trouble, he's just going to Thunder, and he will. So now, time lapse used. Ice Path there. Neo's gone. And now they'll look over as Echoes is the next target, but the Shackle connects onto Zeal. He is taking so much damage from Shiro as another Thunder. He's level 25. Firefly's dead, and Yakult are falling by the wayside. This family tree is getting timber cut down. Zeal's gone, and now it's going to be a full team wipe for the side of Tidebound, and they have brought this game back from the brink.
Dude, what an insane defense. Like, securing the high ground for this, guys. It cannot be this easy. Like, it's absolutely insane how they're managing to just juke the Requiems. Like, Emo's double ult truly doesn't feel that impactful at all. Like, the first one is like whatever, the force staff jukes it, like the force staff on the Jakiro. The second ult as well, sure, it connects on Echoes, but they cannot kill, they cannot convert into a kill. Like, even with the Hex and everything. And they just don't have the firepower to take down a single hero. Like, look at this. He goes in here on Echoes, the Hex is there, but the Requiem just doesn't connect properly. It's a BKB target and Echoes that has Flame Guard and is moving away anyway. I would say that this is like the biggest difference in the game right now.
The positioning, I mean, the way that they moved about, it was so well done there by Tidebound. Echo's honestly putting himself in a good position where, you know, you're not going to keep vision on him. He puts himself over in these trees, right? And
he had the bug, right? No?
Well, I mean, throughout the fight, he didn't always have the bug. He's constantly sitting in that position.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. He was dodging well. I feel like these fights could be a bit more decisive in a way in which you jump in and you double Hex, double Requiem on the spot with Cogs while the Cogs are active. Unfortunately as well, the Cogs got used on the BKB targets, so I gotta make sure that the clock can go in and out. And look at that, 52%. Now no gold lead for Radiant. 1 key advantage only. They are 2 sides up. 2 melee racks up at least.
Yeah, and it is going to naturally push in. But that being said, you know, Terribly, he got the benefit of hitting that level 25 and getting that minus 30 seconds on the Sunder cooldown, which ended up saving his life.
Yep, Weaver just got the +1 Gembit attack with Daedalus, like... And with the Shard, sometimes you kill off supports just out of one Sukuchi. If the crits...
For Windrunner, no, he went to the BKB and he's going Abyssal.
Yeah, just an extra stun. Not something that is very often, but it's fine. He was saving for the buyback anyway, up to this point. Now he gets the BKB, makes sure that he doesn't die in the next fight that easily.
All of a sudden, Roche is a minute and a half away. There is a smoke here as the buyback situation is kind of dire for Dire. A lot of people have it, but Weaver doesn't. That's the big thing. You kill Weaver, he does not have buyback. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Shackle, but Lincoln's now BKB. Pulverize, hookshot misses. Oh boy, Firefly on the run. And he'll get out, but Echoes with this axe. He's looking for targets with these remnants, trying to get anything he can. They don't get their hands on the Weaver.
Honestly, maybe for the best, the hookshot missed. Like, if he connects, he probably dies and Weaver is out anyways, so...
Would have had to buy back. They've got 4 buybacks. This side of Tidebound has none. Send the Remnant in. They go to the Searing Chains. They're rolling Thunder. They'll look for this Requiem. That lands. Shiro's in trouble. Can he get a Thunder off? He's got to fight something. But the 4-step back to the Thunder. The hook shot. Finally TMing from a distance. But it's not going to matter just yet. They can't get the kill to Shiro. They're going to look over the Jakiro. They've got themselves to the side of Emo. And the rest of Yakult going backwards. Remnant Searing Chains. That connects onto TMing. But he's got the Spirit Vessel on him. He's still not dead just yet. Half his health. Power shot comes in. Not going to connect. And they will end up escaping. And this is just on the edge for everybody in this fight.
Of course, keep in mind that this time around, SF did not have that shard to work with, so couldn't refresh and go back in on the TB. He's going to buy an orb, of course, so it will be helpful in the next fight. Imagine if he did have it. He could double Hex. But you could also see that there was no follow-up, right? Like, the moment TB goes back, like Clock with the Cogs, he made a good play, but there was just no damage. It's just the Clock and Weaver that go through.
Minute shrines. You trying to get to his level 25. TB, he's getting there, man. Level 26.
He's already there. I don't know where else he's getting. Like the BKB.
I mean, I'm just saying level 30. You know, you get all of a sudden you get the extra metamorphosis duration if you get there. That would be nice because there's a lot of these fights where they go on for so long that metamorphosis runs out and he just doesn't feel like he can do much of anything anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if the game goes super late, maybe even a refresher on him, right? Like it isn't super strange to see. Another shard, this time for the SF. He still didn't have it.
Surely that's the shard you mean, right?
Yeah, I mean,
not the refresher.
Yeah,
he has the refresher orb now.
He got the orb.
Got the Magnifying Monocle with the Unleashed on it, which means he was holding on to that Dormant Curio for so long.
Yeah. He's had it for tier 4.
Move in. Shiro's got an amplified damage. Onslaught Remnants coming forward. BKB, they go to the Lotus, but it's not going to matter. The damage coming in from Shiro's not going to be enough. They're trying to get it out. Fight. He's in a bad spot. He's got to be careful. He's trying to stand his ground against Echoes. They go to the time lapse. Now the Rolling Thunder comes through. They hit the Hex. Oh, they look for Terrorblade. There's the Force Staff and the damage. No, he's still alive for the moment, but the hook shot, another Force Staff. He'll turn around, goes to the Thunder. The Lotus Orb's not going to matter. They get the kill to TMing. He just fought back. Echoes, though. The shot from Fly. Sleight of Fish. Shiro gets that kill on an Emo. He's got no buyback. Ice Path on a 3. Pulverizes there. Down goes Zeal. Oh, no. It's all crumbling for Yakult. They have curdled here as they lose everybody again. This
Thunder,
might just be it. They don't have Weaver or SF.
This is over. They're going for the throne. Pango can buy back, but Pango with the Chen does not definitely defend this base. GG's called.
GG. Tidebound with the comeback against the Yakult to take the 2-0.
I honestly saw this going game number 3. The way the lanes went, the way the early fights went, the way that they were just taking control of the full map, they have to be happy about this one because this was not theirs to take. Team Tidebound, wonderful defense of the high ground. Basically, all you gotta do in some games is to chill on the high ground, wait for the enemy to make mistakes, and they certainly did make a couple on Yakult's bros. Unfortunately, even in this last fight, they get on top of the TB with the hook shot, trying to convert into a kill, but instead just giving him a Thunder target, right? So he Thunders the clock and gets back in. Just, I wouldn't call this game clean by any stretch of the imagination, but it was won here. Like, this is the fight where Tidebound, and I'm happy that we start right here with the highlights, because in this fight, they managed to claw themselves back in. Like, the hookshot is good here, like the cogs as well, catching 2 heroes, but both of them having BKBs, I believe, or at least Yu has it, so he is able to mitigate all of the damage from the SF. Echoes as well. So damn slippery. Like, he just surviving every fight. I mean, it's an Ember, of course, but they had the Hex. They had the Shard in this fight as well in SF, and it still wasn't enough.
This is just a great comeback from Tidebound, and you see, or well, you did see when they were showing the teams, just the jubilation from Tidebound, the devastation in the faces of Yakult, the juxtaposition of the emotions that we saw. And honestly, it's just, from Tidebound, with the way that this game went, showing that you've got the ability to dig deep, bite down, and get this win shows a lot of heart, shows a lot of grit and determination to bring this one back. I mean, Shiro, in this last fight, getting force-stabbed 1,000 times to make sure that he survives. That's 1. That's going to be 2 in a second as he gets pushed back even further after the hook shot, and then just gets this range, has that Sunder, BKB, amplified damage, turns it around. And Echo here, Echoes doesn't even die in this split second. He is able to survive. The Ice Path is beautiful, and just Tidebound, man, to bring it back is so amazing from them. I cannot believe they were able to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, this last fight wasn't even I mean, the end all for them. Even if they lose the Terrorblade, maybe they could continue fighting or creep skipping and stuff. They wouldn't lose it, but winning this fight definitely wins them the game. I think if there's like an extra crit from Fly or an extra hit or two from Fly, Shiro probably dies, but they weren't really converting. Like one thing that I have seen from Yakult, they didn't find the right way of initiating and using all their spells at the same time, right? Like just blowing up a target. It was impossible for them because of this guy with the Ice Bat and because of his position 3, like the Primal Beast. Like these two were making... it's so difficult for Yakult to find the right targets and eliminate them because New was on point with the item build with the Lincolns versus the Lotus.
Right.
But he was so on point with counter initiating as well, right? He would never waste his ult. His ult was always crucial in fights. Like you couldn't see a single ult that you would be like, that they could have gotten the kill without it, right? Like 0 ults were wasted like that. So very nicely done by both of them.
Yeah, really well done, honestly, by Tidebound to bring that game back. And that is an absolutely amazing performance from them on the back end of that game to bring it back. So they moved to 1-1, and Yakult now the 1 game away or 1 series away.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
să-mi pui uiraș de fac, uiraș de os, uiraș de soc, mă zicei cu foc. Când abate pâinea, răzbate șuile, s-o strânge pe mine, mă plânge cu lacrimi de sânge. Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni măicuță bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe când mă alergând, de toți întrebând, și la toți încânt, cine a cunoscut, cine mi-a văzut, mândru ciobănel, tras printr-un inel, chețișoara lui, musticioara lui, perișorul lui. Ura câmpului, Dumioara mea să te îndori de ea și să-i spui curat că m-am însurat.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PGL Wallachia Season 6. I'm ODPixel here with Kezu, and we're ready to take you through the next two best of threes of day 2 here on this second stream. Kezu, how are you doing?
I'm doing really good. I've been watching some of, the mainstream. I think I will say, this tournament has a lot of very interesting things that are going on. Like the teams that I thought they would do better, they're like, there's like cringing a bit or like not doing as well, at least in the early days. And some of the quote-unquote weaker teams, they're doing better. So yeah, honestly, I don't really know what to expect. I hope that the games we have today are a little closer than what we had yesterday. Because yesterday, oh man, that was very one-sided.
Well, they were. Yeah, we did have. We had some rough ones. I got to say that this first series that we're getting into, I'm a little concerned about. We have got Heroic up against Raw. Of course, many of you boys and girls at home will know Heroic. Raw, however, I mean, some names you might recognize, but I think some names, Kezu, that I don't know if I've seen these guys play before.
Yeah, so I've seen some of them before. So if I'm not mistaken, their offlaner is JT. Obviously, this guy is he's a banger. This guy is very good. And then there's some others we've heard. Like I've heard their names like here and there, like Ulu and Cat U and Red Panda. I think the Cat U guy was actually suspended from playing professional for a bit, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
just raising some flags here. But they did reverse sweep their qualifier. I don't know if they played against the best team in the world, but as you were saying, they're definitely the underdogs coming into this one.
Yes. Yeah, so we'll see. Because obviously, Heroic yesterday, I think a lot of teams obviously expected a lot from Heroic. They did have a hard matchup yesterday. It was Na'Vi. Na'Vi looked very good. Na'Vi, of course, able to take that series against Heroic. But yeah, this series, I think Heroic, they're not going to be happy if they lose this one. This is that I think Heroic are like guys, when they look back at the teams that they have been able to defeat, best of threes,
Yeah, this will be a pretty major upset if Raw is able to get the victory here today. We're going to find out how this one goes down. Heroic, of course, coming up on your screen. You, of course, will recognize and know all of these players. This team has been very hot recently with some of their performances, both offline and on LAN. So yeah, big things to be expected from this team. They should be making it through this stage of the event with very few struggles. But here's the lineup that's ready to challenge them. Raw, as I say, some of these faces you won't recognize. I feel like there's got to be a few of these that is like, maybe not their LAN debut, but their first like LAN in a long time. You know, players that, but we haven't really seen at any recent LANs over the last few years, at least not on an international level. So let's see how they do here. Turning up today and ready to challenge Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, you know, one of the good things is that I heard this a lot also from like Thompson and other players. You know, when you have like a bit of a surprise factor, of course, that can can help you a lot, whether it's with the heroes you play or just you as a player, because I mean, people don't know anything about you. So I hope that that is also something that, you know, that they try to use to their advantage, like play to your comfort, play whatever, you know, whatever allowed you to get here in the first place. Because, well, if you qualify to an event, you at least, you know, you're good enough to at least make it there. So continue to play that. Don't get discouraged by like some losses, because yesterday they got their ass handed to them by MOUZ. I think 2 times in like 26, 27 minutes. I just hope they, you know, had a good talk, continue playing what you want to play, and then, you know, just see what happens. Sometimes it's meant to be, sometimes it's not meant to be. It's okay.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So, because yeah, as you were saying, in terms of the picks and bans, so if you are a Heroic, then what are you doing? Are you just banning out the meta stuff? Do you imagine they've tried to do a little bit of research on just in case some of these players have some sort of cheese pick that they pull off?
Yeah, you definitely want to look at like how they qualified to the event, because like you don't know much about these players. So when I looked earlier, there was quite a bit of Warlock. There was a lot of Puck from their mid player. They did rely on Gyro. So I wouldn't say they have like any like super standout stuff, other than like they have some heroes that allow them to like play fast. They had some Disruptors, Pucks. They also are one of the teams that plays Breaker. And apart from that, I think you just make sure that you get what you want and you ban out the meta stuff that you don't want to face.
DK, solid opening from Heroic. Doesn't really give up too much. A lot of versatility in terms of roles. Jakiro from Raw, so at least from these lads. So, if, you know, we're not seeing any surprise with the opening pick from Raw. It's definitely going to be whether or not down the line they have something to kind of throw in and surprise Heroic.
The Dragon Knight we've seen definitely on the come up for quite a while again. I feel like this hero always has its phases where he becomes kind of hot. People will like play him a lot. He can be played mid, he can be played carry, and he's quite strong in both the roles. Like he can take over the map with a Blink Dagger, then you can kind of scale as well with like some Pike, Daedalus into BKB. And it's very nice and easy to draft around this hero, because you have your Blink stun, you follow up with some supports, you know, some Snapfire, the Hoodwings that give him like the follow-up damage into the fight. So you're always very happy to take this hero first. And if you're Roar, you just kind of need to make sure that you either have heroes that don't immediately die to like this Blink stun, so that you have turnaround play, and that you have magic damage to try and kill this DK when he ultimately jumps in.
Let's see what sort of route they go when it comes to that damage. They'll do what I say. I think you said the other day you didn't like to see, right? You don't necessarily like it when a team goes 1-2. Here's our 2 supports at the start of the draft.
Yeah, I just feel like it makes it not like both for you. It becomes a bit awkward because it does mean you have to pick double core next on the double pick that Roar have, and also for Heroic, it just makes it very simple for you to like go about your draft. Because like even here, like Heroic are deciding to pick 2 cores in a row. Because they're like, okay, I'm just going to pick my axe. I'm going to do some creep skipping against your Jakiro. I'm going to go with like another support next that is good with my DK. Like it's just, I think it shows a lot. And usually when you pick 2 supports back to back, it means that you didn't have a core that could like step up and say, okay, I see DK, I want to play this hero. Or like, okay, I have a Jakiro +5, I want to pick this hero. And it sometimes, it can be a little bit concerning.
Skyraf is going to be coming in for a Heroic. Support that we're starting to see get a little bit more love in some of the recent competitive games. They've got great setup for it, of course, as well, between both the Axe and the Axe and the DK for the Skyraf combo.
Yeah, they've definitely got some nasty damage right now. The one good thing for Roar, at least as of now, is that they have a snowball save, of course, from these combos, right? Which is at least one of the reasons why I do like the Tusk pick into the DK. Because DK, he just wants to go on one guy, kind of similar with like the Axe. So if you're the Tusk in this game, you already have a lot of purpose before even going into this. And now you go for a Viper, which is kind of interesting, because you could look to match this pick into the Dragon Knight, because you ultimately have the last pick, so you see where the DK will go. Which means if I'm Roar, you should pick your carry here, because you see the Axe. And I actually like this. Yeah, I like this double pick quite a lot from them. I think they found 2 very good core picks here.
Because then with this lineup, would you tend to assume that it's more likely that the Viper's in the side lane or the mid? Or do you think it really is 50-50 and they could probably do both?
I think they will just try to make it match into the Dragon Knight, because it's just a matchup you don't really like to play as the DK. It doesn't matter on which lane it's in. The only thing I could see, if you do end up putting the Viper off lane, because Heroic put the DK as a carry, your draft could become a little bit weird, right? Because then you have offlane Viper, safe lane TA, you have no real initiation, but then you have to kind of fit it in from the mid lane. So if you're Heroic, that's even something you could play with, where it's like, I'm going to show you that my DK is carry, and then you ban out like some team fighters from the mid lane, like let's say a Pangolier +1. I think the Roar's draft could become a bit awkward.
All right. See how much they sort of give away when they throw in a hero here. Likely, I guess, to just be that second support. Save their final
There's a couple heroes I could like. I feel like they do have this type of supporters that will play more of their own style, but there's some Enchantress that I would like quite a bit. There's also Phoenix. I think most of these heroes don't really love being in like the middle of the fight. Attack speed slow also against Viper, Tusk, and TA is quite strong.
Heroics turn to battle.
Ooh, they want to drop the carry pick here, so we'll reveal some information about the lanes. They'll show the Terrorblade coming in. Of course, we'll have that very nice high armor against such as the TA carry. I mean, all in all, do you like the TB pick?
I think it's quite good. Yeah, it's very good against TA. You have an incredibly good matchup. Also, if we think about how Axe and DK want to play, same with Skyref, they want like waves to be pushed and then get a pick off. So TB, he doesn't only have a good matchup into the TA, he's also quite good against Viper, like from the mid game, but he also helps like very naturally to get the map in a position in terms of how his team wants it to be, which is great. So this is very, very clutch pick. They will have to pick out of phase. So they do ban out the Phoenix on the Roar side. I would assume that you just put your Viper into the mid lane, into this Dragon Knight, and you need an offlaner that is good against TB, but also gives you team fight to some capacity, because that is what you're currently lacking.
See the support ban from Raw on top of that Phoenix that you said would have been quite nice for Heroic.
I'm trying to think, because Heroic have to pick first. There's still the Enchantress. I do feel like there are better picks available. There is Bane is not too bad, even though Bane against TA is not a matchup I particularly like too much, because later, if you ever go for a grip and TA has charge, he just pops her trap, instantly uses it, and your grip is kind of GG.
Heroics turn to ban.
And they banned the puck. So what kind of switch up are they assuming could have been being made by Heroic if they're banning puck here?
Do they really think that?
Like what, Axe support?
Axe support with a DK offlane? I mean, I know there was like this little mini game where people theory crafted you can play puck support against Jakiro in lane because you double dodge every right click.
Okay.
And like your innate pops double. Yeah. So I don't know which one of the two it is, because I'm not sure if I want to play Axe support in this game. Probably not. Looks like a pretty bad support Axe game.
Interesting. Interesting. We'll see. Heroic. Maybe they do something crazy with their last pick. And
I mean, maybe. Oh, I like the ban of the Brewmaster. I think their two bans are quite strong. You didn't really want Roar to have like the type of teamfight heroes, but also the ones that can like force the TB out of the lane when they get levels. And both Darkseer and Brewmaster do that. So I think Heroic probably found the two best bans available within the pool.
5 seconds remaining.
Some more damage could be nice. Anything that enables your TP in lane and like gives follow-up damage later. I think you have a lot of options. Could be anywhere from like Hoodwink to Snapfire. Mentioned the Ench a couple of times.
Yeah, Hoodwink would be nice. I don't know if it fits with the way they want to play, but yeah, just for kind of bursting stuff like the Viper. I feel like it's one of the strongest supports that causing issues for him. Look at the
That's
punch.
also fine. Yeah. No, it's kind of overlooked that hero actually, but it's a good laner. You have the Crep against the TA, which is quite nice. I mean, it's not the best net award game, but it's still like the Crep, the heal. You're really nice laner for the TB. Yeah, so I kind of like this one. So offlane pick for Roar. Something like a Primal Beast I could like quite a lot. Maybe it doesn't give you like as much teamfight as maybe some other heroes. Like I would say there's like Centaur and Primal that stand out to me. They're pretty good. They can like buy blade mails. They get in there for the team, which is what you want. Like you have Viper TA. You have two backlining long range support guys. You need someone that either gives you team fight or goes in for you.
What do they want, Raw? Oh, there you go. Called it. So, Primal into the mix. And then with that, so you imagine the Primal will be the offlane, and yeah, what Viper's going to
It should
mid.
be, yeah. Because like Primal is quite good against the Pugna. You can't really protect yourself against him. I mean, you can decrep him to slow him to like lower the trample damage, but that's about it. So when it comes to like the overall draft setup, like if I just remove the two names, I would say that you know both drafts look pretty solid. I don't think there's like one outdraft over the other side. I do think that JT's role in this game is very, very important because he's the main, the main hero that shuts down the TB. And if he doesn't, or if he somehow falls flat, I think Yuma will take this one over after like the 25 to 30 minute mark.
Yeah, well, so let's see how much pressure they can put on. As I say, this is going to be quite an interesting matchup to see. Raw, a lineup of players that we haven't got the chance to see a lot of recently, whereas on the other side, Heroic, they've had quite a few recent bits of success with their performances. Can this lineup of Raw sort of turn up and challenge these guys? It's going to be fun to see, and definitely in a bit of a I guess the overall draft. It's nothing too crazy, right? We're seeing them do the Viper, which is something that obviously some other teams are doing, but not every team is willing to draft the Viper. It's definitely receiving a decent level of popularity. So let's see how they do with it. And indeed, if Yuma and Heroic are able to just sort of push the game to a point where the Terrorblade is just able to be this super carry and shut the game down in a way that they can't retaliate. I mean, what do you reckon in terms? Because if you're Heroic and you're coming into this matchup against Raw, how are you looking to play this? Like, if you feel that you are the stronger team, like, do you try and defeat them by playing fast and aggressive, or do you just sort of play very, very kind of defensive and sort of wait for the enemy to make mistakes?
I would say I mean, it's nice if you can play more aggressive, especially against a team that you would think is less experienced overall.
Yeah.
But generally, I would say just like the best baseline you can have is that you just play to like your heroes and your lineup's strength. Which to me, if I look at it, the two supports can do quite a lot, with the Pugna and the Skyrav. And Axe can be left alone. So this could free up, Schofield to make some moves. And this is what this guy loves to do. But some of your cores in this early game, they have to play a little bit of damage control. Like this mid matchup, the DK versus Viper, that's what I would focus on first. if Heroic can help Whisper or, you know, go to his lane when he gets his level 6 to then make a turnaround play onto the Viper, that would be huge. Because usually this matchup is horrible for DK. The only one I've seen come out of this matchup in an okay way is Malrine. But this guy is like a magician when it comes to bad mid matchups. So I'm really putting my eyes on Whisper in this mid lane, what he can get going. And if Roar can even, like, at some point maybe rotate a support here to make it even harder for him.
I mean, but isn't the matchup kind of easier now on the DK because the Vipers do the 0 poison attack build?
Yeah, but I think that's not what you should be doing from the mid lane. I think you're going to poison. Like, you actually should go poison attack and harass him. Because if you go net...
Yeah.
I mean, if you go Netatoxin, you're trading. And you're not picking Viper into DK to trade.
Well, that's the thing, though. Some of these players, they're just doing the 0 poison attack, even if it's like a melee hero that they used to dominate.
Well, let's see.
And just play for the farm.
Yeah, I think my bro Butterfly Effect,
Let's have
he
a
will
look.
manage.
Is he an old school poison? No, dude, he's not. He's going to go 0 poison attack in this lane.
All right. Oh,
And,
this is
he's
super
dead.
cool, Jack.
Well, he weren't ready for that. Poor old Viper. Well, I mean, I don't know how poor old a Viper can be, really. You know, it's a disgusting hero.
It is.
But he's dead. First blood for Heroic. But yeah, dude, I'm telling you, he's going to go 0 poison attack, and he's just going to try and push the wave and match the farm, which it seems wrong, right? But it's honestly, it's not bad because you do want to max the W and the E because that's going to allow you to kind of push the wave and obviously jungle. So you're kind of, the trade-off is, sure, you don't crush the enemy mid, but you do make life better for yourself.
Even when I watch, like, so the one who pioneered this build is Thompson, and when I watch him play, he doesn't max W first. He goes like 202 and then he gets levels of W, because this way, at least in my opinion, I haven't played this build much, so I'm gonna speak a little bit without, you know, fully knowing it, but this, to me, feels like you're skipping steps. There's a reason you pick Viper into DK, and it's to obliterate him. But, you know, let's see.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how this goes. Because I've had an experience myself where I was in a game and I was playing like a melee mid against a Viper who was not skilling poison attack, and I was like, haha, look at this dummy, he's not skilling poison attack, this is amazing. I'd normally hate this lane and now I'm having a great time. But then I lost the game because the Viper severely like out-farmed me by a very large percentage. So, you know, that's what Butterfly Effect and the Viper players go for. Yeah, when they still don't take the poison attack, even though they're in like a traditional matchup where the poison attack build would arguably just dominate the enemy mid. So
okay, we'll just have to see how he, you know, comes with it. I mean, I will say, going this build, of course, you will have a sick amount of magic resistance as down bottom Davai.
All that Decrepify might just save him, and Ulu he's falling pretty low himself. He's just getting right-clicked here by King Jungles. The Refraction's back up just in time, but not in great shape here.
Ooh, that's a lot of back and forth. As Schofield is in mid again.
Oh, he's got a blood grenade, this guy. He wants to go for the kill. And I tell you what, they've got it. Heroic, making sure they continue to bring the pain in the mid and punish this Viper. Poor old Butterfly Effect. 2 deaths on him now in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, these are some crazy moves. I will say the first blood move was super, super cool, and I've seen Heroic do this already. I believe it was at Blast where they did this as well, like this level 1 play, maybe into some Huskar, which is, it's just very unconventional. Like, you don't really see these plays nowadays.
See up top, JT and Clove. Able to get a kill on the board for Raw as they take the support out. And of course, JT finding great CS at the moment. Not necessarily slowing down Yuma too much. Yuma CS not bad. Bottom lane, Small Panda ticking down to the Battle Hunger. Mr. Treasy goes, he's got a Fairy Fire. We'll be able to save him for the last tick and will just be out of range of the blast. So Small Panda will survive, has the salve ready, so we'll manage to stay in the lane.
At least the bottom lane has a lot of action, as we can see Mr. Butterfly Effect. Did receive the 2 deaths in the mid, but his CS is still pretty good. Some of the things I had to look at with the facets, Whisper took the Fire Dragon. I have not seen this facet from mid DK in a long time. Like, even Malrine, I would say he's one of the best mid DKs. He always goes Poison Dragon.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Whisper doing everything he can to just really limit how much butterfly effects getting in this mid lane when it comes to the waves going in. See, King Jungles this time round able to finish off Small Panda.
This bottom lane is so strong. There's like so much harass coming your way. It's like constant battle hunger spam, and then Pugner, like one of the highest range heroes, just keeps clicking you. So it's quite the annoying lane for you to play here if you're Roar. I wonder if at some point you might want to bring your Tusk into one of the other two lanes. Like maybe once you have Viper Strike, you can put him mid. Or if they keep playing this far up on Heroic, you can bring your Tusk into the bottom lane in the nighttime as well.
At the moment, just Divide that's having a bit of a slower time on the farm. I mean, because in this bottom lane as well, do you imagine he'll continue to play the lane here as the Axe, or will he start to look to creep skip?
He might look to creep skip soon, but they did bring the Tusk now down bottom, because up top your Primal is kind of fine. So just making moves in the bottom lane is good for you.
And Divide, he's looking to be in a bit of trouble. They've got the Decrepify down the TP, but the neutral! It comes out, gets him with the stun. Lol indeed. Sometimes the neutrals, they really have it out for you.
I mean, you could even see, like, the moment it happened, that they just started laughing, because, I mean, what can you do? As JT gets a 1v2 kill.
Well, there we go. If he can get out, it's going to be fine.
I mean, we cannot forget, this guy is an incredibly skilled player. I like to call him the Joker, because you don't really know what you're going to get, because this guy, he's going to be 10-0 or 0-10. Well, looks like this one is going to be one of the good ones.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty crazy. And this is what you needed to see from him, right, when it comes to shutting down the Terror Blade. It has to be those early opportunities for kills. Might be in trouble now, though. He's looking pretty dead, though, this time around, JT. Sticks around a little too long. And that last bit of burst. Is it enough? It is. Just enough to take him out. Does mean, though, that Schofield had to dive pretty deep for that one. So, in return, Clove will get the trade kill.
I love watching players that do things that others wouldn't. I think no other Skyref player would have chased into the tower after the first Q. And that would have just been like, if my Q kills you, you know, that's life. And if it doesn't, then that's how it is. But yeah, Schofield, very entertaining player.
So far, this is pretty close start across the board. 4 for 4, less than 1k gold between the two teams. So if anything, I think, you know, Raw, considering the circumstances, they'll be quite content with how they've got out of this first 7 minutes of laning.
Going Boots of Travel first, interesting. Okay, so let's see how the Viper...
Oh, yeah, that's the build, yeah. That's the build, yeah.
I know that's kind of the build. I mean, I'm just saying, click on this DK. Okay, I thought Whisper would maybe go straight Blink, but basically, he has Windlace, Tread, Soul Ring, minute 7. If his game continues like this, he has a Blink at minute 9. And that's not traditionally what you want to see here.
No, well, specifically when you've been laning against the Viper.
Yeah, like, I mean, they did make some cool moves to help him, but yeah, this is not normal. So
but yeah, that's the trade-off. That's the trade-off. It's like, yeah, you're going to maximize your farm and potential survivability, but yeah, you're certainly not going to slow down this DK in the mid matchup the same way that potentially you would with the more classic poison attack build. But this is the way the Vipers like to play. But so as I said at the start, it feels really good. If you're Whisper on the DK, you're like, well, this is great. You know, I've had to lane against a Viper, but I haven't had to lane against a Viper.
Because it's just one of the things where in Dota, if you skip some things, it can be like very crucial and maybe quote-unquote even game-ruining. Because if you look at Heroic's draft, they can't do much if their two playmakers don't have a Blink. Like they rely a lot on the DK Blink and the Axe Blink to then kind of get the gameplay going. So you're like trading more farm for yourself, but you're also giving Heroic like an easier time to enter the game. But again, I will be open.
Yeah, sure. Reserve judgment until we see how it plays out for the Viper.
And when I know I'm right, then I go in.
Yes, I see. And which I guess you definitely would if you're like, if you were playing this game and you're on the team of the Viper and you're sort of just looking towards mid and be like, wow, so DK turns up 9 minutes in with a Blink in the side lanes and you're
I'm like, hello.
That's when you're pinging the poison attack ability.
Exactly.
You're like, where's the points in this? How did this DK get away with that?
Exactly. But okay, he's got some good stacks, so, you know, they're making use of it.
Yeah.
As the map actually looks absolutely mirrored if you look at both sides. Like you have like both the carries kind of farming, some of the guys are like killing some stacks, but you have JT and Small Pine who are going for a play. Yuma has a skill point.
See what he can do. He can't get the Thunder off. Yeah, very good control. JT coming in with the onslaught at the end of that. Stops any chance of the Thunder going off, and even if it did, might have still been in trouble. But yeah, JT continuing to get done what the team needs him to. 3-1-1 right now on the offlane Primal. Very hot start from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of, you know, I was looking at him to have a good game. You are last pick, so you're also expected to at least have a little more impact than maybe other people in your team for the time being. But yeah, so you've got Travels available, you have a very nice game on your Primal, and you also have Tusk. Like the Drinking Buddies with Primal is super, super strong, because both the attack damage and the movement speed helps your Trample to deal more damage. And he's got a Cobalt Cup, one of my favorite tier 1s, also great for Trample. So they are set up to kind of own the next couple minutes.
Tier 1 tower top should be pretty dead. Doesn't look like Heroic can bring anyone up there. I have something to say about that. Looking towards the mid. But Whisper is ready to defend here alongside King Jungles.
Yeah, they do need the ultis on their supports. I guess this is also one of the next good things if you are the Viper with this build in this game. All the follow-up damage is gonna be magical, especially from both the supports on the Heroic side. And you have a snowball save, so you should be able to play quite aggressive.
They're going to go straight for King Jungle, but there's the jump forward from Whisper. In with the blink, but there's the save coming into play with the snowball.
That's quite deep.
Will allow them to dodge the Mystic Flare, but indeed, there's unlikely to be any way out of this one. The dunk comes in. Oh, a little early on the second one, but still, the kill is a success as they get both kills out of this. As, yeah, Whisper, that timing hits hard. With that blink dagger, able to make the jump and get in straight on top of the Viper in the river.
Yeah, I mean, Viper is quite tanky, but he doesn't deal the most damage. Like, at least if you don't really fully play in the Nether Toxin. And that snowball save, even though it looked nice in the start, yeah, it definitely brought his bro way too deep into that fight.
Tower taking a lot of damage here. Well, weren't quite full, but still, with that use of the Dragon Form and the Blink reveal, Whisper's going to be very happy with that piece of play. Space continues for Yuma up at the top, so he can start to climb his way back in the game. Still a fair way to go. Of course, had a very slow start on this one off the back of JT playing the lane so well against him. They want to do something about JT, though. The smoke's coming in. They know that he's having quite a brilliant game. They need to get this kill. As here we have it. Whisper at the ready, straight in with the blink stun. Mystic Flare to follow up. That's JT gone. And I imagine, as you said, Keju, that's the point where if you're the Primal, you're pinging on your Viper. And the Blink Dagger on the DK. Like, you're like...
Because, you know, you're at least in for a little bit of trouble. I mean, they're still doing fine in the game, right? Like, everyone's still farming. You're still happy. But the next couple of minutes, I don't think much is changing. Like, Heroic should be the ones in the driving seat.
And here's Whisper again with the Blink. Sets up on towards the Tusk. Snowball will buy only a little bit of safety. The dunk's there. It's another kill. Whisper up and down the map, from the mid to the top to the bottom. This DK's everywhere. He's speeding it up.
He is absolutely doing it. Because he's just, you know, he's just taking the supports with him. He's super strong. In the meantime, I mean, his counterpart, you're still farming very, very, like, a lot on the Viper, of course. And they're doing a very good job at stacking on the Radiant side. But at least, you know, for now, the pressure isn't really coming. Not yet.
They're coming with the TP defense, ready to back up Ulu, and that looks like Heroic. I'm going to fall for this.
It's good. It's very nice map movement. Like, even King Jungles goes into the enemy triangle, places a very aggressive ward, scouts out the stacks. Because Roar, they TP'd their Viper into the bottom lane. They also gated their Primal. And now they kind of have to smoke out of it again. And in the meantime, Heroic, they're just chilling. You know, allow Yuma to recover, because his net worth is not pretty on the TB. But of course, he will get there.
Oh, Whisper quick to dodge that attempt there. JT's going to still potentially see if he can get in on this. No, he's going to hold back. I know what's going on now, Heroic. So Raw unable to catch them by surprise.
Looks like Heroic were swapping in their own smoke. It's a very, very nice timing. Enemy team smokes, you either evade it or you live through it, and then you smoke yourself. They're gonna be splitting up. They need to like go back to farming or pushing out some waves. Clove though, some good positioning, or maybe very unlucky timing.
So they can find. They'll start off with the Jakira. Get the kill, get quickly out of there. Right, getting away with these plays and not really being punished by Raw. So looks to make the move towards King Jungles. They want to try and hold for the power rune. See if they get lucky with the spawn. They do not. It's going to be up top, so King Jungles will be able to control that.
I wonder how Roar will like look to go about it in the next couple minutes. I mean, your TA wants to farm her Deso, very normal. Your Viper's going to look to finish the Aghanim Scepter, which means all the playmaking is kind of on JT. But the only way he can kind of find a play is with a smoke, because Heroic are doing a very nice job right now when it comes to playing the map. Like Whisper, if anything happens, he can just blink out before he's in any trouble. You have TP illusions on the map the whole time. So Heroic, when it comes to playing the map, it's definitely a lot easier for them.
JT tried to get in on this, but Whisper's away with the blink. Not easy to get that sort of jump and setup. They'll turn towards the sky instead. They're bringing in Butterfly Effect. He'll still get off the Mystic Flare Schofield. Doesn't matter. As Mystic Flare won't bring anyone down, Schofield loses his own life. The rest of Heroic are set up, though, if Raw do head up into the high ground. But looks like Raw won't fall for this. Maybe Whisper can still get a blink jump, though.
They did scan the high ground, so they know that they're coming.
And they go. Get towards the Skiro. We'll see JT look to try and help out. The snowball will buy a little bit of safety. JT in on top of King Jungles, trying to protect himself with the Decrepify. Will allow him to stand his ground now, turn with the life drain. So they have to back away. The Jakiro still comes to an end as Yuma able to stay on top of him with the illusions. They're ready to jump in again. Another blink fall from Whisper. Gets the catch on to Clove. Heroic able to take out the two supports and get Yuma involved.
Yeah, and anything that they can get on their heroes really at this point, like any gold injection, especially into Yuma, is massive. Because yeah, he is on the bottom of the net worth board, but if he can slowly start climbing up, like his hero is going to be the strongest core in the game.
Butterfly Effect, he's pushing pretty far out. This is a dangerous part of the map to farm in. Whisper gets the jump. Doesn't quite get the Dragon Tail stun off though, and there's a chance for the turn with the Viper Strike. Whisper actually taking a lot of damage from this. So quick moves there, do allow him to stay safe. They're going to use the snowball to try and get in on top of Schofield. Shards down as well. They'll be able to take him out. They'll get the slow on towards Whisper, but no further follow-up, so Whisper can get back under the safety of the Tier 1 tower. Try for Tier 1 themselves here. Raw on with the push. Fortification comes out though, and there is a chance that Heroic want to try and defend. They have the Elder Dragon form back up in a few seconds. King Jungle's trying to start the defensive.
Yeah, they've got the pipe as well on the Vi, and the shard on Whisper, he's got a very big like utility build. The shard into the Force Staff coming soon. Kind of like his build a lot, because the way Roar need to kill heroes, it's not that easy. Like, their lockdown is a bit limited. They have a lot of slows, but not that much lockdown. So having some early Force Staffs can be very, very crucial. Go for a smoke with the Ags timing and the blink on JT.
We saw last time Heroic did a pretty good job of avoiding the smoke play. Let's see how prepared they are for this one now coming in from Raw. At the moment down bottom, only Yuma, and he's already out of there through the Twin Gate, so doesn't look like Raw are going to get lucky with the smoke plate. Nothing to be found down here.
They saw him on the trap. They do want to gate through. They will also bring Ulu with them. So it's a very long wraparound.
See if they can make the play. Can they get a jump on Heroic?
It's a good ward.
And JT's coming in from the side. He's going to get found first. Quick jump there with the Dragon Tail and the Mystic Flare. That's JT gone. They'll lose Schofield in response. But this fight looking rough now for Raw. Yuma's in perfect position to stand his ground with the Metamorphosis. Chase them down. They get the call onto Yulu. We see the TP out attempted here by Small Panda. He'll be able to make it away, but the two cores being the two big deaths there. And you see Butterfly Effect, he wants this creep.
He got it.
Okay, he's got a haste rune. Yeah, he gets it. He gets out. But yeah, that was a rough one. They tried to get to that angle with JT, but Whisper very ready for that. As soon as the Primal shows, they just throw everything onto JT.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. It's something we saw yesterday too, like where you split, because let's look at this replay. Like on the left side, his team just placed a really good ward that spotted like the DK and the Skyref, but they're so split. He's walking in on the east side, his team is still on the left side, and yeah, like you said, Whisper just finds the immediate pickoff. If JT dies first, the fight ends on the spot. I think there's no way. He's like all their frontline and half of their team fight.
It's just so difficult as well. Even if they do get the jump themselves and more of a connection, just fighting into this pipe timing, right? It's not easy for them to find kills. Sort of outside them getting the chance to burst through the Skyraf with the physical damage. They're going to look towards the Roshan. Raw. And looks like they will get away with this. Heroic are starting to head over. Well, actually, I might start getting a little risky.
Let's see.
Heroic. Well, it doesn't look like Heroic's going to make the move in time, so they should get away with this. Maybe Heroic also does not anticipate them being able to make this play to get the Rosh before it would have moved in 10 seconds. But they do. Raw able to secure the Roshan, get the Aegis for Yulu.
Definitely a very, very nice move. It's important that when you play these games and something goes wrong, that you keep a clean head. Like, sure, you did lose the fight, but they used meta and DK form. As Whispers was thinking about potentially going, but wisely decides against it.
And they still want to fight this. Even though they don't have the Aegis, knowing that there's a chance to maybe catch Raw split up from one another. Oh,
can
they
they
might
get
just
him?
fight Butterfly Effect. They've got him. They'll be able to get him with the Blink Dragon Tail before he's able to TP over to the rest of the team. The rest of the team, however, will at least manage to get themselves another objective. They take out the Tormentor. Shard for Small Panda on the Jakira. Definitely feeling that overall Heroic are beginning to get this control on the game. 5k lead, and you know that's coming from the team that didn't just get the Aegis and the Tormentor. You know, they're just being able to get that much more out of the map. And even with these resources on Raw, it's not going to be easy for them to take team fights.
It is going to be a Wisdom Shrine exchange. So if you're Raw, you definitely want to look to use this Aegis. Yeah, you're down a couple thousand gold, but if you find an okay angle around the fight, you definitely still have ways to fight, because your Viper is incredibly farmed still. Like, 10k net worth, maybe it doesn't look like that much, but I think with the Axe, he's so tanky through the two supports and also against the DK that you definitely want to look to, like, you know, have someone go in, use the snowball, allow your TA to hit, because sure, you're down, but if you just sit back and relax, like this TB, it's not like Heroic's lead isn't going to grow.
So Whisper did have his options. He had about 4k gold in the bank. Picks up the Ultimate Orb. So wants to focus on getting that Lincoln Sphere done as soon as possible next.
I really like his itemization on Whisper this game. It's like he's playing a bit more of like the heavy utility. He's making all the moves on the map. He's still top net worth while doing so, which I think is already kind of crazy in itself. I like the early shard pickup. Like, they're just keeping the map very open, pushing it out with him. He drops the shard, he drops his Q. They have the TB Illos, and I feel like they fully understand the game plan.
And on sort of the other side, you know, Brawl, with this 2 minutes left of Aegis, what do you imagine we're going to see them try and go for? Or are they not? Is this sort of an Aegis to allow them to sit back and farm and try and get kind of like these BKBs online for the TA? Like, how much pressure are they under?
You definitely do want to try and get something done, because, yeah, if you just wait out this Aegis, yeah, you will get those 2 BKBs, but then your Aegis will be gone. So you need to find a move where you bring JT into the smoke. So he somehow needs to be able to connect to this, because, I mean, he's their main initiation. You don't have a blink yet on Clove, on the Tusk. So this is a little disconnected. They have to be kind of lucky with who they run into here on Roar in the smoke.
Heroic. Again, positioned in a fashion that's not making it easy for anything to be found by Raw for the entirety of that. Raw at least getting the waves pushed in on the mid and the top. Start working towards the tier 2s. Yeah, that's a link.
The itemization by Heroic is very, very cool. I think they fully understand that the way Roar need to fight, it's like with the Pulverize on the Primal and Viper Strike. So they rush a Lotus Orb on the Axe, which is good against both, and you have a Linken's on Whisper, which is also good against both. So you're already limited on options, and now Heroic itemized in a way to make it even harder.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
There's the jump, Whisper. Now get the setup on a JT. JT pretty tanky, but is he tanky enough? He's going to get the onslaught off. He'll live. He'll get out. TP's back to base. Meanwhile, though, on the back lines, they get the control onto Butterfly Effect. That's the Viper dunked down by Devi. They're trying to find Yuma, but Yuma's perfectly finding Devi. He gets another call off, this time onto the two of them. They take out Clove. They'll surround Ulu, bring him down the once. And with Jakiro, Small Panda in trouble, there's going to be nobody left alive to help him out here. Ulu will still get the blink off. Doesn't matter. Whisper's in position with the Dragon Tail. Heroic, they're kind of starting to make this one look a little bit easy now, Kezu.
Yeah, I feel like they just keep getting the fights that they want, right? Like even they don't kill JT, but they go on him first and fully force him out of the fight. And from then on, it's just quite easy for them to dance around the fight. Whisper again, multiple AoE stuns with his facet, good calls from Devi, good force staffs to go in and out, and it's definitely showing that it's harder and harder for Roar to play these fights.
Difficult times. Sort of where the fight started, you know, sure JT able to get out as he does, but that of course means that the rest of his team in not a great spot. Not easy for them to take fights whilst behind, especially when they're 4v5 in that sort of situation with their offlaner getting bullied out of it. And Devi providing a lot of control and a lot of sustain as well with that pipe, making these team fights very, very difficult for Raw to come out on top of unless things go perfectly.
Because if you're Roar, the way you want to fight is you want the Primal to go first. You want to allow the Tusk to save his Snowball for like a save, right? Like when the DK blink stuns, when the Axe goes for a blink call. You want to have the Snowball available to then like turn it. Unless we're looking for a play. We'll find it. Nice Linkens.
Yeah, they've got all the ways to protect against those sort of Viper Strike plays with the Lotuses and the Linkens on very early in this game, 26 minutes in.
It's really, really clutch. Like, they just go for this 2v2 move, and I mean, Viper Strike, you see it coming. You can just pop the Linkens while the ult is in the air. Just block it. So, yeah, again, talked about it before, but this itemization on Heroic, very, very clutch.
King Jungles, he's in, giving the vision here. Setting up aggressively with a Glimmer Cape, so they could have the sort of the information required to allow them to make that quick jump. Yuma's bringing in the bottom wave. Tier 2 in trouble. Put the fortification on Raw. No real way to get out on the map and put a stop to this. They're going to have to try and rely on the high ground defense, which doesn't look like it's going to be any easier. These last few fights have been a real struggle for Raw.
Look at this ward. King Jungles already did place one in the base earlier, so they know who's already back here. If they want to look for a play.
Oh, they try and get the opening. Have they got enough bet? I mean, they haven't. They're nowhere close. They can't even get Yuma down to half HP. He's going to be okay. They'll now turn towards Devi, but it's not enough to even threaten the Axe.
Oh, no.
They're perfectly fine. Butterfly Effect torn apart here by the damage of the Terrorblade. And he's out for 50 seconds. No buyback on him.
An unfortunate force staff on the Viper that actually got him killed.
Wow.
As Yuma, he'll happily hit away at this tower with Whisper, getting all his HP topped up.
Oh!
That's a good force.
That is indeed. Who was that coming out from there? Was that from Whisper? It was, wasn't it?
That
yeah,
should
Whisper.
be Whispers.
Making these cute little plays to bring them in and put them in a very bad spot, because now JT, he's had to go in to help out. He's in trouble. He'll onslaught away, but the chase down's coming in from a row. Whisper jumps forward. They take out Clove on the Tusk. They're likely going to be able to find JT as well. Is there any way to save him? There is not. JT is gone. Dead for 50 seconds. Heroic very much coming in onto this game one, showing why in this matchup they would definitely be considered the favorites. It's starting to look like quite a difference between the two teams, Kezu.
Yeah, it's definitely an outclass at this point. Like the way that the map is, you know, being moved from both sides, the way the team fights are happening. Because Heroic, it just, you know, they have a plan, they follow it, they understand how to make it happen, how to set up the map in a way that they want, how to start the team fight. And yeah, I mean, Whisper now with his levels as well, 20 talent, his cast range, Octarine core. I mean, this looks like an overthrow build, but he's really making it work. Like all his spell usage, item usage, and everything. It's so crisp in this game.
He's just ready to go. I mean, he is on his own. Ooh, okay. I mean, Whisper just showing that he has no fear right now.
Yeah, they're definitely in the zone. Like I can tell from all like the small things that are happening with how they're moving in the fights, how they're helping each other. They're feeling good, and rightfully so. It's 29 minutes. You're up 20k gold. You know that this one is kind of in the bag if you don't like really cringe it up here on Heroic side.
Yeah, they can look to start working towards those final tier 2 towers. What's the play going to be from Raw? Another Lincoln Sphere completed and now in the mix here on Yuma.
It looks like you have to kill the supports first if you're Roar. You have to kill this Pugna and the Skywrath. I don't know if they can wait for this Nullifier. I mean, they have one queued up on Ulu, but he is very far away. And having to wait like a couple thousand gold when you're down this much, obviously that's not great. As they are going for smoke.
They get the setup. Looking for Whisper. They have to grab to follow things up, but Devi is in with the call onto both JT and Ulu. It's going to leave them the chance for Whisper to get out. Indeed, does cost Devi his life. Can they get anything more out of this? The buyback comes in from Clove. Butterfly effect game burst very low here with his Mystic Flares. We'll see Ulu jumps back over towards Schofield. Will be able to kill Schofield up, but he had to go pretty deep for this Ulu. He's now going to put the BKB and try and run away from them as the chase will come. And now the punch up to momentarily hold back Whisper. JT comes crashing through, looking towards the backlines, but the life drain from King Jungles keeps him alive as he's able to just turn, take JT down. Whisper remaining in on top of Ulu. Ulu will be able to get off the blink here with those final moments of refraction. But the fight is starting to fall apart once again for Raw. They'll lose Small Panda, they'll lose Clove. That's a die back on the Tusk. The only one left alive, Ulu, and they've had enough. They'll tap out, and understandably so. The game in an irrecoverable position. GG is called. Heroic will take game 1.
Yeah, I mean, even with a super good start to the fight, where what they nearly kill Whisper, and then they get like Devi right after, they just couldn't do it. Whereas Heroic, if I compare them to yesterday, I mean, this game, they made it look very easy, very clean. Like, just knowing what they needed to do, following all the steps. And yeah, Roar definitely... this game was an outplay from nearly start to finish.
It really was. It really was, yeah. I'd say, you know, at least for like the first 7 minutes, I think, right? You know, the lanes were like, all right. You know, they're kind of keeping up in farm. But when it started coming to kind of the team plays, to the playing of Dota, it was just on a bit of a different level from Heroic, which, you know, as I said, nothing to feel too bad about if you're Raw. You know, you're playing against Heroic. This is, I'd say, not necessarily going to be a surprise. Maybe they can come in with an upset in the game too, but this is just, you know, one of those matchups on paper where it's what the second round of the Swiss format, and unfortunately for Raw, they're playing in a matchup where, you know, it happens to be Heroic that was the team that lost their first series and got knocked down to this level. It's an unfortunate lineup to roll in towards.
For sure. Because like the macro movement from Heroic, it was just really, really good. I think you had 2 or 3 smokes in a row from Roar that just, it didn't connect. I think they need to like show one more here on the map to not make it as obvious, but at the same time, what Heroic did in those moments was very, very good. And every team fight, it started for Heroic with kind of finding JT, who was like the most important like key really for Roar. He had a really good early game. Couldn't really have asked more of him there, but then when it came to combining the things to try and fight into Heroic, it just never came together.
Tough one here for Raw and Heroic, looking very solid across the board. Probably got to give the shout out though to Whisper, I'd imagine. 9-0-16, and as you say, with his itemization and the way he was able to move across the map, he got a lot done, leading the charge there for the team, which of course was very closely followed up by both Devi and Juma as well in those later stages. But yeah, Whisper on that DK every reason to believe that, especially after a performance like that, if you're heroic, you probably feel pretty good in the future just opening your drafts with this DK pick.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The hero has looked good for other people. Now you see Whisper play to near perfection with, I would say, a really cool build, like a little unconventional, but different games and different heroes will call for different item builds, and I love seeing this from players that are not, they're not autopiloting. It's like, oh, I play this hero like this every time, so these are the items I buy. No, like you use your brain, you think ahead, okay, this is what the heroes are gonna do, this is what I wanna do. So I think very clear gameplay from him, and at the same time, it's why I really strongly dislike this Viper build. I understand it's quote-unquote meta, but I don't know if people fully understand it. Like, there's a right game for this build, and then there's other games where I think this is not the go-to build. Because then I don't understand why you pick Viper into DK if that's the build you go for. Because clearly,
yes, it's just what they're doing. But it's what they're doing, yeah. Because what you would say, like 100% without a doubt, if you're the Viper and you're playing with the poison attack, there's no way that the DK gets a 9-minute blink dagger in this game.
Yeah, DK is not ending the game 9-0-16, like, pioneering and setting up every play in the game. Whereas because Vibe, it's supposed to kind of be the other way around. You counterpick, you're supposed to do good, you're supposed to slow him down. But yeah, didn't happen. Whisper made full use of it, and he just slapped him.
He did. So yeah, looking forward to maybe seeing some more DK. I'm pretty sure there's a chance that'll be contested, or at least. I tell you what would be interesting if we get kind of similar drafts, but next game Butterfly Effect changes the skill build. You know what I mean?
Be down for it.
Let's run it back. But with the poison attack Viper in the lane against the DK instead. We might get that. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to have a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Then we will be back with game 2. Let's see if Raw can step it up or if Heroic's going to be able to get away with a smooth and easy 2-0. Because right now, Heroic, they're up 1 game.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
și unui vrâncean. Merge lângurea și cu cervecean, care se bărbire, ei se sfătuire pe la pus de soare, ca să vină mare pe cer moldovan. Că-i mai ortoman. Cura nu mai tace, iarba nu mai place, curiești bolneviare, treguță mioare. Stăpâniți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi o mare baci o buia și cu cel vrâncean.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to PGL Wallachia Season 6. I'm ODPixel with Kezu, and we are enjoying our third best of 3 of the day here on Stream 2. We're one game in. Game 1, of course, taken by Heroic. It was not a fun one for Raw. They did struggle. Let's see if they do a little bit better here in this game too, Kezu.
I mean, I have faith in them because we've seen their players before. I also saw JT in the last game. Like, he was off to a good start. I would just like them to try and then whatever they get done in the early game, like, try to combine it. Don't have heroes that want to, like, do different things, but just, like, you know you're up against a good team. So play the heroes you want, combine them, and then just play the game and the team fights, if you can, like a pub, and see what happens. Because last game, I feel like they didn't even get a single fight after the early game in the way that they would have liked.
No, yeah, they really didn't. Yeah, and they did try, right? We had, I mean, it's one of those classic situations where you have a team that does kind of smoke after smoke, but just because of the map awareness of the other side, they just don't find anything. You know, I feel like we've seen that quite a few times, especially when there is a little bit of difference in sort of the level of play expected from the two lineups. You know, the stronger team very likely to have those sort of stronger reads on when those sort of smoke plays are being attempted against them, and are just not going to get caught out by them.
Yeah, and especially like they had the TB as well, which was not just good against what you had, but it was good for them and it helped them with the map. At least this time around, you have a different draft structure, as Roar are the first pick. They don't get the hands on the DK as Heroic batted out, but they go for the Marcy. This is a hero that they have used before. And so, yeah, why not? You know, it's a hero that can play fast. It generally lanes pretty well. You can play it in the support role. You can also play it in the offlane role. So, or you can even play it in the carry role. So if it works for you, yeah, it's a good first pick.
They'll get their axe again. Heroic, understandable. Devi had a great game on it. And honestly, is this like the best offlane pick right now? If you're
it has to be one of the best, right? Like maybe Timbersaw, but this hero's just banned every game. So because you lane
this
well.
This is the hero. It's like, when is this ever bad to pick on the offlane? Very rarely right now, right?
It's really hard. I feel like you have to create a way where you need to slow him down in the lane at least a little bit, and then like make his team fight like really hard to play, like maybe massive AoE. But the problem is, it's really hard to slow this hero down in the early game because you need to do so much. He goes like this triple ring of protection into the helm. Once he gets Dominator, he doesn't even have to touch the lane. He just pulls himself creeps into like his triangle while he's farming it. So honestly, it just feels like a hero that requires a lot to be shut down.
Dire team ban.
A fair bans here from Raw. Getting rid of that Skyraft. Schofield was definitely quite a nuisance on that hero last game. So forcing him to go somewhere else. Even though he, of course, has many other very annoying heroes that he could pick. Of course, his classic one being the Clockwork, which is in the mix.
Yeah, his clock is it's quite legendary.
Yeah, I think this is best. I think this is best.
Yeah, I think so too. I want to see like where Roar take this. Like, there maybe are some avenues where you can like play really giga aggressive into an axe. Like maybe you do some, I don't know, Marcy Undying lane, or you go like some Undying plus range carry and you play really aggressive into it. Because I think you do need to try one of the two. You need to slow him down in lane or stop him later from creep skipping, or you need to be able to invade his stacks. But either way, this requires like active gameplay and active heroes. So if I see an axe this early on in the draft, at least that's something I would like to try and get going if I'm Roar.
Let's have a look. Let's see what Heroic think that they are going to try and do. See if their bans actually address anything that Raw did show last game. I imagine not. I imagine most of the stuff you have Heroic, they don't mind playing against some very similar picks to that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I need to look
they'll
as
just
well.
go to the strong stuff, yeah. Just ban out the Timberly Baden.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this pick, because if you look at Roar, they took out the Pugna. First phase ban was already on the Tusk, so you ideally want something that makes it harder for Marcy to be a core. So like you have the Disruption, you of course have you have the SD ult against the Marcy as well, once she has BKB, if she were to be a core. I mean, the win rate of this SD is not looking good. That was 14%. That's 1 out of 6. So that's quite bad, but I think the hero, it makes sense here. It's good with Axe. You can put Disseminate on him. You can stack. You're good against the Marcy. I like this one.
Let's have a look. Raw, what way do they want to go? Their draft. Oh, it's a different way. And you're a bit of a Warlock enjoyer, aren't you?
I do like Warlock. I think this hero, it just makes most lanes like very strong, very formidable. Because you can either play on the bonds, you can push, or you can heal your carry, which is quite nice. I mean, you don't pressure Axe like all that much, but your carry will always free farm into Axe, or at least he should, right? Because you can just heal, you don't care too much about the battle hunger, you have massive AoE. So this for now, I already like this setup.
Heroics turn to
Interesting.
Okay,
I would not have had,
so switching it up here with their support duo. So we get Warlock, Nyx, Assassin.
So I would not have had the Nyx here on my bingo card for the pick.
No.
So Nyx Warlock, it can be good, but it depends on how you set it up, because they aren't that great together when it comes to fighting. I mean, because obviously Warlock prefers team fighting, whereas Nyx prefers an open map. But if you can force the enemy team where it's like they don't want to fight you because you have the Warlock, now Nyx can suddenly shine because they're gonna split. You can pick them off as, there is a legendary Schofield Clockwork.
Oh boy. And
this
I'll
is a banger game.
I was going to say, like, you've not only let him have his legendary clock, you've kind of picked, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but two supports that don't really match up well against the clock.
Yeah, it's not just don't match up well, they hate Clockwork.
Yeah.
It's like some of the absolute worst matchups.
Did they just forget who they were playing against? I don't know. Yeah, that's a bit of a wild one.
Yeah, it happens sometimes when you have like this first pick and you're like, oh, I have Marcy, I don't want them to have Pugna, and then some other guys like, oh, they have Axe, let's take out Skywrath. And then suddenly you don't talk enough about like the next heroes you go for with maybe like the Warlock Nyx. And then some heroes, you know, they just slip through. But at least for Roar, they get themselves the Ember, it's a very good Ember game. Unless you get like Axe called or hooked, you're quite nice. You've got the slide chains, you lane well against the Quap. Looks better than last time.
What does Yuma want to play?
What does Yuma want to play? I guess the good thing for him is he has last pick, so he gets kind of the full pick of the litter. I could see... I mean, I guess... It depends what they show him, but when you play against Marcy, you kind of want like a very strong hero that can just stand his ground, or you have like BKB lockdown. Like you want to be able to man fight the Marcy. So heroes that come to mind are like Ursa's, Troll Warlords are pretty nice. I think also when you see a Nyx 4, a very weak laner, so you easily get some of these carries through the lane. Maybe if the Ursa Troll get banned out, they don't have the best Faceless Void lineup out of the Quap, but it would be a very good Void game if the offlaner doesn't pressure you. Like Time Dilation and Chrono owns like all of these heroes.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Heroics turn to ban.
Well, let's see. Final ban from Heroic. Looking to take out some of those team fight offlaners.
I mean, it does make sense. Roar have to pick first. Also, I mean, the Ursa ban is like... It's good, because Heroic would have maybe likely wanted it, but at the same time, it would also protect the Tidehunter, if that's what Roar did look at. So, you know, Heroic already with the first ban, I would say they're kind of hitting it right in the head. I'm looking what else, because again, you do want a little bit more team fight, but at the same time, you can pick an offlaner that is like really susceptible in the lane, because your 4 is a Nyx, so he's just going to pull waves. And honestly, you could also just play the Clockwork in the safe lane. Like, that's not something you can forget too. That's very hard for Nyx to play into. And you just play the SD in the offlane, he stacks for the Axe, so both are happy.
What do they want to take away from Yuma? Banning out his Ursa.
5 seconds remaining.
It depends a bit on what they want.
You know who it's a really good game for, but is absolutely trash, but it'd be really funny if they picked it, because I think it's a really good game for it. What about a Yuma Slark?
I mean, why not? Honestly, like Pounce
doesn't it
against
look like
Ember
a good
is
Slark
super
game?
Good. Yeah.
And we don't see it. And maybe it's less appealing now because they do have decent AoE now with the Pango coming in against them. But if there was a Slark game, maybe
it was really good against the other 4. I do think the Pango makes it a little less good.
Yeah.
But I feel like you have a lot of options, so it depends a bit on what they value and also how do they want to lane. Like
Because
if you put the Clockwork safe lane, you could look for like a range or like a little more aggressive.
Because I think we've got to remember, so there's still a chance, a small chance, that they do like a Yuma Quap. And they get
They
something
could
else
absolutely
mid.
do that too. Yeah, no, for
'Cause he
sure.
does
That's definitely
play
an
it.
option.
He does play
And
it.
it's quite good of a co-op game. Like against Marcy Carry, you can keep your distance, you have Sonic Wave, you're very good against Pango, both in the lane and in the game, similar reasons. You're mobile, you have
So
Sonic Wave against the roll. So
I guess it depends if they feel that there's like a crazy matchup they could put against the Ember that they want to do. But
it's time to Viper with Poison Attack.
if they pick the Viper and like, we'll show them how it's done.
I mean, let's see. Maybe if there was no Nyx Assassin, I could see like Whisper, bust out some mid Bad Rider. I do think they have a lot of cool options. Like you could go for like this hard carry for Yuma. Like you could look for whatever the ones I mentioned before, or like some Faceless Void. You could think Troll is also still okay. Or you go for the mid matchup. Is Slardar in the pool? That is also quite strong.
Yeah, you could do a Slardar.
Good against Ember. It's also very good against Marcy and Pango.
It would be very good Slardar if they play that.
They do just go for the troll.
Okay, just a troll for Yuma. All right.
Yeah.
Well, nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy, but always a safe pick. Really, the troll. Gonna have an easy lane, and overall, yeah. I mean, I'm not crazy about it, but I'm definitely not concerned. It's a solid draft from Heroic. They had a very good game 1, and honestly, just the fact that they got the Schofield clock, that's sort of what sticks out the most to me. Means that they're in pretty good hands here in this game too. And it's going to be another test for Raw. But the good thing is we're going to see Raw, they're going for the challenge this game in a very different style, a completely different lineup. And it's going to be fun to watch. Let's see how sort of this Warlock, Nyx Assassin support duo that nobody else would be picking right now can work out in this day and age.
They should be able to bring the fights to Heroic, right? You have Pango, he wants to fight Ember as well, Warlock as well. You have the skirmishing, you want to get some charges on your book, like drop the golden on them. So at least when it comes to that, I'm looking for Roar to play more aggressive. But I do think Heroic have a similar setup. If Yuma gets to go through the game, and he will have a good lane. Troll is a very, very strong carry. Like if this game drags out, there's like no way that he's going to get bursted. Ember is kind of chip damage, Pango is chip damage, same with Warlock and Nyx. So yeah, kind of eyes on Yuma, and if he can get the farm going.
Well, let's have a look. I mean, this is, as I said, still going to be a test for Raw. Game 1, we very much saw a clear outclass. We'll see if we get it again here, or if Raw can come in with a bit of an upset and surprise against Heroic. Let's have a look, because as always, it's always fun to sort of see the underdogs come up with some sort of upset. But doesn't always happen.
They do at least have some comfort heroes from what I can see. Like some of the stuff that they qualified with, like the Marcy Warlock is something they've played in the safe lane. The Nyx I didn't find too much of, but JT also on the Pango. He's quite the expert on this hero. Late smoke.
They'll smoke themselves as well, Raw.
30 seconds.
Let's see. And the important thing here is going to be that Ulu does not go back north on his own. If he does, might be in trouble. So we'll see if he holds his position here. We do have that nice ward on the high ground, so we'll see the smoke dispel. Might still be in trouble though, Ulu. King Jungles, does he want to go for the setup? He will now, but probably not going to happen. Ulu's going to be fine. It's close enough to his tower, so not quite able to get the setup there to try for the first blood.
Well, just a bit of pressure as Schofield. Something I've seen more and more. I mean, of course, people already love to do that, but you can just do this with the cogs, which like giga delays all the creeps. So the early lane control will be heavily in Heroic's favor, as their first wave will immediately die in the Dire Tier 1 tower.
Can you look for some sort of dive play to get the first blood up top with these three?
If you wanted to stay, you definitely could. Because if you look at Yuma, similar thing, so he's fine in the tower, and they are actually looking to pressure up top.
So look at the jump off. I mean, there's going to be another set of cogs here, ready to go. Not enough damage, but still very annoying. Will force Clove to TP top.
Oh, blood grenade.
It's close. Is he going to have enough to get the kill? Oh, he wants it. He's going for the battle hunger spell. He can't get it. Oh, we've all been there. You know, we're like, we've got this kill, and then we haven't. And then you've given up your own life. I mean, 100%, if I'm that Nyx assassin, I'm chasing for that kill, and I'm just accepting my fate there when I get battle hungered and go like, well, okay, I guess I'm not getting that last hit in it.
Yeah, in the meantime, I'm the Pango, and I'm like, where's my +4? Because he died without TP.
Oh, no. Oh,
so he has
no.
to run. The walk of shame at minute 1.
That's a bit rough. That's a bit rough. Not the start they hoped for there.
I like that Heroic that they did swap the lanes in terms of the supports. You do prefer to have the clockwork against the Nyx. And SD loves to play in the off lane. Because you will just go to stack the triangle. So you're happy later, you get the golden XP. Your Axe is happy as well. But yeah, mid matchup, butterfly effect this time around. I think Whisper should get more slowed down than what happened last game. Because the Ember Quap matchup, it's a skill matchup, but it is slightly Ember favored.
And so in this matchup as well, you don't take dagger at all, or what do you do?
Yeah, I think it's unless you're gonna heavily perma-spam it and you're really confident that you can fake out the slide all the time, you just play for your own farm with the stream.
Yeah, that's gonna be what Whisper wants to do here. See the side lanes. I mean, so top, you got this carry Marcy, did come out as the first pick. How's the overall game? Oh, see on the mid, butterfly effect. He's got a fairy fire, so he will be fine. Not if another scream comes in though, and Whisper. Okay, he will actually. He has the flame guard, level 2 flame guard as well, which will keep him safe. And it's a good job he does have that build. Same time, top. They're trying to turn, but Divide in trouble potentially.
They might get this kill
with the chase down. Divide.
Grenade.
Oh, they get the lift up. They'll get him. King Jungles wants to get Small Panda in return. Can he find that last right click onto him? He can't. Ulu gets the cleanup. Double kill in the safe lane.
I mean, that was huge. And remember, it's not just a double kill for Marcy. It's 2 also bonus book charges for the Warlocks. So potentially an earlier golem later if you want an early move. So very, very clutch there in the top lane.
That's a solid start. Looking at all 3 lanes so far. Down bottom, getting very good farm. As the Pango, JT, top CS. Mid lane, butterfly effect. Having a very good time. This is the sort of start the Brawl need to be having.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the bottom lane, they're just kind of turning it into a little bit of a clown fiesta. You don't want to play this lane in an honest 2v2, so you just keep splitting up the lane into a 1v1. As looks like Clove is helping on the bottom rune.
And I guess with the way that went top, they'll start to shift their focus towards just grabbing the creep waves here with the creep skipping Divide. Actually fighting into these 2 in the safe lane. Evidently rather difficult on these early levels. The strength of the Marcy and the Warlock.
I've just spotted Whisper's inventory. I've never seen a mid laner hold a smoke at minute 4. Did he mean to buy a blood grenade on the quad? Because for some reason, he's holding a smoke. And he swapped it in, and then he was like, oh, it's a smoke. So he swapped it back out.
Well,
very interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe he's smoking later. Who knows?
We'll see. I mean, obviously, the 6-minute power rune into a smoke move gank on the side lanes can be nice. But yeah, definitely picked that up rather early in anticipation of that move. So indeed, as you say, maybe a little bit of a misclick. But might still be able to make something happen with that smoke when he hits the 6. And if he does get that 6-minute power rune under his control.
Yeah, so we need to see about the side lanes. How does either team break out to get a kill? Because neither team is really playing the side lane. The Dire offlane is pulling creeps, the Radiant offlane is pulling creeps / creep skipping. So maybe you want to like combine the support somewhere, or then like play through your mid, because it looks like they're not really putting much of a stop to either of the offlaners at this point.
Let's see where Clove wants to go. Schofield coming across. I mean, both teams had to start preparing for the 6-minute power rune. Very important. We'll see Yuma. He's turned up here. Not really the sort of bit of the map that you'd expect to see a carry troll at 3-6 minutes. Won't be able to get anything out of this. He's going to have to return to his lane. 6-minute power rune. Where's it going to be? It is down bottom. Not a very explosive rune, though. It's just the illusion. So unlikely that Whisper can do anything super aggressive with this.
And I really like this move from Yuma, and I feel like he finds himself in these situations a lot. But it comes from like they pushed in the bottom lane so much that he has freedom. Like there's no CS for him to have in the next 20 seconds. So he just uses this to like angle into mid as
look at this, there's 4 heroes looking for Divide. They've brought 4 heroes over to try and get the Axe out of this part of the map. I mean, surely 4 of them should be enough. Sonic Wave comes in. That's going to be enough to push back and kill a small panda. Divide is still alive. They'll get the chains onto him. They're not killing him. I mean, that's an awkward move there. Raw bring in 4 heroes to try and deal with the Axe. They don't really get anywhere close to killing the Axe. And they lose 2 heroes themselves, one of them being their carry.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 12 armor hero with like Polywalk Charm to get HP regen, as now they looks like they're on top of him again, as Schofield steals the Wisdom Shrine.
There we okay. They get him at the end of the day, Butterfly Effect. So
they do.
A little bit of something there. They needed that. They needed to find like, something out of that.
6 heroes to go on him continuously to get the kill. Because, I mean, you have Nyx Warlock. These heroes don't really offer any damage in the early game. So yeah, Heroic definitely very happy with that initial engagement.
What's up, thinking, Jungles? Got some setup, but Ulu should be fine. All up by his side. I'm ready to set things up again for the 8-minute power rune. But they're trying to make sure that Schofield not mess with them too much. Butterfly Effect going to look for the chase down on towards him and should find him. Oh, I say that though. These little bit of burst heals, not enough to save him. They get the kill. But once again though, power rune will fall in favor of Whisper. Get himself the regen.
Juicy stacks. As yep. SD in the offlane, you just love to stack. You get the golden XP. Your offlaner gets the golden XP. And a classic Helm of Dominator. So Davai is not just farming the triangle, he's farming the lane as well. Just very easy and simple.
And I imagine we'll see a different build from Davai this game, right? Last game went for the Helm straight into the pipe. This time, not as necessary, or could it be? You know, what do you think he will do the same?
He could actually go for like an aura item again, because you have clockwork. Okay. Maybe it depends a bit on how you want to play. I think both is fine. There's a higher chance this game it's different with like a blink, but I wouldn't even mind like a Crimson Guard as like a second item against
Crimson
Ember, Marcy,
nice.
Pango. Yeah. Kind of cool.
No, I think so. I think there could be the argument for that over the pipe. So yeah, I'll be interested to see what way Davai is thinking of going. Now that yes, it's just trying to get the Helm and the phase boost off first, and then we'll see which way he wants to build. See on the mid. Butterfly Effect with his build, wants to get the vessel completed as soon as possible. Clove just trying to find the chance to get some XP around the mid. They're set up. That's not going to have enough damage at the moment between the two of them to threaten Whisper.
We'll have to see where the next power rune goes again. Maybe JT could look for a move into the mid lane as well. Because both the Marcy and Pango, they're quite strong. They have high levels. They kind of like some of these skirmishes. Especially with like Soul Ring Marcy, you can keep like spamming your spells, try to farm the camp, so maybe farm towards the next fight. But the 10-minute rune goes to Whisper again.
Schofield should be dead. I mean, we'll see Whisper jumping aggressively. Wants to try and fight with this shield rune. Schofield's going to get out alive. Sonic Wave nicely clips the two of them. See the Rolling Thunder coming in. Jump forward from Whisper, trying to finish off the kills, but won't be able to do so as Butterfly Effect's getting healed up. Nobody yet to die on Raw, and now Vulu turning up. They're looking to fight back. Defensive disruption protects himself for now, King Jungles. He's actually getting away. Is he getting away with this? King Jungles up to the high ground. The uphill miss. King Jungles, he lives. As they could keep this fight going, potentially heroic. Whisper, did he get caught by the chains? But they get the lift up, they'll get it. Big kills as they get both Whisper and Yuma at the end of that one. That is the cleanup that Raw were looking for.
Oh, that's absolutely huge. I like that both the cores, like JT TP's mid, he comes into the fight with the roll, Ulu TP's to the outpost, and they just get your heroes involved. Like, all of your heroes like to have this. You have the defusal on JT, you've got the Vessel coming out on Butterfly Effect. Like, you want to take these fights.
A very nice 5-man, pretty much coming in from Raw. We are going to see TP's coming in. Heroic wants to try and defend the tier 1. See what sort of initiation they can get. Ooh.
Very close.
To get in on top of Whisper, but Whisper's out with a blink. Not easy for Heroic to fight into this. They're pretty strong right now, Raw, when they're grouped up like this. Tier 1 slowly falling. They'll drop the Golem onto Divine, who's ready to go in with the jump forward. They will lose Small Panda, and again, Yuma's not afraid to turn up to the fight. This time around, they might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew here, Raw, as they'll jump out with the supports, but both will not be able to get away as Clove and Small Panda go down. Whisper staying in on top of Ulu, will jump back over towards Yuma. Yuma's ult comes to an end, and so does his life, and Ulu survives. Getting out, Whisper jumps in, does manage to find him on the back of the fight and get the clean up. Whisper still got plenty of mana to play with, and Sonic Wave has just come back online at a perfect time to jump in and burst both of them low. Not quite enough to kill them, as they'll be able to get back under the tower. JT and Butterfly Effect surviving. I mean, yeah, the chaos is being brought by both of these teams. And another fight, though, Yuma, he's turning up and trying to get maybe a little too involved. He's dying again on the troll.
Yeah, it's definitely hurting him a bit, because if you look at Roar, like, their heroes, like, the only one they don't really deal with that well later is the troll. So if he's the one dying in these fights, that's really, really big for them.
Very close to the Battle Fury. But, yeah, after those last few events, I'd only imagine Yuma, he's going to be a bit more careful before he finds himself being dragged into the action. Top. Defy having eyes on Ulu. Quickly able to get out of there with the Wildwing Ripper. Angles there, though, for the hook shot from Schofield to catch Clove. Follow up with the call. Is there anything that Ulu could do? He's going to try. Comes in with the jump to try and keep them off the Nyx Assassin. Stun as well, and another drag back with the Wildwing Ripper's Hurricane. Is it enough to get Clove out? He's ticking down to the Battle Hunger. He's got nowhere to survive, so still ends up dying to the Battle Hunger, but it has bought time for Butterfly Effect to turn up to the top lane. Lulu jumps it again, and JT coming through the Twin Gate. They managed to get their hands on to Devi, so short. They lost the Nyx Assassin, but the amount of time it took for Heroic to kill him meant that Devi had to stick around long enough for Raw to turn up and get the kill against him.
Yeah, they'll definitely take this one. Like, you know, they're doing some good stuff. They only have a small gold lead, but either way, you know, it's looking way, way better than last time around. They're taking the fights, they're making the correct moves, and I think they're shaking up Heroic at least a little bit.
With the Rolling Thunder off JT, but we'll have to head out of here with the TP. Doesn't have any sort of backup coming in to allow them to try and take Yuma down. Yuma's now just finished up the Battle Fury. So all things considered, no, not a terrible timing at all on the Battle Fury. Yuma's still going to have a very high chance of recovering and catching that up to the farm of Ulu on the Marcy on the other side. So of course going for the Helm straight into the BKB build.
Roar going for a smoke. Maybe like to try and catch Whisper. Running into each other.
Onto the two of them. Golem to follow up. We'll see Clove turns attention over towards King Jungles. Good hook shot defensively there from Schofield. Will get him out to safety. King Jungles also surviving, so as the Golem dropped and it doesn't get them a kill, they'll end up being the ones losing a life and also losing the Golem there. Yuma's able to clean that up with the tasty plus 100. It looked to be a pretty clean setup, but I mean, Schofield doing his Schofield clock stuff, just coming in with the cogs and stopping Clove from getting into position. Because if Clove was able to line up that two-man impale, they would have got a double kill.
I'm sure about it too. Let's go. He was really quick, and like a lot of people, when this happens, they're like looking for an opportunity to hook. But I think that really just goes to show you that he knows his hero in and out. He's just like, nope, cogs are enough. You push back the Nyx, saves the entire play.
We're seeing Schofield as well do, you know, with his items. He likes to kind of do this. You know, just go for that one big item as the clock. Sometimes it'll be just the Tranquils into the Aghanims. This game is going to be the Tranquils into the Orchid.
It's pretty good against these cores, right? Like the Pango and the Ember especially. You just catch them with the Orchid. They don't really want to buy the Dispels. Of course they can, but you do ruin their item progression quite a bit. But, I mean, we'll have to see. Because Roar, they would like to stay ahead because of the hero matchups. You're playing Marcy carry into Troll and Axe and SE. So falling behind is not what your Marcy wants to have happen here. This is a big smoke.
So who gets the jump on who? As Roar will not be too opposed to a fight, other than that they don't have the Golem. Yeah, to the side of it, they try and get the jump onto Schofield. Sonic Wave will push back on towards the Pango. They've got the follow-up control with the call onto JT. JT trying to roll up, but Schofield's in on top of him with the battery assault, the cogs, the dunk comes in. JT cannot get the roll off. Sure, Schofield's died, but so far a trade that Heroic will certainly take in a trade. They're ready to continue. Yuma ready to start charging towards them as they're on the retreat here on the side of Raw. Ulu, can he get out here safely? Him, Clove, and Butterfly Effect on the run, but another Blink Force there from Whisper. The dagger's out onto Ulu. He's into the tree line. Have they got any way to keep him safer under the tier 2 tower? It looks like he might get away with this one. Clove not going to be as lucky as Clove dies. Another jump force there from Whisper. They have to deny. The deny will at least come in onto Ulu, but it's still not a series of events there that Raw's going to be happy with, losing the 3 of them and not really getting anything themselves. Maybe now with the roll from JT, can they start to turn this around? They get the opening into the Golem, on towards Whisper. He'll get the blink off though. Whisper still ticks out the Shadow Word damage from Small Panda. Roots into effect on towards Butterfly Effect, and Yuma, he's got the ult ready to stand his ground. The damage comes out here off the back of the Battle Trance. Now looking over towards JT. The defensive disruption comes into play. Yuma, as soon as he comes out of it, though, he's gone. Buyback from Butterfly Effect. They clean up the Troll, and now they look to turn their attention towards Divide, chasing the Axe up towards the top. I mean, JT's going to try and chase down Schofield. That's going to be a bit of a tricky affair, as Schofield normally likes to make people chase him around the map. They do get Divide up top. And indeed, Schofield on the other side is going to be okay. Can hookshot over to the creeps, create that distance, gets out of there. So Raw, they get a little bit of a cleanup there off the back of that fight too. You know, essentially getting all 3 cores of Heroic. Does cost them that buyback though on their Ember.
Yeah, it looked so crazy because at first it looked horrible for Roar. Like the way the fight started at the outpost, you lose JT first because Schofield is just on top of him, not allowing him to roll. But then the fight drags out so long that Marcy died at the end and even got to respawn. But yeah, like you said, buyback was expanded. And I mean, any time that this game drags on and Yuma stays on top of the net worth, it is good for Heroic.
Sure, yeah. Because eventually, yeah, he's going to have the BKB and such. Gets in there with the BKB. And you know, when you look at it, it's 3 melee cores, right? So the prime sort of situation for a Troll to just sit on top of one of them and like kind of poking at the Troll. Your best effort really is going to be what the ultimates coming out, the sort of the Warlock Golem drop and the Pango, JT being able to keep his distance. But outside of that, it's not going to be easy to take down a stacked Troll later in this game with the tools and with the heroes they have on Raw.
Yeah, because like if you look, like you mentioned, it's triple melee core. There's Sonic Wave that's annoying, Cogs, Axe Call, and of course Troll himself. So you are up against kind of a hard mission here, but so far they're holding on pretty well in this game.
Now Raw coming over the smoke. They want to try and make a big play again around these chaotic offering timings. Less than 20 seconds, and we're going to see Small Panda have that ready to drop. Can they find them? And I mean, with that lineup, can they very quickly take the Tormentor? It's hard,
yeah, absolutely.
Right?
No, I think it's possible, but I mean, you have to expand some spells. But the problem is, if you commit to the Torm and the enemy team is around, oh, they're gonna wipe you straight. Okay. So you have to be careful.
Yeah, Heroic, they're almost certainly going to want to fight this. I don't think they're going to let this one go for free.
Clock is also very annoying in these situations. Like, he can just keep perma-rocket the Torm. And I mean, Heroic, they were playing patient for the Troll BKB. Yuma does now have it available.
It's constant scouting, making sure that Raw are not so settled enough to get this Tormentor without the concern of a fight brewing. I mean, yeah, Raw, they're going to try and get the jump themselves. It's a good angle with the two-man stun, but there's not really any follow-up. The call comes out onto Clove. He's in trouble. They'll drop the Golem, but not any instant follow-up to that either, as that's Clove burst down by the Sonic Wave. And the Golem, ever so important for them to get the fight going, does not really start things in their favor, Raw. Now they've got to try and run. The jumps there with the call onto JT. We'll see Ula move in with the BKB and try and fight this. JT will be able to get the roll-up, which is kiting the Troll pretty heavily. So a lot of the BKB and ult from Yuma put to waste there as he ends up sort of chasing JT across the fight. And that means that after it comes to an end, they could just get back in and kill him off. It ends up working out very well here. Just sort of down to that fact that yeah, JT, he got the Rolling Thunder off, and at that point, the fight was just downhill for Yuma and downhill for Heroic.
It's just a Troll Warlord moment. Like, sometimes you pop the ult, you have to chase, because, like you said, it was both his ult and his BKB just, like, chasing after this Rolling Pango, so absolutely huge for Roar to be able to win that fight.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely shown that they can mess with Yuma in these team fights pretty reliably, right? You know, normally, I feel like Yuma, one of his best strengths is being able to, as a carry, find the best opportunities to turn up and get involved. This game, Raw, they're doing a very good job at tripping him up every time he's trying to get into the action. See, back in action. Small Panda will get caught. See if they can chase for anything more here. Whisper's got his hands on Ulu, and of course BKB is on cooldown. Ulu in trouble, so Heroic, whilst they might not have fared too well off the initial fight there up top, back with the play continuing, they strike back and Davai gets the double.
And Davai is getting a lot of dunks already. He has like 4 or 5 bonus armor already. So that's also another thing that will definitely help you against the Marcy, Pango, Ember Tricore in this game. They did catch Schofield in the meantime. I don't think he cares too much, especially finishing the Orchid while he's dead.
Link on JT now. So, we've seen last few fights, he's done a very good job with his Rolling Thunders. And if he can be there as well for that sort of initiation, they have that chance of even catching Yuma and having a good solid effort of bursting through him before he can get the BKB and the ult off, if they can kind of chain together the Rolling Thunder, the Impale, the Golem drop.
Yeah, especially with the double blink, right? Like they have JT's blink, but also the blink on the Nyx Assassin. So it should be one of the easier times now for them to at least start the fight, because you want people to go in, then Marcy gets to rebound, kind of take the fight in a direction where you want, allow the Ember to keep kiting.
So they want to make the jump on a Whisper. They're going to try and poke at him, and I tell you what, it's a pretty nasty poke. They're bringing him down low. He has got the BKB ready to go. Get the BKB and the blink off just in time, but the chase will come in. Sonic Wave pushes them out. Another Remnant 4 from Butterfly Effect. He's desperately trying to find Whisper, but Whisper's out, and he's gone pretty deep for this one here on the Ember Spirit. They'll step forward, get the call on towards him. Schofield does go down. The heal's coming in. Butterfly Effect still goes down, though, as the axes come out from Yuma. He's out for 70 seconds. Ulu ready for round 2 as the disruption comes to an end on Davai. Will allow them to at least take down Davai as well. So all in all, I mean, Raw, so far this game, keeping up very nicely with the pace of Heroic, and definitely giving them a run for their money here in this game too.
Absolutely, they're making good moves. Like, even there, Whisper nearly died. If the Golden Stun had connected out of the disruption, Whisper would have died. But even so, you get 2 heroes killed, you force the first BKB from Whisper in this game as well. Super, super nice.
They want to strike back Heroic. You know, Heroic I feel like they're at a point where they have the tools to fight themselves, and they just want to be going for these moves right any time that the Golem's not online.
And Ember also still dead for another 20 seconds, so the map for you is quite nice here if you're heroic. Don't know if they'll find much as JT is farming quite safely.
Finding anything off the back of this smoke. You know, something that Raw struggled with last game. Well, this game, Heroic struggling a little bit with. Clove. It's the opening onto Schofield. Devi's going to jump in and try and help out, but there's a lot of backup flying in from Raw. That's going to be Schofield dead. Devi in trouble as well as the Rolling Thunder comes into play. Defensive disruption comes out from King Jungles, buying a bit of time for Devi, but the controls there from Ulu. Double kill from the Marcy. They could keep this cleanup going here as they'll jump in, catch out King Jungles as well. Very, very quick moves from Raw, and then perfect position to just go straight into the Roche pit with the remainder of the Soul on the Marcy and look to try and tackle this. I mean, do Heroic try for a disruptive play with the two of them? Or they just gotta let this one go?
I mean, let's see. Whisper's running over. I mean, Schofield will respawn. He's definitely gonna TP there. You're gonna rocket and have a look. So let's see if Roar can just, you know, fend them off.
It's gonna be close. Roche falling. Yuma's just trying to walk in.
Sonic
They
Wave.
got the Sonic Wave. They're trying to finish the Roche. Whisper's able to get the snatch. They get the pickup. They get the root as well onto Ulu. They are able to strike just in time. Small Panda's able to TP out. Great hook shot here from Schofield. Finds Butterfly Effect after he Remnant jumped away. Still, though, Clove should be able to get away with the Vendetta. They'll get another rocket flare down to Butterfly Effect, but he's all right. Still with Remnants to jump out with. But there we have it. Heroic. They do manage to respawn in time, and as you say, any sort of team with Schofield on the clock, he's always going to want to lead the way when it comes to the Roshan steals. And yeah, Whisper, he was very much signed up and ready to go in with him. Gets that jump, gets that Sonic Wave off. They don't get the kill, they don't get the last hit on the Roche, but they get what's important and get that Aegis into their hands, which, you know, accounts for a lot in a game that is as close as it is right now.
That's just good awareness. Like, they go for the 3-on-5 play as Devi finds Clove. And he will die eventually. But yeah, just, you know, sometimes it doesn't matter that you're outnumbered. You just need to think, like, clearly about the situation. They have BKBs. Roar had no spells available. With the Sonic Wave, you push them out. I feel like it's something we see more and more. Like, people just being very smart about the heroes in the situation, whether they can contest the Roche at the very end or not.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under
We'll see what the move is now. They're still very close on the overall net worth between these two teams. As I say, Raw putting up an excellent fight against Heroic, making this game to a real challenge for them. And they're immediately back out and looking for blood. Ulu and Clove. They're going to get... Ooh, missing out on the stun. Doesn't matter. Damage too much here from the Marcy coming in with that Fleeting Fury.
No, just another kill. And, I mean, the map is starting to get a little more scary, right? Like, a lot of towers have dropped. It's like minute 25 in a game. They all have a lot of damage. So if you do get caught up by the Nyx here, he's got a lot of follow-up. He's got the Pango, Ember with a couple items, Ulu as well on the Marcy. And Yuma, for now, his net worth is still very good. But his inventory, it doesn't really scare me that much, like if I'm Roar. Even if the Skadi comes out next, it's a lot of tankiness, but the damage is still a bit lacking here on the Stroll.
Two minutes left on the Aegis. Whisper. And we'll have the Shiva's done, ready for the next team fight. So, yeah, TPs are available. So they could try and set some sort of defensive play up on the top if Raw do start to push for this.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at Whisper again, especially we just saw the hero damage. Like Yuma, he's on the bottom of all cores. Whisper kind of on the top. I don't think it's going to change much. Like Queen of Pain in these prolonged fights, most BKB starting to right, be lower and lower in duration, and him having these Shivas available, I think my eyes are going to be on Whisper to do some heavy lifting in the next fights.
Yeah, he's got all the tools to do it now. Arcane Rune on top of the Shivas.
Yep.
There should be a pretty explosive quap in the next team fight. Raw, they're looking for action themselves, though, with their smoke. And they will see a courier. That's going to have the ultimate orb on. They'll take that out. And they'll even get the jump onto Yuma as well. They'll get the BKB and the ult off. Backup is coming in, but he's going to be dragged in pretty deep, falling pretty low. There's the wraparound. They're coming in from Devi and Whisper as they get the jump burst to take out Small Panda. Now they turn over towards Clove as well, focusing the two supports first. They take out both the Warlock and the Nyx Assassin and are ready to try and chase them now for the core. Zulu having to jump away. Closing the gap, he's going to try for the TP out. He knows he can't go for it. There would have been a call available, so had to just try and cancel it and run. But he cannot do that even as the slows and chase down from Heroic are too strong. I mean, they saw an opportunity there, you know, for Raw. You know, it's like they have that chance to get the jump on Yuma, maybe kill the troll off before the fight kicks off. But just poking a little too deep into enemy territory, it's too easy for Heroic to respond.
I mean, it looked like it could have worked. I don't know what happened with the staggering of the stuns on Yuma. I feel like he should have died here. He got Nyx stunned. There's a Pango roll and a Golem as well.
Let's have a look. Did someone mess up? Is I guess the question.
Or is it like some weird interaction? No, the Golem stun didn't come close enough. They missed the layering.
It was a little bit awkward because they both, because obviously with the urgency of making that jump, right, you have both Clove and JT jumping at the exact same time. So it was kind of like the bash from the Pango, the Rolling Thunder from the Pango, and the Impale from the Nyx all hit at the same time together. Maybe if there was some more staggering, they would have had a chance.
Yeah,
back in action though in the mid, Devi.
Got the lie.
Yeah, he's got the BKB. They'll manage to walk this off.
Because that entire fight is so different. Like, Troll just dies for free. Instead, he gets to pop his ult, heal to full. You lose like 2 heroes, and you can't continue to take the fight.
Oh, next fight. Last one he had an Arcane. Next time he's going to have an amplified damage rune Whisper.
Yeah, and he's got the best neutral item you can have at this point on the quad. Whisper of the Dread, Arcane runes, Amplify runes. You're getting high levels. Yeah, it's going to be a scary quad.
Definitely, you know, those last moments for Raw a bit rough because it does feel like, you know, when they're, you know, if you're up against a team like Heroic, if you do start to let Heroic get that lead against you, it's going to be very, very difficult to reclaim that control in the game. So they cannot afford to have another fight go wrong.
Especially because, like, a lot of the heroes, I mean, sure, they have some scaling, of course. Like, we've seen late game Embers, Marcys, and Pangos, but those heroes, they really peak in the mid game, which is, like, around this time. So you need to hit your plays when you go for these fights right now.
We'll get another Tormentor. Small Panda. But how do they want to go about fighting this Raw? Got any major items around the corner. It's about 2,700 gold on JT, so he can start considering his next pickup. Attempt to get a Shiva's Guard for themselves on Butterfly Effect. And yeah, Ulu wanting to have the Revenant's Brooch online, but still a little bit away from that. Clove.
That's a good start.
I'm going to try and start something. Not really going to happen. JT's coming in with that Rolling Thunder. They want to try and make a team fight out of this. Jump forward with the Remnants as they look towards Schofield, but he's already got the cogs down. Silence as well thrown down onto Butterfly Effect. Schofield's going to be able to walk for now. They're trying to chase him. He's got the hook shot though, and he's away. You don't chase Schofield because it's just left your Ember on his own to get dunked down by Devi. They chase Schofield, Kezi. You don't do that.
No, Dota 101. Dota, like Pro Dota 101. You don't chase this guy. Because like the initial touch on Yuma looked quite good. You get like half HP out of him. But then there's also a roll and it doesn't give you much more. And then it just ends up with the Ember on like an island running after Schofield. And yeah, now you just lose your tier 2 and the Ember outside of your base.
And here we have it in with the push. They can obviously also set up here to take the 35-minute Wisdom Rune Wisdom Shrine as well. They want to Heroic. And there's the jump divide. They just get straight in. Straight in, straight away. They find Clove in the tree line. He's out. Heroic are onto the barracks. Nothing to be done there from Raw. Maybe now, though. JT wants to get the initiation onto Whisper. It's good control, but the disruption's there. King Jungle's able to make sure that Whisper gets the chance to get the BKB off, and the calls there.
Nice call.
Defy in onto the two of them. Gets the dunk off. That's going to be Clove. A die back on the Nyx Assassin. As Heroic can pick that up and back off. They're trying to get something from this here. They will find King Jungles, but the Sonic Wave comes in again. And Yumi's ready to go with the BKB and Battle Trance in onto JT. The roots are coming in as JT's gone. He does have buyback available himself. Ulu's going to jump back across towards Yuma. But Ulu, with his BKB on cooldown, no way to protect himself against the Troll and the Queen of Pain. The fight and the game falling apart for Raw. They gave it a really good effort here in this game too, but it still just wasn't quite enough against Heroic, by the looks of it.
There's still some of these fights you can just see, like Heroic, they're just getting the better end of it, whether it's spell usage or like some of their positioning. Whisper as well, the reveal of his Refresher Orb, like he's on 35k hero damage. I mean, Yuma just has to go on the front and tank up, and his boys, they're gonna do the rest. Got a lot of tankiness coming out, nice spell usage with the disruption. It's hard for Roar to fight now.
Let's see, can they piece together one kind of final effort around a team fight? Get that crazy sort of wombo combo between the Fatal Bonds and the Rolling Thunders, the Golem. They've got one more shot, it feels like, at this point, Raw. Because one more lost team fight, and that Ancient's going to be crumbling.
Yeah, they're lacking. It feels like they're lacking a little bit of like strength. Like, yeah, you can go in with the initial Nyx stun and the roll, but once like Marcy is halfway through her BKB, I don't know if you can really punch through more than one hero. Maybe you need to smoke around and get the supports first. Because yeah, Roar's damage output, it does seem it's quite limited right now.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top
Yeah.
tower.
Yuma is also hitting a very, very strong timing. Like now his Skadi is making even more sense. You're gonna have the Refresher plus the 25 timing on Troll. I don't really know how you deal with him. Even if you stun him, he can just dispel himself out of it and pop the ult.
Smoke's coming in, but it's not going to be quick enough to get to the Roche. Going down far too quickly. Heroic, they'll have to pick up. And they're now going to be ready to run it down the lane. Raw, they need an immaculate team fight to come together here to slow Heroic down.
It's gotta be a smoke around or a couple of buybacks where you bait Heroic into the base. I think if you just casually touch them from the front, I don't see anything good coming out of this, especially with this timing that we talked about. The 25 Troll with the Refresher and the Aegis, you don't really have a play on him. He just breaks free.
See what the call is. They're going to try and poke something out. They're in with the Rolling Thunder, but the straight away Whispers in with the counterplay, comes in with the BKB, Sonic Wave, pushes back the back lines. JT's kind of stuck here at the side of the map. They get the call onto him as well, and now Yuma's ready to go. We'll get held back for now by the stun, but the BKB's out. Onto JT. JT will manage to shield crash away. He'll survive it now, but oh my goodness, what an angle there from Schofield. Coming in with a hook shot. Sets up for Divide to follow in with the call into the dunk. That's going to be JT out for good. No buyback available on him. Divide, he's going to be perfectly fine. In fact, he can continue to stand his ground, get a second dunk down onto Ulu. They just can't really piece together the fight at this point, Raw.
That was a crazy hook. He literally came from downtown. Yeah. It's like it was curved. Like, what the hell?
I mean, concerns in the draft, letting Schofield have his clock and letting him have the clock when you do pick and show two supports that don't really want to play against the clock.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem. It's showing here as you are losing all of your racks and 2 cores are dead without buyback.
Divide. And he's going to be fine. And Whispers in again. Sonic Waves there. Clove cleaned up again. And looks like, Small Panda's not even going to make it back towards the fountain. It's over. They'll tap out. GG is called. Heroic today, no struggles for them here. They take the series 2-0. Raw, a tough game one, but game two, definitely some positives to take away from that one. Whereas we knew this was going to be a very tough matchup for them coming into it, playing against Heroic, but they gave it a pretty good shot in game two, up until kind of the last few 10 minutes or so where the game really crumbled.
Yeah, like they did a lot better. Like a lot of the moves they got going, like even early game, how they connected the heroes. It's like a night and day difference from game one to game two. But yeah, need to talk about Heroic. Looked very good, very clean. Maybe Yuma had a few slip-ups here in this game. They did catch him a few times with not really having the cleanest of game there. But later on, honestly, the rest, the way they were playing again, the Roshan steal as well, like where they kind of clutched it up. So kind of just, bringing it very nicely together, just performing.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, everything kind of clicked into place, and we're seeing. I think any team getting their hands on Axe. Axe seems to be the offlaner at the moment, and especially in the hands of Devi, one of the stronger Axe players at the moment, having a very, very good time. Hard to sort of pick out an MVP, I would say, because it's easy to sort of say Schofield clock for the cute plays, but I feel like Whisper might be making a good case for it again in this game too, because he just had that much impact, did that much damage, and I know it's been a while since he sort of made the switch over to the mid, but I think it's still very impressive that this guy is, he's proven to be up there with some of the best mids right now, Kezi.
No, absolutely. I think he played so well. We could just see it in like the hero damage as well and the itemization. He already got it like in game one. I think this entire series, he just felt very good. It's like maybe when you have like a little bit of like an out skill going on, like maybe these games just like they feel more smooth and like more nice for you to play. Because it looked like every single thing he did, from spell usage to when he decided to go in and the itemization in both the games, that it's just clean. And like you said, this guy has not been a mid player for a long time. It's been since the start of the season, and it only just begun.
I know, it's been very, very impressive, and getting to show that off here today against Raw. And Heroic, as I'd imagine, coming out of this series, I think they would have been pretty upset with anything less than a 2-0 here. They do get that 2-0, so they'll at least be able to rest happy on that one. And unfortunately for Raw, another loss here in the sort of Swiss format. So that's the second best of 3 loss for them going into the next stage. Who did they actually play in the first round? Yeah, first round they played against MOUZ. So they've had two pretty tough opener to this tournament, right? Raw having to go up against MOUZ, then getting knocked down, and then even at this second stage, having to go up against a team such as Heroic, which evidently was just as, if not tougher for them. But Heroic, they'll be getting the win here. Whisper, standout player of not only the match, but this series as a whole. Very consistent play here from the mid in both of these games. Looking forward to see them going on. And looking forward to see if Raw is going to be able to pick themselves up after being knocked down twice here after these first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they've only got one more chance, right? You're going to play against another team that's 0-2. Yep. So if there's any time to, shine and, bring it back, it's going to be tomorrow. I mean, if they can do the same improvement from yesterday to today and do the same from today to tomorrow, they definitely got a chance. Like they showed us some good gameplay. They showed us a different type of drafts that they can make it happen. They can play together. They obviously know how to press their buttons. Otherwise, you wouldn't be at this tournament. So we'll just have to see if tomorrow, if things come together for them.
Oh, we will. We will. So, well, we'll get to follow both of those teams as the tournament moves on. But, of course, we're going to be moving on to 2 different ones, which, as far as I'm aware, it's going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we're going to get to see Nigma Galaxy here on the B stream going up against GamerLegion. I don't know what's going to come out of that one. We'll have to find out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
stăpâniți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi de o mare baciuia și cu cel vrâncean.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PGL Wallachia Season 6. We're getting ready for our final series of the day today on this stream. It's going to be Nigma Galaxy versus GamerLegion. Kezu, what are you expecting out of this sort of matchup? Because we've got two teams. I think most people will probably recognize both lineups. GamerLegion, this lineup, right, under various sort of different titles. They have been popping up at LANs here and there over the last year or so.
No, for sure. Like the X wildcard maybe is how people know them.
Yeah.
Both of these teams had pretty strong opponents, right? In round one, like Nigma played against Tundra, so okay, you lose to them. No big shocker. You had GamerLegion, I believe they lost to Liquid, who, you know, they're on the come up as well. I don't really know what to expect. I think both these teams are very entertaining. Nigma also with a lot of roster changes, like they don't have Ghost anymore, they have TA2000, they have some stand-ins because GH is on a break. So I feel like a lot of like fan favorite teams that we have here, like, you know, the NA Pride, and you've got like a lot of teams. Everyone loves Nigma, and they love Sumela, and they love Koro. But for me, I don't know what to expect other than a close series.
Let's see if we get that. As indeed, as you can see on the screen, Nigma Galaxy. Big expectations, at least from me, for this roster. They should be able to go the distance. You know, we know that these players have been able to pull it off in the past, and you know, some not necessarily in this specific lineup, but together, I think there's every reason to believe that they should be able to gel together very strong in this current iteration and do pretty well.
Yeah, I do think so, especially with, you have a lot of players that still have a lot of room to like grow and improve, right? Like Noob and Omar hadn't been in the scene for like an eternity. It's only been like a little bit, so they've got room to grow and they're already pretty good. And on the other side, of course, we have GamerLegion, and to me, they have a couple of standout players. Like, to me, I'm a big fan of RCY. I think their mid player, he reminds me a lot of like Abed back in the day, you know, like this young SEA guy, but he's doing really well and he's playing in these up-and-coming teams. So for them, I just want to see how they're able to perform under their, you know, new sponsor. And they do also have a new coach in Mangusu, who I believe he was with Heroic last season. So just nice to see like different faces, like mash up with different teams, and just to like see how they can improve.
Yeah, no, let's see how they can do here. Coming into this first game one draft of the best of three. We're well into the bands. First pick coming into play. It's going to be the Slardar that GamerLegion want to go with first. A nice, you know, strong hero at the moment. Has some versatility from the mid to the off lane. And in particular, right in that mid, there's not many heroes that you put against him that he's going to be feeling too sad about.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, that's like the strength of the hero too. And they do take out the Quap, which is like the worst matchup if you are to play them at Slardar. And here's like another thing that's like kind of interesting, how it matters so much who you play against. Yesterday, GamerLegion, they played against Liquid twice and they lost to a Slardar back-to-back. You go into the next day, you're like, okay, I think this hero's pretty good. Like, you just immediately see like how one tournament match can like impact so much of how you view the game and how you may go like into the upcoming drafts.
10 seconds remaining.
Shadow Demon, not a great win rate on this hero. But
yeah,
I feel like that can't be representative of how good the hero is. That surely is just some of the weaker teams maybe just being allowed to get it through the draft in some of those games.
Yeah, I mean, Slardar's win rate is very high, and I'm not surprised. The hero is just very good. It's very flexible. Minus armor is super strong in this meta. I mean, at least Shadow Demon's win rate, I think it went up by a bit since we did just see it win.
No, I think that was the only win. That was the only win we've had.
I think he had one before this. Or, I mean, either way, his win rate is low, whether he has one or two wins.
Low, yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, look, according to this, it's just been the one win. Yeah.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, let's see if we can get a second one on the board.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
GamerLegion.
Okay,
there we go. You were right, Kazu.
Nah, like he doubled his win rate in like one small win, which is kind of funny. Let's see, maybe we can get the third one.
Oh,
you know, at least he's climbing up the ranks.
I mean, in good position to do so. Because this is one of those matchups, right? I mean, would you say this is one, right, where Nigma Galaxy is still considered the favorites, right? In this sort of meeting of teams?
I would say so, but not by much.
No, sure.
Like, I mean, also like GamerLegion, I think like NA always has like this stigma, if that's the correct word, of like being underrated, like, oh, they're trash. But this team is not bad. They have good strategies, they have good players, they're sticking together. Like, all these things, they matter.
MOUZ coming into the play here. A little surprised, honestly. I feel like in some of yesterday's games as well, we didn't see as much MOUZ. Yeah. And was I feel getting ignored quite a bit in some of the drafts, but This one I'd put up there in terms of just heroes, offlane heroes that are pretty safe to blindly pick right at the moment in this meta.
You get so much like out of this hero. You get a solid laner, team fight, builds good items like Blink BKB, whatever aura item you want him to buy. And yeah, at least for now, you've got a lot of the team fight covered with the SD and the Mars. Like you've got the save, you've got the area lockdown. But if you look at Nigma's heroes, they don't really deal damage. So if you look on the next two picks that Nigma have to bring out here, it's definitely something they need to supplement. Whereas GamerLegion, they're getting like all the meta stuff. Slardar, we see it a lot, high win rate. Jakiro, same story.
10 seconds remaining.
I see GamerLegion.
5 seconds remaining.
What else do they want to throw into the mix? Two pretty aggressive picks so far.
Mm-hmm.
Do they want to try and get themselves a defensive support into the mix?
I mean, I wouldn't mind if they just look for like another range 4, so that like if the Slardar does for some reason go offlane, he has like, you know, a range guy he can play with. I don't know if it's too easy to find a range hero that will also save, obviously because the SD is out. But this is a nice in-between.
Yeah, absolutely. You can get the, obviously just the cookie alone, but option of the Ags down the line gives you that stronger save. And very, very solid support. I mean, arguably two of the strongest supports in the game right now, really, Snap and Jakiro.
Yeah, and if you're playing Slardar, that's kind of what you want to have. You want the long range follow-up magic damage. It's also very nice if your supports can be the ones with the high magic damage, because you want the cores to right-click with you, right, with the corrosive phase, with the physical damage. So this also means that their lineup should be quite balanced, with like, they're not going to be too physical or too magical. So this double pick from GamerLegion on 14-15, I like it quite a lot.
And I feel like it makes it even more appealing, or just more available, right, to have that option of bringing the Slardar to the off lane if you want to get something else in the mid, because that lane combo sounds pretty nasty.
Yeah,
right?
No, for sure. It's like, it's probably one of the strongest combos you can get. You just want like Slardar to get on top of you. Snapfire absolutely covers that. So this double pick for Nigma is not too easy. You're definitely looking for, you're looking for the other support. And if you can find it, the best core pick you could go for is one that can follow the Slardar, whether he goes mid or safe lane. But I don't know if there are that many, other than like the Quap that's of course banned out. Maybe there would be some if the heroes were stronger, with like Necrophos or something like this.
What about the Monkey King?
Yeah, like I was gonna say it next. I think he's fine against Slardar. The problem is once the 6 is online, there's so much minus armor, actually the right click kind of owns you, and these two supports are quite hard to play into. Like we might see the monkey, and it's fine, but I think it has a lot of drawback also. So they go with the puck, which it's fine. Like Slardar is traditionally picked into puck as a counter. So
yeah, because I imagine with that showing, if you're GamerLegion, you're like, right, okay, that's it. We're definitely keeping the Slardar in the mid and just running against the puck.
Yeah, you're just gonna go mid. You're chilling. Now you should just pick your carry here. If you're GamerLegion, you know it's a Mars. Like it's a Mars SD or Mars Hoodwing, so it's like nothing too crazy. So you can be quite happy with whatever you throw here.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know Yamsun too well as a player in terms of like knowing like all his favorite picks. There's like some players that would love to have like a life stealer, or heroes that are very self-sufficient in the lane. I think TA is quite nice. TA Slardar also age-old combo, the double minus armor, easy Roche, super nice.
This is looking pretty nice from GamerLegion, honestly, at the moment. Very much feeling their draft just a little bit more than Nigma Galaxies, but, you know, still this last pick to pull everything together, and we're yet to see, obviously, Nigma Galaxies carry. See some of the bigger ones getting banned out by GamerLegion. They'll ban out the Medusa.
Yeah, Nigma, their draft looks okay, but I definitely see a lack of damage. Like Puck and Mars, they're on the lower end. At least like Puck needs a couple of items before he really dishes out some damage. Same with SD, it's quite low damage. So your carry is gonna have to do quite a lot. And since you are on the lower damage side, if you're GamerLegion, if you can take an offlaner that has like a mid-game pipe timing, on top of like your cores that already deal a lot of damage with the minus armor and you getting Aegis, I think that would be really, really strong for them.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, because I think it's difficult to pick the carry here for Nigma Galaxy because like maybe you look at like the TAs and the Slardars and you're like, hey, we can run something like the Terrorblade that had the super high armor, but GamerLegion's kind of got that covered because of the fact their two supports just do so much magical damage, right? So you can't necessarily be thinking, oh, we've only got to think about the damage output from the cores shown. The supports, they hurt. So difficult pick here for Nigma Galaxy at the end of this draft.
Yeah, let's see. Like for Nigma, I could still see that like TB is just one of the best. I mean, of course, they get more info. Yeah, like they still see where GamerLegion like ultimately lock in like this last pick, because Nigma also banned out the Ember for the possibility that the Slaughter could be an offlaner. Even though I feel like this last pick, I mean, if I were in GamerLegion's shoes, I would just pick an offlaner that gives me like team fight and builds a pipe in the mid game. Let's say like you want Tide, you can ban Ursa. Maybe Centaur isn't the best, but just something that like it goes in for you, so a secondary go-in hero and gives you more team fight. And I think you're gonna be pretty chill in this draft.
What's your final ban? Yeah, do they want to consider banning out the TB, or do they not feel scared about it because they do have that overwhelming magic damage between their supports? Or will they ban it nonetheless?
Most of their talk should just be about, okay, you want to play this hero? Okay, then we're banning like this for it. So I assume that maybe TB will just be left in the pool, because most offlaners, they don't really care about TB too much. Because if you're looking for something specific, you're probably like taking out maybe like the Ursa or like something else. So they take out the Troll, which could mean that Slaughter is offlane. Nope, they just go with the Lycan.
Ooh, okay, yeah, getting the Lycan in as the final pick.
I think their picks are quite good.
They are. I mean, it's Nigma Galaxy. I think it's that question. Do you feel confident to play the Terrorblade into this? Because there is definitely, if you can get kind of through that mid game, once you've got kind of your BKB and your stats online, you're in a good spot. But it's just a question if you're worried too much about the early game, playing against these high damage supports and the pressure of like a Lycan lineup, that you might not get the time to carry as a TB.
I mean, it's probably the best.
Oh. Is this a carry Tide?
So it could be carry Tide. Yeah, so it is. That is very interesting. So that is very cool against the Lycan. Because, I mean, Lycan wants to be the one that like pushes his lane forward, he takes your tower, and then he gets all this space on the map. So obviously, you kind of nullify that completely with Tide, because you free farm there. It is interesting, but I still feel like this is quite a good TA game. Like it's going to be interesting to see like in the fights, because you have like around Tide, it's like very hard to run into Tide. It's very hard to run into the arena. The only question I have is, do Nigma have like enough follow-up damage?
Yeah, do they have damage?
Exactly.
Like just full stop.
Exactly. Like you have this control, but does it matter? Because it only matters if you can kill them. So it's a very interesting pick, and I'm not sure what the build is. Maybe it's like some Vlad's Deso AC, because he still needs to do a lot. Like, just stopping the Lycan is not enough. You're carrying.
No, indeed. It can't just be, him getting, like, good Ravages off. He's got to bring in the damage. I mean, obviously, down the line, sure, Puck can be an incredible damage dealer, but takes a bit of time to ramp up when it comes to the scaling of that damage. But, yeah, Nigma Galaxy, I feel like a bit of a reverse of what we've had from Nigma Galaxy in the past. I feel like this used to be the team that sometimes it would be like, where are the stuns? They just didn't have the stuns. Here, this game, they've certainly got the lockdown. All 5 heroes having some sort of measure of setup and lockdown. I'm excited to see this. Always fun to see some teams bring out the carry Tide. Tier 2000 on it this game is that last pick. Is it going to work out? I don't know. I hope we get sort of surprised by some cool moves. But overall, I feel in terms of like what we know about heroes at the moment in this patch, you do look at GamerLegion's lineup and go, oh boy, that's quite the lineup.
Yeah, their heroes look quite strong together. I will say there is like more cool things about the Tide as well. Like the Shard against Lycan, you move at 100 move speed, so that's quite good. Like even though you're in Lycan form, Slardar as well. So there are a lot of like interesting and cool things with the Tide. I mean, I think there's very few teams that would even mention this hero as a carry option in this type of draft. But if I'm GamerLegion, I feel like I have a small edge going into this game.
I think so, yeah. I think GamerLegion's going to be pretty happy with what they've got here. Let's see, though, if Nigma Galaxy can bring us some exciting plays here around this very, very fun draft that they have ended up with at this point. And I think, it does definitely lead towards the fact that, that the way that the draft played out, I think it was a very tough spot to pick that carrion as that last pick. And I think we're seeing that here because they've gone for something a little bit outside of the box.
No, for sure. And that's sometimes also the strength of like some of these last picks where it's good for you, but it can also force like the enemy team into like a more narrow decision making. And I think the Lycan absolutely did that because it's very good against the two supports. Like Hoodwink SD do not enjoy playing into a Lycan at all.
Well, let's have a look. I think as you said, well, both teams yet to win a game, right? They both, lost the first round 0-2. So he was able to get themselves a win here today.
Okay, late smoke from both sides.
The battle begins.
It's going to be the 2 for 2.
So very clean start to the game for both sides. But the thing for Nigma, though, they are getting the early lane block in the off lane, which is quite nice against the TA. Don't really want to lane against this hero just right in front of her tower. So we're going to body block the wave up. And Omar's going to make sure that Yamsun cannot do the same in return. So good early move here by Nigma.
I mean, now on the Tide, is this one of those carries that you go like the Helm of Dawn build? Or no?
I don't know. You could do it because armor is nice, but I feel like Vlad's is maybe just a better dominator. Because it's weird if you buy both. So I would say that Vlad's
you
is
wouldn't
the
get
better
that for
one.
sure. For sure, you gotta get one of the two.
You want the lifesteal is super good, like against the Lycan especially, and the bonus AoE armor against Lara TA as well.
And because it feels like if you're playing as Tide and you need to be getting the farm on, you're going to need to have that sort of mana sustain. So, like, can you really go anything else other than both the Vlads and the Soul Rings so that you can sort of hit the jungle and be able to self-sustain spamming the Anchor Smash?
Yeah,
Do you have to have both?
I think you need both.
Yeah.
Like, or you need like Soul Ring and like a mana neutral enchantment. Maybe another build I could see as well on the Tide could be like some Vlads into Radiance. Could also be okay. I think the miss chance AoE against those heroes is actually quite strong.
Sure, it's a good Radiance game, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, haven't seen it too much. So there's obviously a couple of options like the Deso into AC or like Vlad's Radiance. So we'll see. I think it's like very entertaining. It's very cool.
Yeah, it's if they can get a good start and kind of get the space of Tier 2000 to farm, he has the chance of becoming sort of this unkillable beast as the carry Tide. But if they start falling behind, like there very much is a world where he could still be getting burst by just for the overwhelming damage that they do have on GamerLegion, right? If GamerLegion don't suffer too hard in the lanes, when they start to make those plays with the level 6s on the supports, it doesn't matter even if the Tide's having farm priority in the position 1, they'll still be able to kill him.
Yeah, to me also like the mid game will be very, very important because the GamerLegion draft it's very explosive. Like if they suddenly get 1-2 kills into a Roche, like the game can really snowball. Especially because like the mid game, it's not around the time where you buy armor items. So if you start bleeding on the map, you give up in ages. Could be hard for Nigma, but if they can hold on during that time, that will be like the main thing we need to look out for.
Some good bashes here from RCY, and my goodness, he's going to have him. Oh dear. I mean, rough one there for Samael. I mean, you got to be careful, and I feel like we do see this. It doesn't matter that you're Samael here against the puck. If you're able to slip the puck up once and start getting these bashes and crushes in, next thing you know, the puck disappears.
I've seen why. I've seen this a few times though. Like you go for this curveball, and you just get stunned early into another bash, and suddenly it's like, okay, my curveball's on top of me, and now I can't go anywhere.
Big stuff from RCY in the mid. And, I mean, you've got to remember, right, in the draft, this was Nigma Galaxy signing up for this matchup.
Yep.
You know, they saw the Slardar, they picked the puck. So they were like, it's fine. We will go mid, and sure, if the Slardar's mid, we don't care. But maybe they should have. You know, 17-6 against the 7-1 and getting that solo kill first blood here in favor of RCY. This lane's going pretty disastrously for Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, it's a rare mistake from Sumail. We usually don't see that from him because, yeah, the lane is Slardar favored, but this is getting out of control territory. So we'll have to see if he can, you know, if it can bounce back.
Yeah, side lanes can be pretty close so far. Nobody getting bullied out too much. So just eagerly anticipating what we see from Tier 2000 on the build. Once he's got the phase boots, we'll see what he gets queued up next. Top. Fade. Doing pretty fine here against these two. Not struggling whatsoever as the offlane like them. We'll see the water runes. Both teams going to be bringing in a support hero apiece to make sure that they can maintain control of that.
Like if you play this Lycan, you should have a pretty good time up top. Like the Tide, he's more about like controlling the area and like the tower and defending it, and not so much about like slowing you down in the early game. So both him and TA 2000 should just free farm. But yeah, if Sumail gets shut down in this game, I think it will matter a lot, because the one that will break open this game is absolutely RCY on the Slardar, and the one who kind of needs to stop that is Sumail on this puck.
Yeah, absolutely. Bottom lane. Bringing Janssen down pretty low, but there's plenty of one charges, so he's fine. Because yeah, it does feel like a draft for Nigma Galaxy that can start to crumble pretty rapidly if things don't go their way early.
At least if we look at the other lanes, like bottom and top is both going quite well. Like TF 2000 is winning the top lane by quite a bit when it comes to the CS. Bottom as well with the MOUZ Hoodwink. They're pretty much even, but are slightly ahead in the XP department, so this is very good news.
Yeah, mid's just not going to get any easier now. Level 6 is online, so up against RCY, Sumail's got to be very careful. Cannot afford to get caught in any sort of crush bash combo.
Both teams going for some cool plays right now. You have Bignum who's walking into middle, but you also had Omar who's steeping into the safe lane to make some aggression happen there.
See them get the chance to take it fade down. They're going to try and punish Sumail. Oh, but spells off the mark. Scatterblast isn't going to hit. But yeah, Nigma Galaxy abusing the fact that the Lycan was left on his own to push for the kill.
Yeah, that's very, very good stuff. Like, if you can slow down either the Slardar or the Lycan, it's huge, huge wins for Nigma.
Taking the bash in on the mid into the crush. Sumail in trouble. Gonna try and jump away, but he's gone. Another death in the mid. Same time, Toby will be able to chase down Bignum with the help of Omar. But Sumail's game continuing to get slowed down. And a quick rotation from RCY has him heading towards the bottom lane. Do they want to dive for the MOUZ is the question. It's looking kind of appealing. If they can get the angle to get in onto Noob underneath the tower. There's the setup there with the ice path. As Noob very, very dead. RCY starting to really get the ball rolling here with this mid Slardar. They'll look to almost certainly set up for the 7-minute wisdom. Same to be said, though, for Nigma Galaxy. They're considering if they can get over for the steal themselves, at least try for the trade. We're actually going to have RCY TPing over. He's like, you know what? Well, if you want to try and get ours, I'll get the fight and potentially the pickup. If they're turning up and ready to chase them down, look at the disruption to hold back RCY. So won't be able to chase for kills. But we'll be able to make sure that they push them off their own Shrine of Wisdom. Of course, on the other side, Speed was able to still stick around and take theirs. So GamerLegion, they get both.
It's very good macro movements right now. Like, you get the rune, you go bottom, you get a kill. And obviously, like, you killed Sumail earlier. You know he's going to TP mid, which means he can't be on either side lane to help defend. At least Sumail, he got about half HP on the mid tier 1. So, you know, making the best out of a bad situation.
Bottom lane, Noob. will survive, but getting bullied heavily by speed. Giving ample space for Yamsen to continue to farm very freely in the bottom lane. Got eyes on mid. They do have the coil if they want to go for some sort of setup, but RCY is pretty beefy here with the strength treads. They're able to hold him in with the bushwhack, drag him down into the river. Still don't want to quite go for the commitment. The fact that there's the two supports backing up RCY, and RCY will manage to get the rune control, get that regen rune ready for the next move.
Yeah, everything's going about as well as it could, I think. When you look here in the mid lane, RCY is doing well. He's getting the runes. They don't really have the damage on Nigma. Like, it's good that they didn't use the coil. It's a level 3 SD and level 4 Hoodwink. You're not killing a 1400 HP starter with stick charges. And in the meantime, Yamsun down bottom on this TA. I don't think he's going to be pressured that much. He has to get like Arena out of position into like a smoke or a double TP. So GamerLegion should be pretty happy right now.
Bottom lane ice path. That's the setup. They'll turn with the Arena. TP's coming in from Nigma Galaxy, ready to try and turn this one around. They'll look towards Yamston and get him with the silence. They'll kill off speed. The Dream Coil is there. And he's going to snap the coil. Spear off the mark. It's going to get the chance for Yamston to get another refraction off. Bushwhack and Acorn Shot will catch him, but the cookies there breaking him back to safety. Yamston will survive. Only the Jakiro speed to fall.
All right, I mean, a little bit. I would say they should count themselves lucky that Yamson actually gets out there, because that play was a little ham. But good save there from his teammates, of course. But Nigma, you know, they get some much-needed XP into some of the heroes, and it also does force Yamson out of the lane. So even though he lives, I do think he has to pay a bit of the price here in the safe lane.
Space for tier 2000 on the top. He's got 1800 gold in towards the Radiant.
Interesting, so maybe you can just skip the Vlads. Yeah, I mean, if you can get away with it, you've got the chipped vest. Seems like there's not a lot of pressure on him. So, yeah, it's definitely going to speed up your farm even more. So I like this switch up a lot. I think it's probably his best first item here in this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The power being the tide, meaning that you're not too appealing to gank. So highly likely that he'll still continue to get to sit pretty safely on his own up on this top lane without any interruption for now.
Yeah, there may not be that much happening in like the near future. If what you want to do when you play Lycan versus Tide, you want to like jerk him around on the map, because attacking the lane he's on, he just anchor smashes. So maybe you can walk mid, you force his TP, then you go back to the safe lane. But you have TA 2000 Nigma, they actually want to rotate onto this bottom tier 1.
And they've got to catch him. Speed. Caught by the spear. We'll get the ice path off and the macro power to at least start clearing out the wave. See if RCY wants to do anything here, setting up with the invis. Heavily outnumbered though. So revealing himself would be pretty risky. I mean, Nigma Galaxy starting to back off though. That might get the chance for RCY to get a lead in. We'll see him under the sentry, so Nigma Galaxy, they've got the information to back off and get away from this.
Yeah, but GamerLegion, they defended their bottom tier 1. In the meantime, Fade got a lot of damage on the top tier 1. It's nearly dead. So it should open up for them to take the enemy safe lane tower here.
At the same time, see what they want to do on Nigma Galaxy. In response, the Mel wants to continue to put the pressure onto the mid tower. He's got Noob by his side ready with the Arena if any TPs do come in for GamerLegion. And they'll get this one.
Very big. Like earlier when Sumail got so much damage on the mid tier 1, it just now allows him to swing over, get the last couple right clicks with the Helm Dom as well.
Yeah, he's picking up his game nicely after those first couple of rough deaths. Only about 500 gold behind that of RCY on the Slardar. Sumail very much keeping up despite the rough start in the lane.
It definitely can shape up to be a good puck game. Like there aren't that many stuns. It's basically just a Slardar Crush or any Hex or Orchids if they do come out later. So if Sumail can get there and if Nigma can like survive these next 5 to 10 minutes, then I think their draft will be very happy scaling into the later stages.
But TH2000, so when he has the Radiance online, do you imagine they'll look to make a sort of smoke play around it? Or are you kind of looking to farm up that second item? Like, you're not under any sort of rush or pressure as this lineup around a carry Tide?
Yeah, I don't think you're on a rush, really. Like, especially with Radiance, I think it's just gonna help him, like, run down lanes, keep the lane in check. I think he's more the guy, like, connecting to the play, or his team moves to him. So I think he's gonna keep, like, just using it kind of as, like, a Battle Fury to increase his farm.
Smoke time from GamerLegion.
Oh, the double.
The setup here onto the two of them. Easy crusher on both Omar and Noob. As Noob has got a way to play his way out of this. He has got Toby by his side as the Shadow Demon, but no sort of potential here to keep him alive. The disruption was on cooldown. Now they can turn, though, Nigma Galaxy. See if they can find kills themselves. They'll get Big Num, but Toby's in trouble. RCY gets the jump in, cleans up the double. A very nice move that catches Nigma Galaxy by surprise. They were not ready to get two-man crushed there by RCY on the high ground.
Yeah, that was just great timing. About the best people you can run into. Like a double crush amp into the kisses. 3-for-1 trade. In the meantime, now you send your Lycan summons on the mid-tier 1. So yeah, just continuing to keep up the tempo here.
Difficult to push them off the tower unless they want to start bringing their Tide over. But yeah, TH2000 as close as he is to the Radiance. He won't want to be getting involved anytime soon. Got the fortification. Toby not quite able to get the setup there as RCY is quick with the blink back. And this tier 1 will force some at least able to get the deny. As Nigma Galaxy, they'll continue to push on bottom with Noob and Omar looking for the trade. Fortification comes out, TPs are coming in, so it looks like GamerLegion wants to have something to say about this tower attempt. And get the opening jump onto Noob, he'll be able to turn, push back Yamston with the spear. So if he can get the Ice Path connection, they can. Still don't have a pushback with the God's Rebuke from Noob. Will keep him safe. And in fact, RCY, the one in trouble, is TH2000. He's headed over to this side of the map, and they're able to take RCY down. TH2000 ready to get involved, and definitely ready to push on for this tier 1 tower now, with pretty much the entirety of Nigma Galaxy coming down to the bottom lane.
Oh, very nice. And that's the Radiance timing as well. That's the game pretty much telling us it's a 50-50. I think with Nigma, like, holding on as they are right now, and they just killed, like, the most important hero from the GamerLegion side. That is very, very crucial. The next thing I've got on, like, my radar now is going to be the Nighttime Roche. Because GamerLegion, they kill it so quickly with TA and Slaughter.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing, right? They kill it very quickly, but Nigma Galaxy have excellent team fight.
Yeah.
So they've got so many ways to try and interrupt it, and, well, Noob is going to be able to get the arena catch onto Speed. So Speed can survive this. He can. Noob can't stick around to finish up the job with Big Num and Yamson being by Speed's side.
Because it's definitely something that both teams should be talking about. Like, if you expand, like, some of your big spells, like Arena and Ravage, I think they will straight up go to Roche. And so Noob has to be a bit careful. If he goes for the gate, of course, there's a trap on him.
Smoke time for Nigma Galaxy. They feel strong with the Dream Coil. Who can they catch? RCY would be quite the nice one to get their hands on. I know there's a chance that he's heading up towards the high ground. See if they can get in a position to find him, or if he's going to be quick enough with the blink. They're close by. RCY, he's playing cautious, though. Seems like he's aware that something's up. Not going to stay within range of being able to get gone on by Nigma Galaxy. So he'll avoid this one.
That's definitely good. Like, he needs to keep his game going, because he's going to need a BKB, like, obviously rather sooner than later, maybe by like the 24-25 minute mark. But yeah, so Roche will be on the top side for another 3 minutes. Maybe you want the TA Desolator before you think about it too strongly. Got a Mantis style queued up on TA2000. Okay, it's going to help them with the map more. You can, of course, dispel the corrosive. I think it's okay. I'll have to see how the next minutes go to see if I fully like it or not. Plus 250. Very nice.
It definitely feels like it's a little concerning, though, for GamerLegion. Because fighting into the Tide, into this carry Tide, is not going to get any easier. You know, I felt that maybe there would have been the opportunity for them to try and make a move earlier. But as it is, they've pretty much left the Tide untouched. And, you know, at this point, you know, with the space that TH2000's got, he is very much going to just snowball towards this sort of level of the game where you're not killing the Tide before he's able to press Ravage in the midst of the team fight if you try and go on him.
Yeah, and yet they haven't really found much yet with the Lycan either. I mean, I don't really blame them because it's hard into the Tide Hunter, but you can still try to abuse that Tide. He's not a very mobile hero. He's quite static. So I would like to see like maybe trade some spells, because, you know, Lycan is still more active than the Tide. But yeah, even game, and I think Nigma are currently happy with the state of affairs in this game.
Yeah, I think definitely so. Yeah, definitely. Blink Dagger picked up on Noob. So continues to be able to piece together their team fight. As we were saying, you know, just the fact that they're going to be able to have this team fight online very much at a point where GamerLegion would have wanted to go for these objectives of the Roshan and maybe into the Tormentor. And Nigma Galaxy will definitely be having a chance to have a say about those plays. Stop.
Okay, RCY.
The setup. Dreamcoat's there as well. RCY. He's not going to be getting any help in time. As RCY gone, Samael finishes him off with the illusory orb. And, you know, little things like this definitely a bit concerning considering how good of a time RCY was able to have in the matchup against the Puck. But at this stage of the game, they're just really slowing down on GamerLegion, and it's not going to feel too good for them.
Yeah, it looks like that this mid game is just really awkward. Like Slaughter with this good start, you want to go and take fights, but I feel like they're a bit tripped up that they're playing into like an arena and this Ravage plus Radiance, so they just feel like they don't want to fight. But it just kind of goes against the nature of how Slaughter and Lycan would like to be playing this game right now.
And just sort of against this level of control and just overall beefiness and tankiness of Nigma Galaxy's cores, like I don't know how easy it's going to be for GamerLegion to sort of try and go down the route of, you know, let's try and carry this game late as the TA. You know, it feels like it's not going to be an easy game for TA to jump in and clean up these targets, even if she does sort of have 6 slots.
Yeah, they will have to look for, like, if the game does scale, they definitely have to look at like a Silver Edge timing to like try and get themselves like an answer to the Tide. But even then, you have SD, which of course can counterplay that with the save. Let's see. Looks like we will have a Tormentor versus Tormentor fight.
Okay, Nigma Galaxy, do they do this quick enough? They do. This is going down pretty quickly.
They use a lot of spells though. Those small ones.
They need to finish off. Oh, they get in with the steal!
They got the Torm.
RCY is able to make the jump. He gets the pick up himself, and this goes disastrously for Nigma Galaxy. They've lost 3 heroes. TH2000, he'll get off the Ravage off as well as the TP, so at least he gets out of there. But my goodness, they turned up just in time. RCY coming in with that crush at the perfect moment to just, not only ensure that they're the team getting the Tormentor, but also the team that's getting the team fight.
Yeah, that was the best possible timing that could have happened. Not just do you win the fight, you steal the Torm. Nigma, this is a play that it's becoming more and more popular. Maybe you don't fight them like straight at the Torm, but you wait for them to like use their spells, be out of position. And boom.
Bam.
Insta kill
Straight in.
plus the shard. Yeah, this is... Nigma caught slipping. They did use a scan before they started hitting, but it was slightly off the mark.
TH2000 in the end, lucky to be able to get away with that Ravage TP play. A bit of a shake-up there for Nigma Galaxy, but they're not gonna be shaken off their game too much. They're ready to get back in onto the action with a smoke. Still very much feeling that they have that level of strength around the Tide, even though they don't obviously have the Ravage for this next move. Get the jump. They're going to drop the arena just for Vignum. So it looks like they're happy to just take a support kill.
I mean, I do like that Nigma are still looking to be on the offensive, because look, all of you heroes, they're so strong until Radiant have BKBs. Like, then it's a lot harder, a lot easier for them to like play into the coil, play into the Ravage, play into the arena. Because right now, if you catch anyone, I think it's really hard for GamerLegion to turn around and help that guy out.
Oh, Noob! He's found Lycan here in the tree line. But they'll have to let him go. Not wanting to use the Dream Coil here, Samael doesn't feel that the backup's there in time to be able to provide the damage to take him out. So they'll be fine with just sort of forcing out the shapeshift from Fade.
Nope, 100-second cooldown. I also like the build that Samael is going for. I mean, of course, Witchblade is very normal, but also the Plate Mail. You do want some armor in this game, especially against the Tricore of Radiant.
Noob. They found RCY here. Noob gets to jump onto him. They do have to coil if they want to commit for the kill, and they certainly will this time round. RCY, he's slithering away. All ready for the chase down, but he's actually able to get the blink off in time before Sumail's able to close up on him. So this time RCY will live.
He's got to be careful though. He barely got out. He's already around the bottom of the network charts because he needs this BKB to start maneuvering in this game. He's getting closer to it.
So next sort of item timings. What do we have? We have the actually down bottom.
Yamsun's in trouble, I think.
I mean, yeah, Noob's here ready and waiting. Has got the arena if they do want to make the move, but it looks like they're hesitant. They sort of feel that there's probably backup behind him, and indeed there is. They've also got their own backup coming in as well. Nigma Galaxy, TA2000, and Omar are ready to join with them. Are going to be scouted out, though, by these this Wolf. So they know if they were looking, as I imagine they were, that this Blink Dagger is now going to be just picked up by TA2000. So they can have that in mind, GamerLegion, when they go for this.
It's a very big one. Like now he can help the map be nice with the Radiance Mantle. He can go into this to start the fight for his team with the Blink, which allows Noob to play a little slower, which of course is very, very nice. So I would kind of like if Nigma are gonna look for a smoke, I think. Get some of the waves out with the puck, with the Radiance. They look to force a fight.
We got a smoke time. Nigma Galaxy. Ready to go here with that Wombo combo. Insane amount of team fight ultimates. They can get the jump. It's still very much a point of the game where BKBs, it is just RCY that has one online. Everyone else is definitely going to suffer to the amount of stuns and lockdown that Nigma Galaxy have. There we go. They know someone's up here in the trees, and good scouting here with the Illusory Orb will allow them to find Fade. They'll drop the arena. They'll try and get the spear, but he's a bit too speedy. He's sort of dodging everything here, Fade. As it gets a little bit awkward now for Nigma Galaxy. TA2000 starting to back up. Can they punish this, though, GamerLegion? The arena and the sharpshooter used. He's on his way up towards the top. He's going to grab TA2000, throw him in. That's a little awkward. Now they get the jump onto him. TA2000 has to put the Ravage to try and survive this. They have a defensive disruption. Three-man Dream Cold coming into play, but RCY gets in with the BKB. But indeed, as soon as that disruption comes to an end, TA2000's out with the blink. But that was nearly close to Roshan causing some issues there for TA2000.
Yeah, Roshan initiated the fight there for GamerLegion. But so they traded BKB for Ravage, but yeah, Nigma kind of lost full positioning of the area now. This Roach will die so quickly.
Yeah, it really will. I mean, they're heading over Nigma Galaxy, but yeah, without these ultimates. I mean, unless they want to go for some sort of crazy play on Sumail. Yeah, he's not going to be able to go for it. So, GamerLegion, they get the space to get that Roshan, get the Aegis for Yamsun. Now up to a 6k lead here, GamerLegion. Nigma Galaxy, they've got to try and find a fight that goes their way. The last few attempts haven't been too great, and sure, TA2000 is not necessarily dying, but the offensive potential of the Tide not proving to be enough, really, to allow them to get quick kills.
Yeah, it's been not super easy for them to start the fight nicely. They do have a gem now on Omar. I like this a lot. Like when you play against the TA traps and the Wolves, as they find a catch on Yamsun.
He is on his... Okay, he's got a backup coming in. GamerLegion turning up. Can Nigma Galaxy take him out? The one-star quick blink from Yamsun. Jumps straight over towards Omar. He'll take out the hook blink. Now he's ready to turn over towards Toby. Yamsun dealing with the supports perfectly. And now he's ready to turn towards the cause. They get the crush in on towards TA2000. They have to drop the arena to try and hold back this chase from GamerLegion. Sumail gets in with the coil to hold back Yamsun. But they just have to run here, Nigma Galaxy. With the supports gone, the cause don't have a fight to bring towards GamerLegion. Nigma Galaxy have to back off, as they weren't even able to take that Aegis out of the hands of Yamsun. And that was Sumail. He has to be careful dancing around RCY. He'll get out.
He'll be fine. At least they did get to keep TA2000 alive. And luckily, Omar didn't have the gem yet on him when that fight started, because that would have been super bad news. But yeah, you can see the power of this GamerLegion lineup. There's so much damage, even into the Tide at this point.
Yeah, each and every time, just forcing TA2000 to have to run. Can't sort of survive in these prolonged team fights. Especially when GamerLegion are getting the chance to react, because it's been a few times now where it's Nigma Galaxy trying to set up a play, but GamerLegion, they've been ready to just sort of back up sort of the turnaround and ensure that Nigma Galaxy, at the end of these fights, they just have to run. Like we'll see here, they get this chance to get this jump, but understandable hesitance at the very beginning there from Nigma Galaxy, because they feel that there's probably backup inbound, and there is. You know, GamerLegion turn up, and then at this point, it's rough. You know, Yamson's able to get a beautiful jump over to clean up Omar, and then turns his attention towards Toby. And with the two supports gone, the cores are kind of helpless at this point.
Yeah, and I really like that Yamson just, like, you know, beelined, like, blinked in and just instantly killed Omar, because you've got the Aegis, like, you have 2 lives, just keep the fight going, because Nigma, if they don't start the fight nicely, it feels like it becomes very awkward very quickly for them.
Top is missing.
We'll see what they can get with the smoke here. GamerLegion.
Radiant are scanning.
Nigma Galaxy. Not to be caught by this, playing very deep on their side of the map. Toby, he'll get out as well. Was the only one out on the map at that moment.
Toby is going to be very important for his team now, because with the Silver Edge available, you need to get a way out for TA2000, because he can die so quickly if they get the Silver Edge break on him.
Yeah, he really can.
Good old anchor on the Dragon.
Plus 250. Get the opening onto Noob. Yamson, he's just able to find him, and with the help of the Wolves, that's just Noob dead.
That's a quick one. That's a Howl AC
yeah.
Deso Melt. You ain't got no armor against this one.
Things falling apart here for Nigma Galaxy.
They have not found a good way to, I think, really incorporate like all their heroes. Like earlier, you were using all this time for TA2000 to farm, and you couldn't really get kills with like the arena coil because you're lacking damage. But then, like, he farmed this Manta into the blink, but he didn't really find a good entrance yet. It's the 13k lead. Uh-oh, Omar. 2-shot.
Very easy for Yamson. He's really sort of hitting his stride here now as the TA. Top of the net worth and just cleaning up heroes, especially these supports. They don't stand a chance if Yamson finds them.
They're buying double Shiva on Nigma. I don't like that. Like, sometimes it's awkward to buy AC and rough. Shiva because it's weird. You don't really want to buy both on the same hero. But when you can buy AC Shiva on 2 separate heroes, especially against a triple physical lineup, you have to do it. So TA2000, I think, if he ends up going to finish the second Shiva, I think it's actually a huge mistake. That's one of the bigger item choice mistakes in this game.
Because it's so much money as well, right? It's not like it's kind of like this medium cost item. It's an expensive item.
Yeah.
That you're going all in on buying twice for, you say, just very little benefit in these team fights.
Because I like that Sumer, like, he needed to deviate his build, right? You're playing Shock against Giga minus armor. Him having Shiva, it makes sense. And he's got it finished already. Well, let's see. It's a big timing for Smoke. Down 16k gold, so not an easy fight upcoming here.
All right. They need this team fight to go well. If this doesn't go well, it could just be game over.
I think so. And it's definitely not easy. They don't have the most damage between the heroes. They do have an Amplify rune on Sumail, so that could be a big difference maker in this upcoming fight.
They get the jump. Everything onto Arsky White. Ravage everything. He's gone. Yeah, everything onto the Slardar will do the job. Now, what can they do with this? One
of the better kills you could get. You did also get the gem that RCY was holding. I mean, maybe they just fall back on the map. They did have to use Ravage. So maybe they just stall a bit.
GamerLegion, you can just wait until RCY is back up and look to strike back into this sort of minute plus where there is no Ravage to worry about. So that's the thing, yeah, definitely a point in the game where for Nigma Galaxy, just killing one of these heroes around these ultimate usages it's not going to feel too good. They need a more convincing team fight win than that to really get themselves back in on this one.
At least they did put a little bit of a break into this gold lead that was building more and more. Brought it down from 16 to 12k. And I feel like Fade should be looking at a nullifier next on the Lycan here, because if you look at Nigma's, like when you play against these three cores as a support, I'm queuing up a Gold Scepter, like Gold Scepter, Glimmer to stay alive. I think they already have at least one of them, so nullifier should be kind of on the line here for the Lycan soon.
Okay. BKB. Ready for Fade. So these team fight ultimates are going to have more and more answers coming online from GamerLegion. See Nigma Galaxy. They'll catch Big Nub. Should be able to get him. Same time, looking towards RCY, but RCY's got the BKB. Will be able to get away from the Dream Coil, so he'll live. Just the support to be taken out.
That's kind of nice. They nearly got like 2 plays and 2 different sides happening at the same time, forcing RCY's BKB and getting the kill on Big Gnome. Well, next Roche is gonna be big. It will not die in this daytime, unless they go right now. They are TPing RCY down bottom.
I mean, the temptation could be there. Obviously, in terms of timings, Ravage is back up. So Nigma Galaxy can get over. A little low on the mana though on tier 2000. And honestly, even if they do try and get over, they might not be able to do so in time. Because they're into the pit, it's indeed just going to be going down that quickly. TPs are coming in, but yeah, they can't get her in time. It's already gone. Yamsen, it's got the Aegis. Nigma Galaxy just, they didn't stand a chance on trying to turn up in time to do anything about that one. It just goes down too quickly to the Slardar TA.
Yeah, you just, even though like the roar comes out, it disarms them, it's just straight up gone. And you TP'd every single hero too, so that's a little bit annoying. Because now you can't really go top all the way to pressure, because if GamerLegion decide to hit your base, you don't have a TP ready. So it's getting a little bit stuck here when it comes to the map.
Push coming in on the mid. Nigma Galaxy, what's the call? Do you try and blur everything on the Aegis?
I think you'd want to try to... Oh, no.
It's a little awkward. You still get the setup though, so they will manage to take out the TA very quickly the first time round. They'll try and get the Ravage timing, which they will find here on the second line, but still Yamsen's able to get the BKB off. Ice Path coming down on towards the MOUZ. The MOUZ going to be saved for now here, as he's able to jump out of the team fight. Fade is trying to get in on a target, but can't get his hands on any of Nigma Galaxy. So all in all, a lot of spells thrown into the mix. We'll take the Aegis out of the hands of GamerLegion. But outside of that, no one else dying on either side.
Nigma, definitely happy about that. Like, you stall out the Aegis push, you nearly kill the TA twice, you force them to use all their BKBs. Like, sure, you use Ravage, but like 80 seconds of this cooldown now, you also have just Radiant that will wait for their BKBs, so really nice hold for Nigma. Also goes to show them we're pretty strong. Like, if they start the next fight on Yamsen, they can just full to 0 him.
Nigma Galaxy ready to get more so on the aggressive now after that. Even though the game's still in the position, they're 15k gold behind that of GamerLegion. You can look to try and push the tier 2. So what GamerLegion's call is going to be, do they want to try and force Nigma Galaxy back? Are they going to try and turn up for the tier 2 defense? Ping's coming out from them. You see some of the TPs coming in from Nigma Galaxy to deal with the pressure coming in on the bottom lane. Tier 2000 about half the way towards being able to pick up the Aghanim Scepter as his next item. GamerLegion, they want to try and smoke, go for the Twin Gate, see if they catch anyone heading back on their own after that push was coming in from Nigma Galaxy. They won't quite catch Toby, but oh, well, they'll see him now. He's going through the gate and he's away. They want to try and chase this. It's going to be a fair bit of time chasing the support SD. They should have him, though. He'll get the Ghost Scepter off, but they've got the Crush coming in at the end of it. Into the Bash. That's going to be the Shadow Demon dead. There's Nigma Galaxy. 10 seconds until the Ravage is online. So Nigma Galaxy getting very close to being able to go for the team fight again themselves.
It definitely can look. I mean, it's only 30 seconds until Toby is back up. Because they are very, very strong. I mean, you do have a 25 now on TA. So likely Yamson went for the refraction instances. He also has Satanic, so it's a little harder to burst him. But I'm pretty sure they have the damage. Like, if they all in Yamson out of a smoke, he will die from full to zero. So that is something that GamerLegion are not allowed to have happen.
Yeah, GamerLegion. They're almost certainly going to be able to feel that they do have this gold lead right now. But very much, as you say, after what we saw in that last play from Nigma Galaxy into the Aegis of TA, knowing that if Yamson does get caught by an opening stun, he still can be vulnerable despite his high net worth.
I mean, I'm looking at least at some of the others. Like Sumail, he will definitely start to scale more and more on the puck as well. They might be the type of game where if you're GamerLegion, you need to look at a couple of hexes on some of your players. Okay, TA2000, he wants to go for a refresher. I kind of like this in a game where you feel like on the one Ravage, it's enough to blow the guy up. Now you get a second Ravage to then like keep the fight going. I think this is very strong.
Yeah, I like it. I think I like it more than the Aghanims that he had queued up before.
Me too.
Because at this point, later on, you know, as the carry, the Gush is like... It feels like air. It's like a nice addition to the build, but it's not going to change the game. But as you said, double Ravage, absolutely good. That's a beautiful opening there indeed for Noob. They burst through Big Num Fade. He'll be able to get the BKB off. He will manage to run. I mean, RC-wise coming in with the backup. They get the jump in onto Sumail. They kill Sumail off, and now they can turn towards Noob. GamerLegion, they turn up with the turnaround in that play, getting the two big cores, both Sumail and Noob, despite what looked to be a very, very beautiful opening. With that setup from the Spear, it doesn't matter. Maybe if it was at a point of the game where they were even on net worth, but they're not. You know, they're 15k behind now, 19k behind. Sure, they get that sort of opening, but you've got to expect to sort of take casualties in return, and indeed they do. They lose 3 heroes on Nigma Galaxy off the back of that.
That looks so good. He started a fight with a 2-man Spear arena, but the Lycan didn't end up dying. Someone must have not been close enough, maybe TA2000 or something. But yeah, I mean, GamerLegion, very happy and lucky to be able to turn that one around.
And they could go straight on with the push. See how much they can get done here whilst there's the 3 of them dead on Nigma Galaxy. So the call is going to be Nigma Galaxy. They still have the Ravage, the 2 Ravages. Ready to roll here.
They'll probably look to wait a little bit. But Yamson on this TA still yet to die. Played a, so far, very flawless game, like his itemization as well. Let's see, then could just wait for Aegis. I don't think that the GamerLegion have to like force a high ground here by any means.
Yeah, they still have that overall hold on the game. Yamson, outside of just dropping the Aegis, still yet to actually die. 605 on the TA, and very close to being able to get that Swift Blink and even having the luxury of the buyback on top of it. See them go for the Tormentor. Back on the replay, though, as you say, it's it's such a beautiful opening. You catch the 2 of them, but yeah, not quite enough damage to get that fade kill, which would have been the important one. And GamerLegion, if you're going to try and fight them at this sort of position of the map, as I say, with their lead, they are not going to be afraid of striking back, and they strike back hard.
They're hunting Sumail. I mean, the other thing is, too, you cannot follow up with a Bushwhack stun in the arena. Like Omar, of course, he tried, but it just gets immediately cut every time. And TA2000 was not in range, so just didn't have a secondary stun. Smoke on smoke.
Nigma Galaxy, are they ready for this? RC-Wise heading over. He's going to whiff the crush. He's still trying to get him with the jump. He's got eyes towards Toby. Here's the arena and the Ravage coming out. They're throwing everything onto Yamson. Can they keep him locked down? They can't. He's able to get the BKB off. Yamson ready to start chasing Nigma Galaxy now out of the fight. The kiss is coming in as well. Big damage coming in onto Sumail as he'll fall low. They get the Hex control onto Noob. That's the MOUZ out for 75 seconds, and Fade with the rest of his BKB just chasing down Toby. He'll try and sort of there's no way out. The destruction was still on cooldown, in fact, so he could not save himself. Toby's gone. Jumping from RCY over towards Omar, getting the cleanup once again, and this time not losing anybody themselves, GamerLegion. And that was the fight. They came in with the first Ravage, but it felt like, TH2000, he didn't even want to expend the refresher into the second Ravage because he felt like even if they got that chain stun follow-up onto the Yamson TA, that they wouldn't have enough to kill him. And indeed, Yamson perfectly fine, pretty much stays full HP under the cover of the refractions. They're ready to get this push going. Nigma Galaxy, they've got no buyback on Noob. This is going to be hard to piece together a defense.
Yeah, it's really not that easy. And I like Yamson's build a lot. It's making himself very tanky. I mean, Nigma too, I think TA2000 was like, I can't do the second Ravage. They kind of butchered their initiation. They did both the Spear and the first Ravage at the same time. Maybe they have one more fight in them where they can try to execute it more cleanly. And of course, it is getting harder and harder with the more and more gold being injected into the GamerLegion draft here.
Yeah, it's just at this point, so much easier for GamerLegion to just get the kills. Even though it's a stage of the game where, sure, Sumail's got a decent amount of damage coming out on the puck, it just overall, the damage output just does not match what GamerLegion have to play with. And we're seeing it over these objectives like the Roshan. Roshan goes down instantly. They're able to get the kill. Aegis, and for now, at least the Refresher Shard being held by Yamson. Nigma Galaxy, they've got the stuns, they've got the control, but can't quite get these big kills. It's very difficult.
It really is. I mean, even with the lockdown, we did talk about a bit of lack of damage earlier. It's still kind of there. And if you're GamerLegion, you've got the Aegis, you've got double banner. Even holding buybacks against these high cooldowns is great.
Look at the bushwhack onto Yamson. And RCY's in with the jump. He's in on top of Sumail. Sumail gets caught. He'll get the phase shift off. Can he jump out of this one? He can. He'll be out to the side. He's going to be back up to full HP there. That healing play, but Noob dead again. TA2000 surrounded. He'll pop the refresher, but he does not have the mana for a Ravage. So they can just continue to sort of just poke at him whilst he can do nothing to fight back other than just walk it off. Fade chases down Toby. There'll be an instant buyback coming out from Toby on the Shadow Demon. But they kill off the Chikiro, but again, it's sometimes like a support dying here and there on GamerLegion. But when it comes to these cores, and Yamson in particular, Nigma Galaxy just can't touch them.
They're just kind of getting toyed with. I mean, it can be kind of the nature of the game with a 30k lead into Aegis, but the way that GamerLegion are executing these fights is just very nice. They know exactly who they need to go on, and with the right amount of heroes. And Nigma, they're struggling.
Very difficult spot for them here. Finding some sort of comeback team fight is going to be pretty insane here at this point. They'll get the opening on towards the TA, but nothing more than that. And now on the back lines, RCY's just in again. That's Toby gone. 75 seconds, no buyback on the Shadow Demon. They're going to have to try and hold here. 4 versus 5. They get the Hex and the break-in onto TA2000. Yamson jumping in and will get caught out himself by a Hex. Into the Spear, locking him down under the towers, but of course he does still have that Aegis ready for round 2. They can't even quite kill him off the first time anyway. Still perfectly fine on this first life. Both supports dead on Nigma Galaxy. Another Spear from Noob will hold Yamson back for now, but Sumail, he's been caught. Ice Pass there. He's dead. Has got the money for buyback. As the barracks up top, in danger. TA2000, no Ravage for at least 75 seconds until his refresher's back online. The top set of barracks taken. They're ready to jump in, look towards him. We'll be able to put the Manta and run. In the trees, though, they found Noob. They'll put the BKB, get at least the arena and the Spear off, but RCY's just sort of killing him off through it. He'll try and back away. Noob, can he survive? He can. They're able to kill RCY off. A big kill to be found here from Sumail with a buyback, but still the Macropire burns down Noob, so he won't be back up in action for 75 seconds. 2 sets of racks taken away now by GamerLegion. Still 2 minutes to push on here around Yamson's Aegis. He's on to the bottom set of barracks. No Noob for a minute. Nigma Galaxy, if they got anything to do here, 4 versus 5. Doesn't look like it. Yamson getting the chance to finish this one off. as that's going to be the Mega Creeps out now in favor of GamerLegion. 36,000 gold lead.
Yeah, just very clean. As Fate, he's just picking the tier 4s, probably saying, guys, they don't have any Ravage. We still have Aegis. It's time to go.
There we have it, tier 4's falling. Still 25 seconds. 25 seconds and then they'll have the double Ravage. We'll see whether or not that matters at all, as so far the Ravages certainly haven't. They've barely shaken up GamerLegion in these team fights, as GamerLegion have been able to hold strong and maintain and grow this incredible lead. And the pushback onto Yamsen, still 1 minute of Aegis. Tier 4's gone. He's onto the Ancient. They're going to have to do something soon. The double Ravage is now online. Noob's back in the game. Ready to follow up if TA2000 gets the opening. Keeping over at the side. They have to find something insane here, Nigma Galaxy. But Yamsen, he's just ending the game. They'll get the jump kill off the supports, but Yamsen, he's just looking to close this up. As he's looking towards the Ancient, they'll now turn towards him. They'll get the Hex in. Spear back as well. They'll lock him down, and they'll be able to kill him off the once, but Noob's gone. He's got buyback available himself.
Ravage.
Second Ravage is at the ready, comes out. Any follow-up lockdown on towards Yamsen? There is not. He's got the BKB ready to go. They turn towards tier 2000. He tries to scramble back towards the base. Fade gets an ultra kill. They're dead on Nigma Galaxy. No more defense to be had as GG is called. The Ancient falls. GamerLegion take game 1.
A really, really nice game from them here. I feel like this team's, their like macro movement and a lot of the stuff they did in their team fighting quite a lot cleaner than the last time I saw them, whereas Nigma, I think they fell flat in a couple of moves, especially like this, the first Tormentor, where they went and then they lost the Torm and lost like 3-4 heroes. I think that was a big turning point, and a lot of the team fights just not starting the way they want.
No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah, GamerLegion keeping their cool in those sort of tougher early moments. And then just doing a very good job of never really letting themselves be caught out by Nigma Galaxy's attempts to bring things back together around their timings that they were trying to work with. You know, obviously for Nigma Galaxy, it was a bit of a different draft, you know, going with the TA carry Tide. Does not work out here. And honestly, I would put a lot of that down to what I think was just a really solid draft from GamerLegion. I think just, you know, again, to sort of go back to these 4 heroes that they got as the first 4, you know, having the TA and the Slardar, these insane cores, crazy physical damage, having then the Snap Jakiros, the 2 supports with fantastic magical output, and of course, just at the moment being 2 of the better supports of the game, it sort of led the draft to be a very difficult final pick for Nigma Galaxy when it comes to what carry wants to play into this. They try and go with something different with the Tide. It just doesn't work out. You know, I think GamerLegion sort of forced them into that position, and they were able to abuse that very nicely.
Yeah, I fully agree. I can see the Tide carry working. I think it's like quite a cool concept, but I think it's not something you can just put a hard carry player on. Like, unless you're really like a veteran guy that has played Tide carry because, you know, just a hero you like. It's so different from your traditional carry hero. Not to say that he like played it poorly or something like that. Maybe some of his itemization I'm not the biggest fan of, but it just changes your entire draft like a lot. So I think going to the next game, it's maybe something that Nigma will just try to scrap and like play like the more traditional stuff to keep people like in their comfort zone. But yeah, GamerLegion I think should be super happy with how they drafted, how they played. So going to this next game, they're definitely going to be very happy.
No, for sure. No, for sure. This was impressive stuff from GamerLegion, and yeah, I like the draft in terms of the play. I mean, I think you probably go with RCY when it comes to pulling out the moves right. You know, at the end of the day, he gets that solo kill first blood against the MOUZ, so he's looking pretty cool from the start. And then down the line, in those later moments, he was getting some excellent crushes. He was the main force behind getting that Tormentor steal. He did a lot. You know, mid Slardars right now, this is a really hot pick to take the mid lane. Some of these players on it, when they start to get ahead at the start, they just look fantastic. Like the sort of impact this hero has, getting him with the crush setup, it just looks brilliant. And yeah, RCY exemplary with his play this game on it.
Nah, for sure. Especially like this early game, getting the kill, like you said. Then the Wisdom Shrine, right? Like the macro play around that. Then the Torment to steal as well. Yeah. Like a lot of clutch and very crucial moments. Whereas I think his other 2 cores, they also played very clean. So on it, to me, I could kind of give it to anyone. Yamsen as well, 0 devs. Like I think it was godlike or beyond godlike on the Lycan as well. So like GamerLegion, I think this is just the type of game where you don't need to like lean on one guy. They can all be very happy with everyone. Like literally everything. The
really
draft,
nice
the
team
gameplay.
effort. Yeah.
So super nice win for them.
Because it was a game as well, right, where like that whole second half, it felt like there was very little, if any, mistakes being made by GamerLegion whilst they maintained this advantage, right? You know, the only sort of deaths they were having were kind of a support here and there. You know, as the game got to the important moments, none of their cores were really getting killed off. They just left themselves no chance to be caught out by Nigma's countless attempts to try and pull together a team fight and just throw all their ultimates onto one of the heroes.
Yeah, like it's like going into the next game, I think that the talk right now between the game is quite important for Nigma, whereas for like GamerLegion it's a bit more straightforward. Maybe they can start talking about, okay, if Slaughter is banned, what do we do? Because they lost to it twice, now they won with it once. It's important you don't like really narrow your options that you're like, oh, next game you go into like you get the Slaughter again, because you may not. And for Nigma to just look for like a small switch up, I think.
Yeah, well, we'll see what they do in terms of that. As you say, I think without a doubt, we are going to see them try and set the draft up for a little bit of an easier pick opportunity for TA2000. I think some of these matchups they might think a bit more seriously about again in the future. You know, I think for Sumail and the Puck, whilst he did manage to really kind of he managed to decently recover his game, obviously not enough to have huge impact later down the line. He had that tough start, right? Slipping up, pretty much getting doubled in CS by RCY and the Slardar. And yeah, they picked this Puck into the Slardar. Like, it was not a surprise. This was the matchup that Sumail signed himself up for. And he didn't fare too well in it, Kezu.
Yeah, it's like they need to know more like what they want. If you give up the Slardar, you need a better response. Because I fully agree with you. That one, it was just not it.
No, it was not. Well, we'll see if Nigma Galaxy can kind of pick themselves back up going into Game 2. But as it is, GamerLegion looking hot today. They'll take Game 1. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back after the short break with Game 2, GamerLegion versus Nigma Galaxy.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
Hello, everybody. I am here with Noob from Nigma. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am very good, sir.
That's good.
It is great to see you again. I have not seen you since the International, where you guys defied all expectations. You had a fantastic run. It was incredible to see. I was in the crowd cheering your name, cursing your enemies. It was very fun to watch. How are you guys feeling post-TI?
It was good to have you, man. You gave us a lot of luck.
Not enough.
You were handshaking almost, but it was enough. It feels good. We changed players.
You have a kind of a unique position on this team now, you know?
I do?
Well, I think so. Before you were the new guys that are coming in with the legends.
Yeah.
Now you kind of are the legends, you know? You kind of are the guys who have some stuff under your belt, leadership position?
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Is that how it is on the team dynamic? Are you telling these guys what to do now?
No, everyone's playing on his own right now.
Really?
Yeah, we're chilling.
Is that good?
No.
Okay.
That's terrible.
Oh no! How are you gonna fix that?
We need some time.
Okay.
Yeah, some practice.
Okay, fair enough. Well, the best place to practice is a tournament like this.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got some very, very high tier teams, tier 1 teams. You got some guys that are coming in, and where's Team Nigma on that? They very high tier teams. Some
maybe middle.
In the middle. Okay,
Yeah.
that is good.
Yeah.
That means that there's room for improvement.
Exactly.
A little room
for improvement.
For only improvement. I like that.
Hopefully.
Okay, good to hear. What would you like to talk about?
Nothing.
Don't do this to me,
The less
bro.
talk, the better.
What do you mean less time? You've always been a very chatty guy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
What's interesting to you in Dota?
In Dota. No, high skill games are fun. Like when everyone's doing good, dressing good, that's the best.
Yeah. But the world is kind of high skill right now. A lot of teams that I've talked to are saying pretty much any team can beat any team these days. Is that how you feel?
Not really, but like there is maybe 2 top teams, let's say, or 3, I don't know.
Who are those top teams?
I don't know. There's Falcons top 1.
Okay.
Right now.
TI winners, that's easy.
Yeah, and then there's others, kinda.
Okay.
But like in the top tier 2, there's a lot, let's say, after Falcons in the same level.
Sure.
And then everyone can beat everyone, like the other teams.
Okay. All right, all right.
So, but there's Falcons, like right now.
Well, I mean, that's just cheating because they won TI, right?
No, they're just playing better than everyone.
You still think that they got what they got from TI, same team?
I mean, yeah. They messed up a bit. I think they could have won that series.
Oh, so you did watch the last tournament?
Yeah, I watched the finals.
Okay. Fair weather Dota fan. That's how it is. I'll only tune in for the finals. All right.
Of course.
What would you have done differently?
Than Falcons?
Yeah.
I think they just threw a bit. And they picked Legion for some reason. I don't know.
I don't know about that one. That was wild.
That was weird.
I was going to make fun of you and say, you would know about throwing a little bit, but
Yeah.
I don't think you guys picked Legion like that. That's wild.
Yeah, but we do throw a lot though.
No.
We're Nigma, man.
Well, used to be. New team, new boys. That's the
We're
old
still
one.
throwing, bro.
Okay, all right, well, let's see.
Don't worry about it.
I mean, it's part of being a Nigma fan. You gotta love the highs, you gotta love the lows. That's what makes a good team to cheer for. That's what makes you so entertaining. So I'm sure we're gonna be extremely entertained this tournament. Hopefully, we see another one of those big Nigma wins coming out. Any words out there to the fans in the new squad?
Keep following us, guys, and wish us luck.
All right. Luck is not something you need. All right. The stars will align once again.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. Let's do that. All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure. And we will see if those luck will be coming for Team Nigma or if it will just be as easy as it is here at PGL Wallachia 6.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to PGL Wallachia Season 6. I'm only Pixel here with Kezu, and we are in our final series of the day here on the second stream. It is GamerLegion up against Nigma Galaxy. We just saw GamerLegion being able to take game 1. They looked very good doing it. Nigma Galaxy sort of getting pushed into a corner where they tried something a little bit different with the draft, going with this carry tide. Didn't work out. Let's see what goes down in this game 2. Already hot off the bat with the picks. We're going to see Nigma Galaxy go for the Shadow Demon once again, and GamerLegion go for the Slardar once again, which is not a surprise after what we saw in that game 1, right, Kezu?
It's the exact same start as the last game.
Yep.
It's all the same bans. It's the first same couple picks. So I want to see where Nigma take it at least a little bit different. Like ban a different hero. I think both the supports were quite crucial. For GamerLegion in the last game with the Jakiro and Snapfire, just to like round out their game and like make sure that they have mixed damage. So I will be surprised if we have this what happened at Blast where you have the same 10 heroes. I don't really see it.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see if the bans, how the bans continue. I mean, for Nigma Galaxy, I mean, how do you start to change the draft up? You know, you want to see what something different as the second pick? Are you trying to get the carry pick a little earlier in your lineup, maybe saving some MOUZ pick for last?
So I could see where you don't pick the Mars out of phase, or if you do pick Mars, I don't want it to be paired up with a puck at the same time. I think they did run into some damage issues there. So those are two of the things that I could see being different. But most importantly for me, it's this mid matchup. I don't want to see a puck being played into the slaughter. Like, you pick this puck, and they go, all right, pack it up, guys. I'm going mid on my first pick, and I'm happy. Like, I think you shouldn't give it to them. Like, you can't just hand it to them so easily.
5 seconds remaining.
Indeed, as we see coming up on the graphics there. A lot of this the same as the old first game. It's happening again here.
Nigma Galaxy's turn Radiant team.
See if it changes here with this pick. It does. We get Muerta coming in this time. I mean, and TA2000 could play this carry.
Also, that actually very true. That's a good point. And that's a pretty good matchup. Like, when we look into the right against Slaughter, like, you want heroes that just can kind of stand their ground and, like, not pay too much attention. But yeah, I guess the double... I don't really see a reason for GamerLegion to change up that double pick. So at least for now, we see the Jakiro.
I mean, yeah, they should just get Snap again. Yeah, why not?
Absolutely.
I think it's really good. And then it kind of makes a little bit spooky for the Muerta to go carry, because it is one of those heroes that wants to pop the ult or stand their ground. If the Snapfire is able to be on the other side of the team fight, raining down the kisses, it's not easy for the Muerta in those early engagements. And it's just so good. It's great with the Slido. It's great all round. So I'll be surprised if they look elsewhere, GamerLegion. And they don't. Yeah, they keep the same pick. Why not? It was fantastic last game. It's going to be fantastic this game.
Absolutely.
The question now is just going to be whether or not they want to go with the TA again. You know, he had a great game, didn't die. Obviously, things are a little different because there's a Muerta in the mix. I guess they'll eye up these next two picks, and we'll see. But there is definitely a chance to GamerLegion. They might just go the TA again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see anything wrong with it. Like, the thing I'm more so looking at is, like, where do Nigma take it from here? Because I'm just not really that impressed with the puck from last game. Like, into the Slaughter, because then we'll just see a repeat.
You don't do that again. Yeah. You don't do that again, surely.
Because, so now it's just, because between these games, you surely talked about it. Okay, was Slaughter a problem? They probably came to the conclusion he was kind of annoying. They're like, okay, if we give it again, what's our response? So I would just be very kind of surprised if they just ran it back into it.
Yeah. Absolutely. I don't think we're seeing a puck here. I think Sumail's going to want to play something different after that one.
I mean, I guess it's not like a Sumail hero, but if you look at, like, some Venomancers or some hero that you could flex on, like, both lanes where, like, you kind of match into him, you know, like, you should try to slow him down at least a little bit.
No, I think for sure, yeah, Veno would be very nice, but yeah, you're right. I don't know if we'll see Sumail want to take that one. I think the spirits could be appealing. For now, but they'll hold off. They'll go with the clock. So it is going to be the Muerta carry. Of course, they're showing that relatively early here with the third pick coming in.
Actually, I mean, so Sumail has played mid Muerta at TI with the Dominator build. Maybe that's something else they're keeping open.
I could see it working all right against the Slido in the mid matchup, but again, I feel like we wanted to see something a bit more normal from Nigma Galaxy this game, and I wouldn't consider that normal, so it's a bit risky. They do want to run with the Mars again.
I mean, Mars is a great hero overall. I hate this support duo with Mars. Like, Mars wants shit to come flying in the arena, right? That people die. Skywrath, Snapfire, Jakiro, Phoenix. Like, you're shooting cogs and nothing.
Yeah.
So
I mean, well, that's the. I feel already right. It's the same sort of problem. You know, Nigma Galaxy in the past it was like they didn't have stuns. Now it seems like they don't have damage in their drafts, Kezi.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Like, I can't disagree with you at all. So let's have a look.
I mean,
for
I think you just go TA again. I don't see any reason why you. I mean, unless you want to just play something different, but I would have no problem with GamerLegion just getting Yamson TA. I mean, he had a fantastic game one. This game does not. You know, it's sure that the change of there's a Muerta that you have to factor in, which obviously it can be annoying. You know, when they pop the ult, you can't really, you know, just stand your ground and fight back. So maybe that's going to be enough to want him to change. But if he wants to play it again, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty good. I feel like they have a couple of options. They have that. Like the TA was just very solid. It's a hero we don't see too often, but I also always like Lifestealer against like these high stun, low damage type lineups. Maybe it's a bit annoying against like the SD and whatnot, but I think they have multiple options again.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I also it's a bit of a hot pick, but I wouldn't mind a Faceless Void. I think that
sure,
very
why not?
Nice here.
Yeah, you're gonna get through with it,
Super
sure.
nice.
You have a super good 5 in your lane,
Yeah.
like with Jakiro. You have 2 great supports with Chrono. And you're not gonna get pressured against these heroes like what Mars Clock, Mars SD.
They'll go down the Lifestealer route, you know, going the jug.
Okay.
Don't mind. Obviously, I feel like it's definitely a riskier carry when you kind of compare it to something like a TA in this patch. You know, obviously a lot of teams do still like to play it. Understandably so. I think, you know, most carries want to play jug. Something about this hero just feels nice and snappy and nice and swift and quick. But there is some sort of ways to mess him up. You know, there's obviously the disruption. There's the Pierce the Veil ult from the Muerta that kind of makes it hard for you to confidently commit with Omni Slashes. But obviously lane's good. You're going to feel strong against the Mars. And that Healing Ward is going to give you great sustain.
Yeah. Nah, Healing Ward, it's a very good game for it. If you look at Nigma's side, nobody likes like going deep to like go hit some Healing Ward. You don't have some Storm Quap Puck that is just going to do some blink in, hit it, and like get out. You have none of that. So Healing Ward is very strong. And they have so much magical that, you know, you can just like spin TP out unless there's a hook from the clock. So let's also see how they're going to protect themselves. Because you don't really know where this Muerta's going. I would assume it's Sumail that's going to lock it into the mid. But yeah, we'll just have to see.
Yeah. Because you feel like you would prefer that than it being the carry?
I have a hard time knowing strongly. Like, maybe it just comes down to more what Nigma see at the end. Okay, where can we counter like the last pick harder? Like if the starter does end up going mid, the only reason I wouldn't want Sumail to take the Muerta is if he has some hero where he's like, I'm gonna ruin this guy. Like I'm going mid Veno and I'm galing this guy for 6 minutes and he has no game. If not, you just take the Muerta mid, it's fine, and you take like the game-winning pick on the safe lane for TA 2000.
Because whatever they pick as their last pick, it's just got to have some more damage, right? We've got to see some level of explosive damage coming out for Nigma Galaxy. So I think that's sort of going to be the question as well, whether they sort of find that hero pick that provides that as a mid hero or as a carry.
It's good bands.
Well, they finish off with a strong one there, GamerLegion, getting the axe, as we were saying earlier today, one of our favorite offlaners of the patch.
Okay, I mean, so what do you do here?
I think... honestly, I feel like they're in another tough corner here, Nigma Galaxy, with this last pick. There's nothing that's sort of screaming out as like, this brings it all together and feels good against what GamerLegion's got. You know, the fact that GamerLegion pretty much managed to get a very similar sort of first, exactly similar to the first 3 heroes, and then following up with the carry, and finishing the lineup with a very strong offlane pick.
I don't know what I don't know what TA 2000's been playing lately, and he's probably laning with like a SD5, which is kind of like it's not like that amazing. I mean, one way I could see is still you put the Muerta carry, you pick Veno mid, but I feel like it's not a Sumail thing. So I'm looking for this last pick for TA 2000. Maybe it's just him playing TA. I don't know. I think you have a good lane, like you have some higher damage.
That's true. That's true. They got ways to get. It's difficult. It's a difficult draft again for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I can't find the pick that does it for me apart from the mid Veno. I don't know.
Sure. Indeed, I would agree, but yeah, I would be surprised if they do that. It doesn't feel their style. Okay, they go with Jara as the carry. So it is indeed, as you say, them keeping Sumail on the mid Muerta. The game for the Gyro, honestly, I don't love it, Kezu. I feel like Sladar's Juggernauts, and an Axe with a Blade Mail are kind of 3 cores that Jara doesn't have fun against.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing it gives them is that, like, it kind of plays into what they like to do. I mean, he needed to be some guy that brings damage into, like, cogs and arena. So at least it's, like, covering their draft quite a bit. But I do think GamerLegion, you don't mind your cores against the Gyro at all. Jug enjoys that matchup. Slaughter minus armor as well. Like, Gyro's quite stationary. It's good for Nigma, but I would agree with you. I don't love it.
I think it's tough. I would even go as far as to say this might be more of an outdrafting game 1.
Let me go back to game 1.
What would you say?
I think I mean, the game 1 was maybe a bit harder to read. Because I agree with you, because I feel like the Tide last game, it could have worked. It should have worked better than it did.
Sure.
So I'm with you.
Well, let's see.
Maybe
Galaxy.
You know, maybe they cooked. Maybe we just don't get it.
Maybe they did.
You know, it's possible.
Yeah, maybe you know, Sumail, he is definitely one of those players, right, that if he has like a rough game, the game 2, he's going to come back and he's just going to be playing like, you know, fully locked in. So his mid Muerta might just sort of blow the game wide open, and he might just be able to just carry it from this mid lane position. So we'll see.
Yep.
We'll see if he can.
He has done it, and I believe a few of the other times where they played it, they did also have a clockwork, because you want to play with the Muerta. The hero's actually quite strong early. You have a lot of good spells. You have good right-click. I don't know if he's still buying... At TI, he did like the Dominator build, and some other times I saw him do like a Mage Slayer build. I don't think it's a very good Mage Slayer game, so maybe like some Dominator Pike into whatever would be good. But yeah, I'm looking at both him and TA2000 to get involved in this early game. Like, take the fight to GamerLegion with the Muerta levels and with the Gyro levels.
Oh, let's see. Because the early game in Nigma Galaxy was not too terrible last time. They were pretty much keeping up in farm with that of GamerLegion. Sort of outside, obviously, the sort of events such as that in the mid lane. So I think, yeah, as I said, eyes on Sumail really to have a much better time this game in that matchup as the Muerta, as opposed to when he tried to play as the Puck against the Slaughter. I still don't think it's going to necessarily be easy, that mid, but he shouldn't be solo dying this time.
Yeah, absolutely not. Like, you can just keep your range, you have that shot, you're kind of chilling. So I expect Sumail to do quite a bit better in the mid lane as opposed to last game, because I think last game he had a rare slip-up.
See here at the start, Omar is going to have backup. Can they kill Omar first? No, Nigma Galaxy, I think they're going to get this first blood. They will. Toby takes down Big Num. Omar should survive, and with this body blocking, Nigma Galaxy, they should be able to get the 2 of them. They will. They'll be able to shoot down Fade and start this game off with the double.
Well, that's a really, really nice start. Can't really ask for anything better. Just get like 2 kills to start the game.
Let's see these lane matchups. So we'll be watching, you know, that mid. As I said, last time Sumail getting pretty much doubled in CS by RCY. He's definitely going to want to have a bit of a better outcome to the matchup this time on the Muerta.
Okay, so they did put the clock into the safe lane, but it does also mean that clock is playing against Jakiro, who's just gonna kill the cogs instantly. So GamerLegion should also be pretty okay with that matchup up there. Speed on bottom seems to be in some trouble. We'll be okay.
So from this mid matchup as well, you know, for Sumail, when you're playing the mid Muerta, we'll see is what he's got the helm queued up first. What do you sort of go after this? Like, are you still going pretty greedy with your build? Like, are you farming it up as the Muerta from the mid?
I mean, I've seen him do like different builds. The other day it was like Mage Slayer into Ags. So like, you play more the like utility. You're definitely not like a hard carry. So you try to help your team a bit more. So I would assume maybe just Dom Treads into Aghanims even, or Dom Treads into like a Pike.
Okay.
Because Mage Slayer seems a bit sussy-pussy in this game. It's only good against the 2 supports.
On the side lanes. I mean, who's going to suffer the most? You said, well, you don't mind GamerLegion's top lane. Looking at the bottom lane, is this a pretty chill lane for the Jug?
I think most of the core, it's like another game where I feel like all 6 cores should have a good time. Unless there's some outplays going on. Like top, Axe, Chikiro, very formidable. Same with Clock and the Gyro. And bottom lane too, you have like a very aggressive sustain lane versus a... I mean, SD Mars is strong, but they only find plays if you misplay, I would say. So, should be having like small amounts of action, but farm on everybody.
Good damage there from Bignum, keeping TO2000 very low, and they only have wand and stick charges between them. Okay, there's a set of tangos coming out here for Omar, but having to sit right back at TO2000 with as low as he is.
Yeah, this is definitely not, like, you don't want to drop this low HP to Axe lanes, because then he just keeps chipping you down with the Battle Hunger. So GamerLegion definitely doing a very nice job up here so far.
Mid, yeah, very much thinks to have that better time this time round. Still, you know, not necessarily winning the lane. It's going very even. They're trading farm, but not falling behind that of RCY this time. Bottom lane, Omar is stepping pretty far up there. Should be fine. Well, I say that the blood grenade's coming out. If they can get the chance to get one more hit onto him, okay, they won't. He'll live, but still. Getting very, very low there, Omar. They'll now turn their attention towards TA2000. I mean, yeah, the bullying is just continuing on this top lane, really, from GamerLegion. They're keeping both of them incredibly low.
Yeah, this is quite annoying. At least the lane is pushing into TA2000. So it seems like they're surviving. But yeah, definitely a type of lane you have to ferry out a lot of regen.
Have to be careful with the pressure building up. And soon, if GamerLegion get the chance to dive the tower, definitely could be kill potentials on the top lane. Just yeah, struggling to really close in on the waves. Need to bring that back. See on the mid lane as it continues. 23-7 on Sumail. 23-2. Still remaining very close to Mel with that slight edge this time.
It's at least nice that they have like this type of mid hero that even if Slardar does get 6, I think Sumail won't be in too much pressure. Like even if they bring the supports over, you just pop your older Morita, they can't hit you. So unless there's support ults available, you're just kind of chilling.
Very difficult to bully Fade out of the lane now. But he's got the Helm of Iron Will. And again, each and every time, they will get the catch onto Bignum with the cogs. But not a huge amount of follow-up at this stage. Still under the tower. And now using the qualification to help them get some extra damage in on with that pressure onto tier 2000. He'll still be able to survive, but it's continuing to heat up on this top lane.
Yeah, I think the small trades is like you have an okay amount of CS on tier 2000, but the consumable gold must be like quite a lot that they spent on the Nigma side already.
Absolutely. Well, this time Omar, okay, he's got 10 stick charges, so he'll be fine.
Yeah, like if you look at Axe, Fade has only used 100 gold on consumables. Gyro has spent 400
they're in trouble.
He's just dead.
Omar's going to walk back in and he's dead. I mean, if they can find the Vision Battle Hungers at the ready, TA 2000. Okay, he'll be fine, but again, it's a relative time, and maybe he won't actually. The dual breath's in, he's gone. I mean, as I said, that top lane was heating up. This was, it felt almost inevitable that this was going to eventually happen. They can't do anything about that, and I mean, what are you supposed to do when this pressure is just building up? Do you need someone else to come up to the top lane to sort of help out a little bit? Because it felt like those sort of kills were coming from a mile off.
It's hard, like your mid is a Morita who's rushing Dom, so it's not like Sumail really wants to look at the top lane too much. Your other support is a Shadow Demon, so like, I mean, he's gonna save you, and then what? You're probably still gonna die. They do find a good catch on the Fade.
Whenever the Rocket Barrage, good control of the cogs, they needed that. That's a bit of a strike back.
Yeah, that's a big one. They really needed that. Offsets a bit of the gold that they did have to spend on the consumables in this lane. Wisdom Shrine at 10.
Yeah, he's coming over to make sure that this sort of steal can't happen. And Omar, he'll probably not get too close. He'll realize that that's not going to go his way. So yeah, a little bit of a strike back on the top lane, getting that chance to kill Fade off. Still the struggles will continue here for TA2000 trying to find the farm.
Yeah, especially once this Dominator comes out. I mean, it's already hard to pressure this Axe, but looks like he wants to mail. He got his own Dom timing in the mid lane, which is why we also see the supports going there. So playing through their strong hero, I do like this a lot.
8-minute power rune coming up as well, but yeah, top tower, very hard to get close towards now. TA2000's probably going to have to start considering hitting the jungle, even though he really doesn't want to at this point yet to hit the level 5 even. He's going to get a bit of a wraparound potentially here. And him and Omar trying to get back in on this, but there's 3 heroes around on GamerLegion. So TP backup would have to come in if Nigma Galaxy want to try and piece together a fight. Wallachia on the way top, Sumail. Lots of damage, but not really an opportunity to use it. As GamerLegion already out of this top side.
I do like that he's at least like farming in his own jungle. Not only does it give SD the mid lane, but it's also a bit annoying for GamerLegion to now like posture aggressively in this top lane. So he's giving space to his support, but he's also helping his gyro in the top lane, even if there's no kill. So I do like this map movement at the moment.
So Noob wants to try and do something bottom. Very tricky into this jug now, level 6.
It's not easy. I mean, he did ping him, or maybe it's more like, okay, guys, they're 2 bottom, you can make a play somewhere else, because they are starting to pressure the top tier 1 at the moment with this Gyro Morta and the Dominator.
Big Num just about to hit the 6 himself in the mid. And seems like they're letting this one go, GamerLegion. So some good pressure around the rotation of Sumail towards that top tower. Will allow them to take it down.
That's a very nice move. I'm a bit surprised that they gave it up so easily. Like, no one came here to like pull the wave, because losing this tier 1 against the Gyro is huge. They can walk into the triangle. They can easier leave the lane. As you can see here, like Gyro can move into mid. Big Num.
The opening hit, they have the cogs and the control. Very nicely done. A nice and easy pick off for Nigma Galaxy. Let's take away some of the jungle as well. Overall, GamerLegion not quite at a point where they feel happy to turn up and fight back. You know, RCY still wants to get his Blink Dagger done. He's about 1,300 gold towards it.
I definitely do need some time. Like, Axe, not the fastest hero. Has high net worth, but can't really use it too much at the moment. And like you mentioned, RCY needs his Blink as well. So I like that Nigma are using this early timing with the Dominator. You take the top tier 1. Now likely they should just go shoot the mid tier 1. You have the Siege Creep. You have a Centaur as well. So Male has queued up Treads into the Witchblade. That's a cool build. Getting the armor against the Radiant heroes, I like that. Just Witchblade to like play a more utility into the Ags after. It's a cool build.
I'll see if he gets the chance to make a play maybe with this Arcane. It'll be a little tricky, I guess, on his own. As it is, RCY making sure not to get anywhere close to me. He's going to get backed up by the smoke potential, though. Smoke move from Nigma Galaxy, bringing in both Toby and Omar. They don't quite... Okay, they have the 6 on Toby. Not quite having the hookshot. One more creep will do it for Omar. They'll be able to get him that there. So now the 2 ults online for the supports.
Oh, double ravage.
Yeah, that's going to give them the chance for a disruption setup. Bringing Omar in. Cogs down, but kisses are there. RCY is going to get caught by the fear. They'll kill him off. They'll lose Omar for it. See if they can get the sort of the important ones out there. Sumail in potential trouble. They'll pop the ultimate. They're in on top of him with the battle hunger. Sumail caught out now by the damage of Yamson, coming in with the Blade Fury. They might have been able to take RCY down, but they will lose 2 heroes for Nigma Galaxy. Fade coming in there at the end with that dunk to take Sumail out.
Yeah, good TP by the Axe to come over. I mean, I'm a bit surprised that Loop couldn't like connect to this play a bit earlier to maybe bail out Sumail, because it just looked good for them, but nice counterplay from GamerLegion.
Those are timings. Yamsen pretty close to having the Battle Fury. Just 600 gold away from having that done. They're bringing in Sumail back in action down to the bottom lane. Of course, he's had Pierce the Veil ready to go again in just under 10 seconds. So Nigma Galaxy can look to try and at least force some more of these towers. Try for this tier 1. See what sort of reaction comes out from GamerLegion.
So they're gonna go for the pipe rush again on the Axe. I think it makes a lot of sense. You have the Starter who's gonna go in with the blink. Healing ward plus pipe is quite a strong combo, and pipe against the Nigma draft. Yeah, I mean, if you look at all their early damage, it is all magical.
Oh, it really is, yeah. It really is. They're very much relying on what, like the Pierce the Veil for the damage, and then, yeah, obviously that being magical, that gets shut down. Well, that's not gonna do a whole lot, that arena.
That's a pretty big whiff. It was a nice setup, right? With you have like the fast TP, you get the disruption. At least in the meantime, they still get to take the tier 1 bottom tower, but definitely would have liked a bit more pressure out of this disruption TP arena play.
They're ready to go with the blink and start getting some kills here. With the opening onto Omar, he will manage to hook shot away, but Yamsen's ready to run him down with the Blade Fury. Kisses coming in. It's going to be another pickup for GamerLegion. I mean, Nigma Galaxy, they can't really afford to be making these sort of sloppy attempts at sort of plays. They, you know, we saw last game how heavily GamerLegion were able to turn around these attempted moves by Nigma Galaxy. You know, if they don't go, you know, if they're not able to execute them cleanly, they are going to start to suffer.
They absolutely have to be careful, because it's a very good Juggernaut game. Like, I don't think this last big gyro is going to do much to it, especially not like this.
Yeah, he's looking pretty dead. It's tough. Well, it's only going to get tougher. You know, we really started to see, you know, last game when GamerLegion began to get the ball rolling and get that advantage, they did not let it slip away from them, despite Nigma's countless attempts to sort of piece together a smoke play. You know, Nigma Galaxy, they can't afford to start falling behind.
No, especially with your heroes, you want to be taking these fights right now. You have Gyro, Mars, Muerta, Clockwork. Like, you want to be taking these early fights, especially... You know that this Axe is going to build a pipe. So you want to squeeze in a couple of skirmishes and fights before that comes out.
They've got the arena back up. Hook shot in. Get the catch onto Bignum. He's able to break his way out of the cogs, though. There's the jump forward. They'll get the spear. They'll get the kill. So, Bignum to be found, but again, it's taken quite a lot. You know, this is 4 members of Nigma Galaxy, nearly 5 really. I mean, he wasn't too far away, TO 2000, trying to push for this. Sure, they get a support kill, but ideally they want to get a little bit more.
Let's see, they're at least starting to play into the enemy triangle to take it over a bit. But looks like GamerLegion, they want to have a look over as well. We're going to in this on Slardar.
See if they want to jump this.
There's a sentry.
Oh.
He's not in range of the sentry yet, so I don't think they know he's here.
Okay, let's see what they go for. I mean, there's kisses up in 4 seconds. Speed's ready to bring in the damage. I don't know if they want to fight into this Nigma Galaxy.
I don't think so, because they're lacking their gyro. So even if you're arena here, run. There's not that much damage, but let's see.
No. Do they want to fight this? You know, if you give it a few seconds and Jug's going to be on his way over. What's the call going to be? Nigma Galaxy.
All right, go has been called.
There we go. Are they going to run or are they going to try and turn? Looks like they're considering turning, but already the jump's been made over towards Toby. There's the catch with the arena onto Speed. Spear back as well. Sumail with the Pierce the Veil looks to shoot Speed down. They'll kill off the Snapfire. See if they can get out though. Because Yamster, he's hot on the chase. He's ready with the Omnistash. Good bounces as well. Fantastic bounces. Allow him to perfectly pick up the double kill. And the chase continues. RCY in with another blink stun on both Toby and TA2000. They've put the call into the ice path onto the gyro. Kezu, they should have run.
Yep. Absolutely.
And they even had sort of the pause to think about it. I don't know if they thought about it enough.
Yeah, maybe they needed a longer pause, because not only did they take the fight, but TA2000, he stopped farming his own triangle to run there, and then he just joined them. Yeah, and off the back of this fight, you have a pipe now available onto Fade, who's top net worth on the Axe. Fights are not getting easier.
I mean, because we see here, now, what do you think the temptation was for Nigma Galaxy in this position on the map?
Someone just said go, I think. Or maybe they were like, okay, like if we kill the snap first, they don't have damage. But like, look at all these other heroes. Like if the fight prolongs, you're
back in action. What happened to Samael's dead again? All right, I mean, they're going to try and strike back, but with this pipe online, they can't fight this. They need to have the full lineup now. The kisses are coming in. Jump off RCY. Oh my goodness. This is getting pretty nasty. This is going to be a dead TA2000. Triple kill for RCY. I mean, RCY, he's got his eyes on Noob as well. Noob, he's got to run. He'll be able to push back RCY. We'll catch him in the arena, but the pipe bust there, protecting RCY from a fair follow-up down to the magical. Doesn't protect him, of course, for the physical still goes down, but the call's back up. They're going to get the setup. Oh, the spear.
No matter.
Noob. All right, he's going to be able to live by the looks of it. Noob will live. They did at least kill off RCY at the end of that. So something, but still obviously not enough to rectify the state of the game that Nigma Galaxy have found themselves in at this point. Falling behind. It's starting to be a bit of a similar tale to game one.
Yeah, it's not looking great. And this Jugger as well, he's got Fury, Manta. He's got the Butterfly queued up. Like yeah, I mean, everyone on the Radiant side is just so happy. And now you're Nigma, you're behind 7k gold. Your lineup is full magical, and you need to fight into a pipe. I don't really know how. From one play into the next.
Yeah, back-to-back deaths there, unfortunately, for Samael. The wraparound on the mid. Well, fine Bignum, but the pipe buff's there, and at this point, even the supports aren't dying, Kezu. Macropire's down, Omar in trouble. What do you do at this point, Nigma Galaxy? I feel like those last couple of plays has really just sort of set yourself to be in this position where you got to kind of hope the GamerLegion make a mistake. And I'll be honest, that game one, GamerLegion, they weren't making mistakes.
Yeah, no, they were just full chilling, right? Like playing the map correctly, not like going overly aggressive. Now they get in Aegis. And still, talk about it. There's Pipe, there's Healing Ward. Yeah, you have a lot of lockdown on Nigma, but where is your damage? You have SE clock, 0. Mars offlane also.
It really is. Even though they've sort of changed up some of the lineup, overall, a bit of a similar story to the problems they had in game one. And yeah, as for GamerLegion, a bit of a similar story to how they're being able to pop off with the success in these fights. Now, RCY, again, getting a Slardar, fantastic sort of blink crush. It just sort of enables... Oh, see up on top. They get these set up onto Yamston. And has got the Aegis and the Blade Fury. Can they kill him twice? I mean, can they kill him once? It doesn't look like it. He's just going to be able to walk away from this one, even with the 4 of them up there. And the amount of control they do have, it's not enough to even threaten the Jug the once now.
Yeah, I mean, they need to get TA2000 to a couple of items. Like, he's bottom of the network as 24 big gyro.
Yeah, that's rough.
He has 115 attack damage, and all of his spells get negated by Pipe, so... Nigma need time and to stall this game out, because right now there's no fighting chance.
Yeah, it just... I don't know. The way these drafts have gone, it seems like Nigma Galaxy has really struggled to find a solid carry pick as that last pick. The Tide, you know, they were trying something different because there wasn't as many options, and the Gyro coming in this game, I understand obviously a lot of stuff was being banned out. They were kind of pushed into a corner, but it didn't seem like a good Gyro game. It seemed like a pretty nasty one.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly didn't play out well so far, as Arena gets RCY into it as well. Gonna get the kill. It's, yeah, I think a bit of the setup. Maybe also like this SD5 not really being the most formidable laner. I mean, he didn't lane with it this time, but still, you have to put the Clockwork there, then he suffers. Yeah. Well, let's see if they're able to hold on to the map.
can they make some sort of insane comeback? Because at the moment, you know, it's early days, 7k gold lead. We've seen a much bigger than that swing around before. So maybe a chance here for Nigma Galaxy. I think it's just obviously just down to what we saw in game one. It kind of, you know, there's questions to be asked on if it's possible. You know, more so, if anything, just because of how well GamerLegion are playing today.
Yeah, they seem a lot more, like, calm compared to the last time that I've seen them play. Like, at the moment, I don't see, like, any crazy moves. I see them, like, playing the map correctly, making moves when they should. There's no, like, overplays from, like, one or two or, like, individual stuff. It's just good.
GamerLegion, they can pretty much wait for those next big pickups. Get Yamson to finish off the butterfly. And Nigma Galaxy, next big items around the corner. I mean, yeah, T2000 did manage to finish the Chrysalis. Very much feels like he needs that BKB though before he can feel confident turning up and having a chance of surviving. Especially now there's like blade mails online on top of the pipe for Fade. And this axe is a huge issue for the Gyro wanting to turn up and just get the damage done.
I mean, it's probably the type of game where if you're Nigma, I mean, not that you talk about it now, but you know you have Gyro, you can always go for a Rapier later and like just go like for all-in plays with like an arena, get some people killed with like the Victory Feast. Because, yeah, you need time. Obviously, while you're just farming, GamerLegion will keep increasing their lead by more and more, so you're going to have to go for a risky play eventually.
They can push for these tier 2s now. Still a minute and a half left on the Aegis for Yamson.
Building damage be rising.
I mean, they're looking at these, sort of this ancient stack, but Vader's TP'd over, and he's definitely going to have something to say about this. Having to use the arena to get the chance to blink out, as they won't be able to get away with stealing the majority of these larger ancients. GamerLegion can keep that safe for themselves.
Yeah, well, any type of space on the map is good. Like, you keep on playing these side lanes, push them out, try to force GamerLegion to run after you on the map to get towards this Aghanim Scepter on Sumail, get towards this BKB on Noob, and get any type of net worth on TA2000.
There's still just a massive difference, 4,000 between not only the carries, but also between that of the offlaners. GamerLegion, they're set up here with RCY and Bignum ready to go. RCY, of course, feeling very safe now that he's got his own BKB online. Nigma Galaxy can't afford to get caught by this. It looks like they will have avoided it completely. Smoke starting to come to an end. And Nigma Galaxy, yeah, getting a bit of chance to split up across the map.
I mean, I like the current wards that GamerLegion have around. If you look like the top half on the outer skirt of the map, bottom as well, just to like wherever they feel like Nigma will be resorted to farming, like on these outskirts of the map. Let's see GamerLegion if they can get any type of catches in the future, or if they can force another tier 2 tower, because their high grounding is quite good. Like, you've got the healing ward later. Maybe you want like another item on Yamson first with like a bit more HP before you force anything.
Alright, that's the Ags done. Force the mail. We'll have that bit of better control. TA2000 though! They've found him top!
Oh no.
It's the carry gone. That sort of pointed the map where we've seen many a carry get caught out. And RCY is meanwhile finding more across the map potentially. Okay, hookshot's there to get Omar back. He's going to try and go for the TP, anything to stop it. Not in time, so he'll live. But yeah, TA2000, his game slowed down once again.
Yeah, this is what it's good warding. Like, the ward just expired, but seeing these outskirts, like where the carry is gonna walk around in the river, they just see it nicely. They pick up the gem here as well. Very nice time. You're up in gold. It's 25 minutes. Keep taking over the map. Any percentage you can take over is so crucial.
And They get another catch here. Fade finds Toby just in that last minute, or last second of him trying to TP out. Another dunk. Tower in the mid gone. Nigma Galaxy, that looks like they're trying to set up for a potential play here, but they can't get the combo off perfectly. Couldn't find the spear into the wall in time after the fear, so Yamson has the opening to pop the Blade Fury, and now they're ready to just come running at them. They're in on top of Samael. They've got the chain stun. Samael will get the pierce to fail off, but he's falling so low, he'll have to back away under the cover of the ultimate, so at least will manage to survive as the Muerta.
I don't mind that play earlier, because I'm pretty sure Samael's dead shot, it hit. It's just a moment. You need to clutch. Your stuff needs to hit. Like, Noob went for a pre-BKB, which, like, that spear just needs to connect. So if they find this opportunity again, they might get that kill. I'm very happy that they're not shying away from these moments.
Let's see how much GamerLegion want to push it. I mean, after seeing what they did last game and how well they sort of just didn't go too crazy, didn't throw away the advantage, do you imagine we'll see a similar level of kind of safe plays coming out, or are they already at a point where they can start throwing their bodies into the high ground and
honestly,
going super aggressive?
If they want to, like if someone feels it where you're like, we can go hit the high ground, we have pipe, we have healing ward, you can. But I think the best play is just here, you take over the map, you keep de-warding a bit with the gem, you take this next Roche, which maximum spawn time is in like 1:40, and then you go for the ultimate high ground.
Smoke's coming out from GamerLegion. They're ready to get on the hunt. Ults at the ready.
They have a good ward.
And there's the jump. They get the call onto TH2000, dragging him away from potential backup. Ice path down on towards him as well. He'll keep his cool for now. Doesn't feel forced to pop the BKB. Will be able to just step back. So
good.
Nothing too much expended.
It's very nice discipline to not play into the Nigma ward. I think it was Speed or Bignum during the fight that pinged out the high ground, because you don't want to play into this full high ground vision. But now Nigma, they want to use this to go for their own smoke.
It's important time as well, coming up to the Roshan respawn. Team fight win here will likely secure the Roche. Nigma with the high ground.
This is dangerous, even if you fight here. Like, Radiant buybacks are very crucial.
And RCY just got his hands on an amplified damage rune.
Yeah, this is the problem. You're behind playing into gem. You're dropping one ward after the other because you have to give up an area.
They're going to find Noob. They get the opening onto Noob. Noob, he'll get saved for now by the defensive disruption. Hookshot coming in, but the Omni Slash actually gets put to down. Okay, the arena does the thing again where it just stops the Omni Slash, and that's the Junk dead.
He just died.
Junk's gone. RCY surrounded. Nigma Galaxy, they'll get the two big cores. They will lose two themselves, but they'll absolutely take that.
That's one way to win a fight.
Yeah. The chase is going to continue. TH2000 maybe see if he can get more. He still hasn't had to use his BKB, so he's ready to keep chasing them down. They'll hit the dead shot fair onto the both of them. Double kill for TH2000, and now they got their eyes on Fade. Buybacks are coming in, though, for GamerLegion. BKB TP, anything to put a stop to it? There is not.
The next hit was going to be a bash. That was a crucial dead shot.
Yes, the male bailing out TH2000 big time there with the dead shot. And they have to get this Roche, obviously, with this buyback. The question is, can Nigma Galaxy get over and fight this Roche?
So you have clockwork, which means you keep shooting rockets and see what's up for now. There's one. Yeah, they definitely can stall this out.
Yeah. But, yeah, that... I mean, it's still in the game, Kezu.
It's gotta get fixed.
A feature. A feature, some would say. But, yeah, as you saw there, sometimes when that Omni Slash is going on, if the MOUZ presses arena, the Omni Slash just stops.
He just got caught by like an instant spell when the Omni stopped, I guess. Like some random dead shot, or because I don't know what stunned him after.
No, we might be able to get on the replay, unless I missed the replay. Then we could have a replay of the replay.
The replay of the replay.
Possible, but yeah, that was rough. Because if that Omni Slash went off, the fight might have been a bit different.
Yeah. He was killing like 2 people in that Omni Slash, certainly.
unfortunate for GamerLegion, but very fortunate so for Nigma Galaxy. And we'll see here on the replay.
Let's pay attention to the Omnislash.
So, coming in on towards him. The good disruption, of course, from Toby to give the chance here for that round 2. And
it just stopped,
yeah, there
and
you
he gets
have it.
insta-speared.
Yeah, just one sort of slash and comes to an end, and so does his life. So, a rough one there for GamerLegion, and now Nigma Galaxy, they've got the chance to look towards the Roche themselves. Kisses are going to start coming in. They're back out of the pit for now. Roshan pretty low. Omnislash is back and available here, as well as the Swift Slash. Okay, with the Aghanims out on Yamson.
Let's see. Of course, we have Clockwork. This is a very crucial hero for this type of point in the game. Yamson, what do you want?
They're just going to make the move first. Noob. They want to go for the long wrap around here, Nigma Galaxy.
He's just staying there to see if his smoke breaks. It means that GamerLegion would be in the pit. We'll join his team now.
Well, they get the jump. They get the call into Tier 2000, but the defensive destruction comes into play. Arena's down as well as the BKB for Noob. Him and Tier 2000 trying to push forward. Jamson will get the healing ward down. He's going to try for the TP out here with the rest of the BKB, and he'll get out. Nothing to put a stop to that. Fade wants to try and chase on, but Spears and the dead shots holding him back from getting the jump. Will they give them the space to go for this? Tier 2000 had to TP all the way back to base, so he's not going to be immediately back around to keep this fight going. Roshan.
Okay, Omar.
Oh, they get the call! Fade. Again, defensive disruption. Toby, multiple times now, tripping up these attempts to get the call control onto some of these big heroes. Samael, he'll turn with the Pierce the Veil.
Roche is low.
Yamson will back off for now. Roche is letting get the jump for Samael's able to get the kill in the Aegis. They get the Aegis here onto the hands of Samael, but the call's in from Fade, grabs onto the two of them. RCY just getting out of this. Yamson, he's in with the splash, and it's a good one indeed. Toby and Tier 2000 taken out. Now he can turn over towards Samael. He even does it in style, goes for the Blade Fury TP out as he Blade Furies the Aegis out of the hands of Samael. See to the side, RCY low. Nigma Galaxy, can they chase it? Oh, Toby's going to blink in aggressively.
You sure about this?
Jump in. It's defensive, so the aggressive disruption set up on towards the Chikara, but the kisses are coming out. The fear does put a stop to it, but Toby still goes down. So all in all, I mean, Nigma Galaxy, they put a lot into that. They did get the Roche kill, they did get the Aegis, but overall, GamerLegion getting the fight. You know, this time around, Yamson able to get out an uninterrupted Omni Slash that works out very nice for him, getting them the double kill and putting the game continuously in their favor here, GamerLegion, up 14k. And now with the fact that they were able to quickly take that Aegis out of the hands of Samael, they could potentially push up to the high ground and see what sort of reaction they get. There's still 3 dead on Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, they really can. And just very nice. Even with Nigma, like, stealing the Aegis, like, still coming out short on that fight.
TS 2000 back up in 5. RCY is just going to quickly heal up in the base and look to rejoin the team. And obviously that last fight as well, there was a dieback from Toby.
70% Dota plus. I think that makes sense. I feel like it could maybe be up to 80, but maybe it's also taking into account what Gyro can do. Of course, with the potential chop shop, maybe for a rapier. I think we will get there. Some satanic rapier combo.
They can let's try and hold here, especially with the 35-minute Wisdom Shrine coming up. Trying to get the waves pushed in against Nigma Galaxy. Yamson, next fight, he's got the Blink Dagger at the ready, so he can have even more of a chance of finding these optimal Omni Slashes to start things. There we go. Move up to the Tormentor first. Get the shards secured for themselves if they want to. Actually, first it looks like they're going to sweep sort of the top side just in case they find something like the Tier 2000 Gyro out here on his own. But as it is, Nigma Galaxy staying together as a unit. Speed just playing around his vision. Ooh, hook shot off the mark. Speed able to sneak away there. And Now, heading over to maybe look to piece together a team fight here, GamerLegion. Did get scanned out by Nigma Galaxy, so they're going to know that GamerLegion are down here.
Well, at least the lead isn't growing. I say that as they take the Tormentor. So 14k lead. Well, for Nigma, some big crucial items in this game also can be, or should be, the Lotus Orbs, right? You play against Jugger, you play against Slardar as well, so until he gets 25 on Slardar, of course, it's going to be quite strong.
It's a nice path to tease with him. Nigma Galaxy have to be careful how they approach. Don't quite have the full info. In terms of no smokes at the moment on GamerLegion.
Nigma, they need to try to hold on to these 2 wards that they have placed. They keep losing them to the gem. Close on the blink.
TH2000 will clear up the Ancients just in time. They'll know that they've got vision though with the flak flying over. Okay, no, Edge was just the Watcher. They've not been able to take that one back away. GamerLegion. Nigma Galaxy just playing super safe right now. All up in the base, making sure not to get caught out by any sort of map sweep by GamerLegion.
They need to find a way to get out of the base, because if they're going to stay like this, obviously the gold lead will grow quite a bit. Maybe TA2000 can look to walk out on the top lane.
So the call's been made by Fade. Wants to start getting to work on this top lane. Has that Octarine complete now as well, so have some super nice cooldowns to play around with his items. The long fights could start to get difficult for Nigma.
Yeah. They do have a Blink Hex now on Noob. I feel like he's been struggling a bit with the connections, but Hex certainly will help with that. They can always try to just clutch the Jugger out of the game. Blink Hex into Spear.
Nigma. Ready for the smoke here, defensively behind TA2000. Seeing if they bait some sort of aggressive play from GamerLegion. That's GamerLegion.
And they've got a great position. This is a hard wraparound.
Have they got smokes though themselves? Still, yeah. So they don't. They don't have any smokes to make plays from this point.
I guess they'll just wait for Roche. They don't really dare to go hit the top high ground here, I guess, because the Mars Hex is out. I do like that the Yamsun and Bignum, they're holding on to their earlier tier neutral items just to keep the Greedy Enchantment on the Jakiro. And the Brigand's Blade with the attack range on the Jugger. But they might end up meeting Nigma after all.
Been spotted out by the Rocket, so Nigma have good info. They very well know that GamerLegion's down here. They want to try and fight. Fortification out. GamerLegion. Do they want to jump this? They're in. They open things up with the call to start things onto TA2000. Into the slash. TA2000's dead. There's no save for him. Toby couldn't get in range or whatever to sort of get the disruption off. Urina comes down into the control. Now RCY's in with the crush, and they just don't have the damage to kill off Fade or Yamston. They're perfectly fine. GamerLegion can push on for more. Noob not going to be able to get out with the TP as the crush and the bash come into play. Noob's gone. Omar to full. 4 dead on Nigma Galaxy. I mean, And they tried to take the tower, I guess, and felt that they could bail TA2000 out of getting jumped. They couldn't bail him out, Kezu. He just died.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I feel like you had so much time to set it up. Like, he has Titanic, he has outward staff, but the disruption, it just didn't come out.
Yeah.
I think he got the cleanse off. Maybe he canceled his own animation. I'm not sure.
Well, that's pretty rough. 21k lead. GamerLegion then out to the base. It's not been a good day for Nigma Galaxy, Kazu.
Nope, not really. I don't know if it's gonna get better. You're losing bottom racks and you're losing 2 lanes.
I think at least. Yeah, GamerLegion. Force out the fortification. And they've still got their spells to play with. Still has the Omni Slash ready on Yamson. Looks like they'll play it careful. They will just stick around to get the melee racks in the mid. I mean, again, after last game, GamerLegion, they can play it super chill and just wait for Nigma Galaxy to try and make a move, and then they just completely counter it.
Yeah, they can. You take the racks, you take the outposts, you keep your buybacks ready, you fight for Roche. Do Nigma really want to run in and take a fight? I feel like you're in Rapier territory, and you don't fight until you have it.
You gotta be. Yeah, you gotta be going that way. That's the comeback dream there for TA2000. It can't be anything less than the Divine Rapier at this point.
You don't need to farm that much anyway. You chop it up, get your Demon Edge, sell your recipe if you have to. Just get the Rapier going. I was smoking in hopes to find something on the Wisdom Shrine, maybe, but looks like there won't be anyone here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let's see, Nigma Galaxy. This might be their last attempt to turn this game. Seems like a pretty good read, though, from GamerLegion. Knowing what's up.
Well, Nigma are kind of on a timer. Like, mid lane is already pushing. It's going to become more and more obvious. Uh-oh, they spot Toby.
And there's the jump. Fade. He's going to be able to get the call onto the 2 of them. Slash comes in. That's the mail gone. They'll get the arena down. BKB popped by Noob as he tries to back off. TA2000, he's attempting to get in on the action. And the bashes and the crushes and the calls are there. They've got a decent bit of control onto Yamsa, but it's not enough to stop him from getting the healing ward and the Blade Fury off. This game looks to be over as Nigma Galaxy lose 4, 3 of them without buybacks, and they just cannot touch GamerLegion.
Yeah, it's just a back-to-back casual godlike games here for Fade. Maybe a bit lucky on the call to catch the nail there as well, but the moment that call happens, the whole fight is just over.
GamerLegion. These guys looking good. They really are. The way they play both of these games, sure, there's been some mistakes here and there by Nigma Galaxy, but GamerLegion have made sure that they have done everything with those mistakes being made into them to ensure that the GamerLegion, they're not making any mistakes themselves.
Yeah, I feel like
they're keeping it very cool. The way that they sort of know how to shut the games down, it's looking more refined than ever from these lads.
Yeah, I think they've definitely been on the grind, like both individually and as a team. It's just, like you're saying, looking more clean. The discipline, it's there. The macro gameplay, definitely a level up from the last time I've seen them. Let's see, Mr. Nigma Galaxy, how can they hold here?
Top tower. Will be gone. Final set of barracks. Nigma Galaxy, they've got everybody back up. See if they can go for one final attempt to try and push back against GamerLegion. They're going to try and lead in. Going towards Yamson to get the Hex off on towards him, but there's the call. Fade, he's able to grab both Samael and TA2000. Samael's dead. TA2000 caught out by the bashes and the crushes as well. As they jump forward, Yamson's got the Omni Slash ready to finish him off. This game, it's over. This series, it is done. As GamerLegion take this 2-0 against Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, honestly, GamerLegion just looking nice. I really like what they're doing. Their drafts in both games, very good. I mean, maybe Nigma made it a little bit easy, like leaving the Slaughter and leaving these two supports like back to back. But it's not just the draft, like it's also the gameplay, like what they're doing together. And on the other hand,
yeah,
I hate to say it, but Nigma in these games, they looked very disconnected. Like some individual gameplay is not landing, then some of the team play isn't landing. I would say the drafts definitely have a lot of flaws and like some holes. And yeah, when you're 0-2, there's some stuff that they're going to have to try and fix until tomorrow.
Absolutely. Yeah, they've got to really step it up big time after what we saw yesterday and now looking into today. A tough first few rounds from Nigma Galaxy. And whereas you have the GamerLegion, yeah, just something about the whole package seems really nice from this performance today. I think we both felt right that the draft, they outdrafted Nigma Galaxy very, very well. Yeah, pretty considerably as well. Like both of those drafts really felt like ones where it's like, whoa, okay, well this is, you know, maybe Nigma Galaxy can make some sort of magic happen, but you know, when it comes to just sort of raw Dota and what we know about it, it's kind of like, it's hard to see Nigma Galaxy's lineup having an easy time.
Yeah, I agree.
What GamerLegion did.
It's just hard with like some of your support duos, like, and here too, I don't really know what happened, because the save definitely, it should come out here. Like maybe he clicked his buttons too fast and like canceled, you know, his disruption over something else. But also just like in general, like if you look at these drafts, Axe and Slaughter are very, very contested heroes, and they picked Slaughter twice very early, and I don't think this hero was contested. So if you can go into a draft, first pick a hero, and he's gonna have a free game, I mean, it's kind of like cheating through the draft. Like you better have a good answer if you're gonna let the enemy team take these cores that you seemingly don't really know how to respond to.
No, for sure. And I think, you know, we've got to, as you said, you know, especially considering how well he did in game one, and he didn't quite get the standout for us there. But yeah, Fade with his off-lane performances today. You know, game one on the Lycan, and in game two on the Axe, a pretty different style, but just as explosive, if not even more so. Ends 11, 2, and 21. He did a great job on the Axe, and to the point where I think if you're any other team playing against GamerLegion, you can't afford to let them have that opportunity for Fade to get a last pick Axe in the draft, Kevin.
Yeah, and I think it's good to see too, because I remember him from like some older Wallachias and other tournaments. He's like you don't really want to give him Enigma, and people think, he has like a bit of a limited hero pool, but you know, his Lycan in the last game, his Axe in this game, and overall just like what they're all doing, it seems like they all just know a little bit more, like step by step, what they need to do, how to position, what people want out of their hero. So honestly, just very, very nice performance.
Yeah, ended up doing the most damage on his team by far. 36,000 hero damage done by Fade. You know, closest up there behind him was like Yamsun on 22k damage as the Jug. You know, Yamsun was not having a bad game by any means. You know, he was having a fantastic time as well. But yeah, just goes to show how much Fade did with the Axe in this position. And we're pretty much a perfect item build. You know, sure, it's nothing too crazy, but I do like, for example, getting the Oxarine in. I felt, you know, those last few fights, it just gives you so much uptime. It's like, you know, blink, cool, press all your buttons, and then you're very likely able to survive, reset, and get another chance to blink, cool.
Yeah, no, honestly, there's like all the stuff they were doing, and also like another thing to like remember, it's a team that, you know, they stuck together. They didn't make any changes. I think they swapped out their coach, and that's about it. But the players still the same. They know what they need to be doing, and yeah, I just like to see the bigger discipline of them today. And I really hope that Nigma until tomorrow, that they can step it up, because this is below like the level that should be allowed for a team of their caliber.
No, absolutely. I think, yeah, that the fans as well, they will be expecting to see a lot more from Nigma Galaxy. And we know these players can bring a lot more than they were bringing today. Very, very tough day. Tough series for Nigma Galaxy. Rough one. 2-0 in GamerLegion. And in terms of the other results that we had earlier today, in case you missed, here is what we had on this stream. Another day of 2-0s. And I think, funnily enough, in the same fashion, right? Was this sort of yesterday? We had the first three going kind of the expected way in terms of kind of sort of seeding with the 2-0s, and then the last one going the other way. We had that again today here, Kezu, because outside of this last series, no real surprises here, right?
Yeah, no, not really. What's happening? This cannot happen again, like tomorrow. I mean, some of these earlier
we're gonna get some closer games, surely.
Yeah, like the ones above, okay, I can like see the results, but a lot of games are like, they're quite one-sided. Like you don't really have both teams like battle it like that much back and forth. I'm at least happy that Pari seems like they woke up today, like getting a 2-0 against Cobra, because yesterday they also looked very disconnected.
Yeah, well, here we have the overall standings after the games we've had so far today. Of course, still more games are going on Stream A, because once again, as was yesterday, Stream B, we had all these kind of quicker 2-0s. Stream A, they got some kind of closer stuff going on, so be sure to head over there. As you can see, they are... I mean, I imagine probably right about now, heading into this final series.
Yeah.
That BetBoom Team versus Na'Vi one just closing up moments ago. 2-0 for BetBoom Team. So getting the 2-0 there, but as you can see, otherwise the 2-1s coming into play. This last one, again, it's going to be a fun one. So looking forward myself to starting off from this and being able to hop over and watch that one. Tundra versus OG. And I tell you what as well, an OG that this current roster, I think you could expect some good upsets from them, Kazu. They look kind of nice.
Absolutely. No, they're good. Like the players already, they're good. They have like Scam and Yopash, and they have like also 343 as a coach. Like they've got some good stuff going on. I'm very happy to see OG put their name out there again with a team that can actually win.
Yeah, this team's one to watch. So make sure you head over to Stream A, ladies and gentlemen, to watch that final series of the day 2 here at PGL Wallachia Season 6 for Tundra versus OG. As for this stream, we're done. We'll be back tomorrow with more action on the second stream. So make sure you catch us then. Have a beautiful rest of the day. We'll see you guys around.
noi vrâncea. Iar ce lungurea și cu ce mergea, mări se vorbire, ei se sfătuire, pe la profesoare, ca să vină mare pe cel moldovan. Că-i mai ortoman. Au. Cura nu mai tace, iar bani nu mai place, curiești bună drăguță mioară. De voi.